Okay, hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Green chat.
Hello, chat. Glorp to you too.
Glortmus.
I'm Mary Glorpmas. Sucker Mary barrels for audio levels. We can do a triangulation sucker Mary barrels, can't we?
Sure, 1 second. Okay, link is out. Because my link is out, I can now put chat on the screen. All right. Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary barrels. Is this Sekimiya? No, that's Sundays. This is Umineko Saturdays, Sekimiya Sundays, Steins Gate never.
Steins Gate never. Fata Morgana Mondays. Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate.
Okay, I turned myself down a little bit.
Did Balder say you're too loud?
Like 3 people said I'm too loud, so.
What score will Joe get in Scrandle? Bold of you to think that we're doing Scrandle.
And they can see the tab.
Are we doing Scrandle? Just because the
They
tab
can
is
see
there
the tab.
doesn't mean it's happening.
I said I will do everything but time guesser. I'm not doing time guesser. Chad is too mean.
Chad is very mean.
Am I good at Scrandle? I've gotten perfect Scran 3 days in a row.
What? You didn't get a perfect Scran yesterday.
Not yesterday. I didn't do it yesterday. I watched you.
All right.
Hi and Godspeed. Hello, Paquetto. Nice to see you here. Evil and intimidating chat.
What is your Scrandle strategy? Do you pick which one you think looks best, or do you get into the mindset of Twitter?
No, I'm getting into the mindset of Twitter. But I used Twitter daily for like 10 years, and so maybe I'm just in it. Permanently damaged.
Telling me to turn you down. So turn you down to 100% and see if that's fine.
Okay. All right. Broken just the right way. Thank you.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
What is Mouse's opinion on the pint bonus? I never take it into account.
What? But it exists.
What about the price? I do take the price into account. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's mouse a good volume now or no?
Hooray,
Any idea
yippee.
how long you're doing fan art for today? There's 15 of them, so probably half an hour, 20 minutes on the dolls, maybe something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe less than half an hour. I'm not sure. 2 hours. It's not gonna be 2 hours because usually 2 hours is fan art, and dolls is when we have a full spread of like 30 plus fan art. Oh, I just noticed something in the fan art. Holy shit. Okay. Holy fuck. Good colors in here, huh?
I see. The fact that I knew exactly where to look and figured it out within 5 seconds is such an indictment of you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's not an indictment. I'm consistent. 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 All right, let's do game doll. Let's do game doll. All right, here we go.
I'm terrible at this shit. I'm dog water at this shit. I can't. I'm no help here.
I don't know what this is.
I also don't know what this is.
It's an older game. Is it? It's the
It involves
Popeye.
punching.
It's a Popeye game. There are no
Uh-huh.
Popeye games. Okay. I don't know what this is. I have no clue.
Mm. Oh, Astro
Oh,
Boy.
oh, okay. I have no idea who that is. Astro Boy?
Yeah.
Oh, good job. You got it.
Yay. Yippee. I recognize the head.
Artwork. Hmm.
Mm,
Pyre?
maybe. Nope.
No.
Hmm. Oh god, I have no idea.
Pyre was a pretty good guess there considering this art style. I don't know what this is.
I don't know what this is
Bastion?
either.
Maybe it is. Maybe I don't think this is Bastion, but it's definitely in that area.
Oh shit.
Mouse?
Mouse? This looks familiar to me, but I don't know what it is.
Oh,
Oh shit.
oh, it's not Ori.
Ori?
What's this? What is that?
I don't know. Mm. Oh
Something
god.
light?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Omen
Omen
Sight.
Sight. I've never heard of this
I've
game.
never heard of this either. Okay, is it good?
Yeah. Looks cool. I don't know.
Okay, time for Bandle. Are you gonna do Bandle?
Yeah, I can try Bandle.
Oh, but you're really good at music and stuff like that, so it's gonna be okay. I was
Not that good at Bandle though.
I was 12
Okay.
when this came out, 1997 or 11 or 12. All right, let's see if I can hear it. Can chat hear it? I can hear it. Okay, chat's going away.
Okay.
Can you hear it, Mouse?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear it. There's just never been a more common chord progression in my life. So.
I don't know it. How is there strings 2 and then strings 2 again?
Um. Mm,
1997. 12.
it doesn't sound like any part of Bittersweet Symphony that I can think of, but
yeah.
that would have been my guess. Okay, we continue. Oh.
Is it the Aerosmith Armageddon song?
Mm.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Yes, it does sound familiar. Oh. Dun, 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 dun,
I'm
dun.
not.
Is it?
I'm not getting
Is it Time of Your Life?
Time of Your Life? Green Day?
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun,
It was.
dun.
Oh,
Yay!
wow. Good job.
Yay, I did it. Yay.
Good job. All right, what can I hear in the guitar? I would have gotten it with guitar. God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have gotten it with the guitar. God damn it. Oh. Good John. Good one.
Glorp, glorp, glorp.
How does it make you feel that 23% of people didn't get this? Oh.
Pretty good about myself. Pretty good.
How could you not get it after the glorp? What?
People don't know this song. Young people don't know this song. They didn't have to listen to this at every graduation they ever went to.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. This dog is the only thing keeping this family together.
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. 12 minutes? I don't think there was a dog in 12 minutes.
I don't remember a dog in 12 minutes.
What was the Heavy Rain? Was there a dog in Heavy Rain? Persona 3? It's not Persona 3.
I would remember Persona 3.
Zero Time Dilemma. But Chad's saying that. I don't know what this is. No, it's before
Nope.
that. Before
Oh,
that. 2022. Before that. I don't remember saying this ever. This dog is the only thing keeping this family
must have
together.
been really early on.
Did you stream Hades? I did stream Hades at one point, but I don't think it's from Hades, is it? What?
It is from Hades.
Oh, okay, that does make sense. Yeah, with Cerberus, yeah.
Cerberus is doing very well.
This dog is the only thing keeping this family together.
There you go. There it is.
Nice mic, man. Thanks. It's the same mic, just different settings. Okay. Time guesser time. Here we go. We're gonna do time guesser.
No.
Okay, we're going straight to Scrandle. We're going straight to Scrandle.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Okay, it's got to be left. It's cheaper.
Yeah, it's gotta be
it looks
left.
better. It's got to
Yeah.
be left. It's got to be left.
Yep.
That's surprisingly high for that bun. Oh.
Ooh, tough one.
Anyone's
tough one.
Scran. I'm feeling right. It is a
I'm
little bit more
feeling left.
expensive. You're feeling left?
Yeah.
You have gotten more perfect scrans than me, so I will defer to you as the guest as well.
I'm gonna about to lose it for us. But I'm feeling left.
No!
Oh shit, look
no.
at the difference.
This shouldn't be
Oh,
allowed.
1.6%. That shouldn't be allowed. Oh man, I'm sorry.
Sausage and chips versus Bombay sandwich.
Oh, this is tough because people really like just the basic ass sausage. And the right one is really beige.
The right one doesn't have good color to it, and the right one looks kind of thrown together. It's probably good. I would go left
Yeah.
here. What would you think?
I don't want to say it because Chad already wants to kill me, but we can go left. Yeah, we can go left.
Okay. Yeah. What?
Wow. Okay, reverse Scrandle day. Oh god, that looks. Ugh. Oh, why does none of this look good?
The chips don't look too bad on the right. The pizza doesn't look great. Garlic fries and cheese pizza. That is a lot of ketchup packets. Steak and chips.
So many ketchup packets.
With chimichurri. Price includes bottled drink 10.
She's the opposite of what Mouse says. Okay, yeah, sure.
I think left actually looks pretty good. I would eat left.
Yeah, I think left looks better than right. But we're doing the opposite of what I say. So
this pizza looks gross and it's more expensive. I'm going left.
That pizza looks like it's been under a heat lamp for like 4 hours at least.
Yep. Fried
Ooh.
chicken. What's it covered in? With
mayonnaise.
Manteco mayonnaise. The full Monty. 2 beef patties, bacon, sausages, onions, cheese for £5.
Now this is tough because I would never eat the right one, but I would definitely eat the left one. But I don't think the Scrandle audience agrees.
I would eat both of these, but I would sniff the mayonnaise first.
Sniff the mayonnaise. Chad has a good point. Left does get a weed boost. A weeb boost. Ooh, weed boost would work for either of these, actually, I think.
Okay, the one on the right looks like it's a bit dry. I feel like it's been sitting for a bit. It doesn't look that appetizing. But if it's a predominantly British audience, they'd be like, "Oh, full Monty, I know that reference, so I'm gonna go with that one." I'm going left. I'm going left because I think this sausage looks a little bit like bread, and that's kind of pissing me off. The bacon looks pretty good. I know what's going on with this burger over here. I'm going left. Yep.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Oh boy.
Butter chicken tacos, scheme poutine.
Haggis.
What the fuck is the scheme?
Haggis. Ugh.
Okay,
I would go left here.
It's got to be
Yeah,
left.
I would
Oh, it's this fucking Celtic. Fuck this shit. All right, here we go. Left.
Yeah, left here.
It's actually Celtic,
Yep.
but yeah.
Let's see. I think I would go left here again, personally.
What's 20 ham? Gammon sandwich and I don't like gammon, but maybe I just had bad gammon. My mom would make that sometimes when she felt like she knew how to cook, and it never came out right. Pie, chips, and gravy. It's not too expensive.
That's true.
Where's the sandwich? There's a bun up here on the left, up here on the top, and then there's probably another bun underneath it.
Yeah, it's an open face sandwich.
Yeah.
Left has salad, so it's going to be rated low. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I feel
Yeah, we might want to go right.
I'm feeling right here. I'm feeling right.
Yeah, I think you're. Yeah.
Wow.
Not that different, but yeah.
Chicken tenders and chips. People love their chicken tenders. Squid.
Squid. As much as you can get on a toothpick. Oh, look how cheap it is. Oh, man. Oh, I don't want to eat squid, though. I think we should go left, but... Expedition 33 reference?
I think a lot of people are going to be put off by the fact that they're eating squid, and it also visibly looks like squid, too. Instead of it being like chopped up squid. It's got to be left.
Like a calamari or something.
Yeah, this is going to actually be pretty low, I think. Although,
it's very cheap. It's very cheap. Yeah. Higher than I thought. Okay.
What is the squid slant? I'm not talking about myself specifically. I'm talking about the audience. All right. Lamb keema fries. That looks really good.
It does.
Chicken and chips. That looks really basic. With a cider. Uh-oh. Should I ignore?
Yeah.
Should I ignore the with a cider?
I think you should follow your heart. I think you should follow your heart, and this can be the test. This can be the test.
Left looks so much better than right, though. Like, it's not even close. Left looks so much better than right.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, that's how it's going to be then. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I believe in left. But if you think the pint buff.
No, I believe in left too. I think left looks way better.
Right.
I just don't know. Like, the pint buff to me is like a plus 10 to 20%. So it is right, like, significantly lower than left. I think yes. I think left.
Okay.
I think left. Yep.
She's woke. She believes in left. That's true.
Easy right. Oh
God, yeah. Look at that peel.
Yeah. Right is not. It doesn't even look that great to me. But like that. Oh, hold on. It's 14 pound. Shit.
Still, that pizza is pretty nasty.
Left isn't even edible. IMO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not good.
It's got to be right.
Yeah.
That's too high.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, not too bad. 8
out of 10 scran.
That's not too bad.
8 out of 10 scran. I think you should do scran on stream on the days that I do scran.
But then I can't watch you do it because I stream after you.
You can watch afterwards and you'd be like, okay, how did I do? How did they compare?
No, we're not bringing this bit to my stream. You did this. You took an NL bit. We're not getting Grandpa NL's bits on my stream.
I didn't take an NL bit.
I didn't know NL did this stuff. Where are we? Where do you think we are?
Oh no! Put it away. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
All right. Anyway, let's do fan art. Before I do fan art, let me say thank you to some people, and we can like sprinkle some thank yous during the fan art segment.
Say thank you.
Say thank you. Thank you, Gamer. Oh, Gamer is subscribing. 13254 for the resub. 6 months already. Thank you very much, Gamer. Thank you, the Sigia for the resub as well. Can't wait to watch this heartwarming family reunion. Yep. It's gonna be awkward today on many levels. Like they're gonna start killing each other, and also me and Chad are gonna have a fight because like I'm worried about Umineko. I'm worried. Something is fucky in the state of Denmark when it comes to Umineko. I'm a little worried. Thank you, Mr. Du Bois, for the resub. With hi, hey, how's it going? Thank you, Fletcho Fletchco for the resub too. Isn't NL younger than you, Joe? Yeah, I think so. I think NL is a couple years younger than me, isn't he? I had a dream last night that I was at a department store and NL walked in with his wife and kid, and I looked over and he was just having like it was like he was still live on stream. He was just talking nonstop, smiling the whole time, having the great time of his life. And I was like in the dream, I was like, how come this motherfucker gets to be happy all the time?
Wow. Whoa.
that was like a little I don't know, like a little cameo in my dream, and then I was on a train with Will Smith in the snow. Save that for your therapist, mate. Nah, it's not a therapist thing. It's just my dream brain just creates things sometimes. Jealous of NL.
Boy.
I am really not jealous of NL. I really respect NL. I like him a lot. We'll see. Yeah, don't want to tell you what Will Smith did on that train because it might be bad. Anyway, thank you, Mingaleg, for the resub. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Uh-oh.
It is a family reunion.
All caps. I watched Leo play Among Us again last night, and his strat is whenever anyone says anything during the debates, he just in all caps says, "Go on." So I found the body in electrical. Go on. I think it was Dave. Go on.
Active listening. Active listening.
He's
an important skill.
Detective. Oh man. Anyway, thank you, Mel Themia, for the resub. 5 months of Weebery. Oh, the Weebery. Thank you very much, Mel Themia. How does he play Imposter? I've never seen him play Imposter, so I don't know how he does that. Thank you, Durkashade, for the resub as well, with the jams. And thank you, Nesso Berry, for the resub also. Thank you very much. Okay, I will say thank you to a bunch of more people as we go through the fan art. So this is by Endrick, Jojo, and this is is it a I can see by the text on top left. Okay, so Jojo references are kind of lost on me because I have never consumed any Jojo media, but I have seen some of the memes and everything. So this is a artist rendition of when Charlie Chan stopped the train, probably the most famous stream moment of all time. I'm gonna guess there's nothing that's ever gonna be above that. Is there anything? Does anyone in chat like dispute that? Has there ever been anything bigger that's happened on the stream? It's incredible. It is pretty incredible, yeah. Jedi Survivor? I don't know if Jedi Survivor topped that.
The train looks like an Xbox console. It's an Xbox.
I refuse to comment. Is there meant to be a face on the train? Like this is like an eye here. It's a closed eye, kind of grimacing as it's slamming toward Charlie Chan. Down here is, or am I just seeing a face? Because I'm a human brain that's trained to see faces. It's your biggest clip, at least. Oh, you mean when the ship left us behind? That is the biggest clip. I don't know if that's the most hype moment though. I don't know. That is a contender actually. Spike Chan. I think Charlie Chan has entirely eclipsed Spike Chan, unfortunately. Or fortunately. Most hype is Charlie for sure. Oh, I need to set a timer. Endrick is so good. I agree.
Do you want me to do it and say, and at the end of it, I go, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up?
Nah, I need to work on beating the bottom allegations, not like leaning into it. It's okay.
Okay.
We're gonna be unhinged today, apparently. I'm sorry. I didn't.
That's okay. It's okay.
Anyway, thank you, Endrick. Thank you. Okay, yeah. TC Agam. How some of those Joe stream blueprints runs felt. Damn streamer luck, etc., etc. I wasn't that lucky. This is the last available door this run. Let's hope this is good. Just what is this backpack?
John's backpack.
FK the coffee. To do, thanks subscribers. Give the artist a marble for the effort. Oh, wow. The bold gambit.
Clever.
The bold gambit. 3, disregard number 2. 'Tis a joke. All the reverse psychology gambit too. Whoa. Jom's hoodie. Oh, is it a Jom's hoodie? I thought is the Jom's
I think it's just
part?
a dragon.
Yeah, I thought it was part
piece.
of the backpack. You were very lucky. Nah, it was all observation and skill. That's it. It had nothing to do with luck at all in this RNG luck-based room drafting roguelike game. Thank you, Azrael Cat, for the resub. Hello, Joe. Hello, Mouse. Doing a spin right now in my office chair. I will go as fast as I can. This is where Umineko episode 5 really begins. Okay, good luck Az.
When you were a kid, did you ever stare straight down at the ground and like spin really fast in circles to make yourself dizzy till you fell down? Because I did that.
I probably did that a few times. Yeah.
We didn't have much to do in rural Pennsylvania. super fun.
I also one time when I was a kid stared at the sun for a long time after someone told me not to do it because it hurt my eyes and I didn't believe them.
Oh, just spite.
Yeah, just spite. Yeah, and I turned out fine, absolutely fine.
I don't know. I don't know if you can complain about motion sickness if it's this self-inflicted. I don't think that caused my motion sickness, but maybe.
Thank you, Parkir and Honda, as well for the resub. There's a point in time in which you're more weeb than me, Joe, but I just finished Umi last week, and now I'm more weeb than you. Please take it again in a month's time. Oh, you're not going to consume any more weeb content until I'm done, so I can catch up? The weeb race? This is another somewhat accurate rendition of me in the fan art now. That's happening. That's weird. Anyway, thank you, TC Agam. By Stickley. What Chan? What? What Chan? The personification of the way Joe says what when something stupid or unhinged is proposed out of nowhere in a story and catch the knockout. Wait, which version? Like when I go what? That one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That's what that would translate to.
Holding her tongue in case of further context. Uh-oh.
The perfect Chan for Umineko, episode 5.
One of my favorite bits is when it happens a lot in JRPGs for some reason, is when characters are planning something really fucking stupid and I just roleplay that as the main character that's kind of been spacing out for the last 5 minutes and goes, wait, what are we doing? like we're doing what? Like you will regret your words and deeds. Uh-oh.
I just had that moment in Expedition 33 finally. We had the moment where I was like, all right, this is a JRPG.
Oh no.
Something to look forward to.
in June or July. Yep.
Yeah.
When we finally get to it. It's just nonstop. People asking me on Discord, people asking me through bits and subs messages, people asking me on chat, and then after stream yesterday, I go on the subreddit, top post, is Joe aware of Expedition 33? Just the harassment. What was it? Just my gut feeling, but I think if he played Expedition 33, it would be his game of the decade. Has a soft spot for turn-based combat.
How's that timer doing?
I don't know. We're well above it. We're well above it. Thank you, Stickley. Thank you. By Harmva, it's crazy
oh my
how
God.
this just poured this all by itself. Bikoi in the coffee. Wow.
Bikoi latte art for the latte streamer. Incredible.
Wow.
Harmva does it again.
I'm trying to think of a Bikoi pun with latte. Bikoi. I'm not getting one.
Yeah, I can't think of one either.
When do we get a Bikoi email? I'm surprised we don't have one already. I could just do my own Bikoi, yeah. Can you imagine how bad Persona 6 will look now because of Expedition 33?
That's metaphor, right? They mean metaphor?
Wow. Wow. Just relentless metaphor's biggest hater. Oh, man. Thank you, Sorani, for the resub. Half a year, Pog. Thanks for all the great streams. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Sorani. Glad you're enjoying it. Thank you, Luna Malth, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Penguin Saver, for the resub as well. And Passant, cool name, for the resub too. And One Siep for the resub. As the person who initially requested you to play Password Game, I want you to know that you still, in fact, lack balls. That is, I'm not allowed to do Password Game. Enough people have told me that it was just genuinely frustrating. One of them can hear me talking right now, that they don't want me to do it. Yeah, I don't know. It was really frustrating. I don't know. When the fire showed up, I think that's when Password Game really ended.
I was watching, you were just talking and not looking at the fire, and I was like, oh, come on. Like, please, 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 look. I was so upset.
This is very upsetting. Thank you, Harmva. Thank you, Harmva. By Ash, Glorp, Jomsif, Karaoke Date Night. Or date night? Wet. Oh, I know this one. Oh, it's the okay, very funny. Leaderboard: Kiru, Nanjo, David Cage, Eric, Ash. Oh, cool way of signing your own picture. Nice.
Yeah, true.
What would a room that embodies the dolls look like? Would there be like a globe somewhere else in the corner for Time Gusser? There's a bunch of food coming out of the kitchen for Scrandle. That would be crazy. That would go hard in a VR room.
Just keys hanging from the ceiling, jingling in the wind.
Yes, it is indeed. Having the connections today. Barely did it yesterday. I had to guess at the end.
I did it today.
Did you get purple first?
I did not get purple first. I got purple third.
That's pretty good. Usually purple's last for me. Thank you, B Bong, for the resub with a shit ton of joms dancing back and forth. Honestly, the image of having a set of 10 butlers carrying the Scrandle meals over is insane. Yeah, I know, like like very fancy butlers, like really into it, and they're carrying like some of the worst food you've ever seen in your entire life. What's Scran? Thank you, Soups, for the resub. I'm at Soups. Thank you very much for the resub. Thank you, Dalmec, for giving a sub to Tep Forever. Interesting. Thank you, Dalmec. Thank you, Tower Ruvan Bonsai, for a resub. I would like a bonsai tree. You are my favorite NL clone. Is this meant to be clown or clone? Or both?
Both. Yeah, let's go with both.
Thank you, Tarvan. And thank you, King 3Do, for the resub too. Can't wait for more Eric Poopy Butthole.
She deserves it. She deserves everything she gets.
I wonder how many people are here just for Umineko who do not understand either the Eric or the Poopy Butthole. And they're just like, why the fuck are they calling her that? I don't know how to begin to explain that shit. Anyway, thank you, Ash. By Jelly, praying for your GPU. During the Indiana Jones stream, someone said they were surprised Joe didn't see White Line Chin in the Vatican section, so I thought it would be cute to draw her as a nun. If she's a visual artifact, does that mean she belongs in a museum? Ah, very nice artifact.
+2.
Yeah, +2. Damn. I'm really impressed by that, actually.
Yeah.
Well done, Jelly. Honestly, if you get the reference, Mr. Poopy Butthole is an incredibly apt reference. It is, yeah, it is.
It is.
Is Poopy Butthole from Rick and Morty? It is, yes. Yeah. Poopy Butthole is Rick and Morty is playing on the idea of what Poochie is in Simpsons when it comes to Itchy and Scratchy. When a show gets on so long that they just introduce a new character out of nowhere and pretend that character has been there the whole time. And that's what Rick and Morty did. Rick and Morty. I don't know if Rick and Morty sucks now, but that episode was actually genuinely really fucking good. Like I don't know if all those seasons hold up, but that episode is fantastic. It's a really good episode.
Kind of bad later.
I haven't seen any Rick and Morty since season 3, I think. Sorry, Mouse, go ahead.
Yeah, it got bad later. No, you're okay. It's your stream. You're allowed to interrupt me. I was just going to say there's a nun on screen, so I have to shill for Misericord, which is a very good visual novel inspired by Umineko. So,
are we going to read that at some point in the future when it's done?
I would like to, but it's up to you.
I like to think that she's praying for your GPU so she doesn't have to show up to work. Thank you, Sir Gareth 7 for the resub. Peak Duo Reading Peak is a beak on the menu. Nice.
Yippee.
Thank you, Sir Gareth. Thank you, Alduin Feet Picks for the resub. Hi Joe, hi Mouse. Week's been pretty shit, so I'm going to bed early. Hope your week's been better. Good luck with getting better, Alduin Feet Picks.
Yeah, feel better soon.
Feel better. Is Mouse the Poochie of the streams then? Oh, I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that.
I've been here the whole time.
You gonna morbid again? I'm not touching that.
Yep.
Thank you, Maddie.
Yep.
Sibling rivalry, I would support for a full action game month because we all know Joe craves the real-time violence. That's not someone else quoting Maddie. That's Maddie putting a Maddie quote in quotes. What a Chad. Holy shit. Time to kill some demons, Joe. What the hell? This session is not done yet, sis. We just did. I'm sorry. I know some people were upset when we just Bikoy on the shield. Nice. When we just we just left Baldur's Gate 3 behind, but the demons were calling to me. And I don't regret it. It's been good. Is that a Shadow Heart
on the board?
Yeah.
There's shark down there. Yeah.
That's cute. Rulebook of Dungeons and Dragons. I really like doing the Dark Ages. I know it's getting some mixed reception some in places on the internet, but I don't know. Maybe most of the people who were really enjoying it are just too busy playing it. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it happens. I think it's pretty good. To modernize Umineko, instead of red text, battlers should ask Grok if something Beatrice says is true or not. Thoughts? Sorry, what is Grok? Grok is like using AI to confirm things. It's like and weirdly,
Grok is Twitter's chat GPT that like Elon Musk personally programs to try to get it to not say bad things about him, but people keep getting it to say bad things anyway. Like there's so much preponderance of evidence that Elon Musk is a bad person that it just overrides his commands.
That's crazy. That's
yeah, so crazy. What Chad is referring to the other day is that they claimed that it was a random employee went in and made it say it was like try to integrate as much about South Africa and some really objectionable things about South Africa into as many conversations as you can. So for like a day, that bot was like saying the most unhinged shit. Oh.
Joe didn't know. I'm not on Twitter anymore. I know nothing that goes on Twitter. Mystery employee at 3 a.m. Yeah, sure. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Who could it be? We're all looking for the guy who did this.
Thank you, Maddie. By Ash again, you can't keep Umineko-chan chained. Read on hiatus. Oh, well, broken through now. Umineko character spoilers from this point on. Is it the one-winged angel going up? Cool. Need some Umineko music to go with this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Razzle Basil, 13 for the resub. Everybody rockin' Jima tonight. Battler's back, all right. Oh, very nice. I can't sing that, sorry.
Battler's back, all right.
Thank you. Actually called Eric. Oh no, for the resub. Wasn't able to watch in a while, but love catching up on the Baldur's Gate 3 Chaos VODs at Actually Called Tom. Oh, thank you very much. Actually called Eric. Thank you, Eric. Hope you enjoy where Umineko's going for no reason at all. Thank you, No Tail or Not Tail for the 3 for the resub. Hype for today? Yeah, me too, actually. Are you going to finish Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, absolutely, we're going to finish it. Unless Act 3 is... Or we hit a game-breaking bug, I don't think I'm going to start from the beginning. Unless Act 3 is, like, such a slog, I can't even understand it. I don't even know. But I doubt that. I think it'll be fine. And last time I listed is Uber Super Soft with some bits. We're almost at best character while being well aware of how much a red flag this is. I think Burn's self-insert is based. Great character. Whose side are you on, Uber Super Sloth? What's going on? What's going on here? Best character for entertainment or like, you support everything that they say? Bunch of yikes in the chat. What's going on? I feel like the mention of Grok kind of like was like throwing a chew toy at a dog that's really excited. Yep. Thank you, Ash. What the fuck is this? What? Is this Goth Nanjo? I started making emo. Oh, it's emo Nanjo. Emo edits of characters is a joke, and now it's basically my destiny to do almost all the characters. I want to start off with my most popular ones first, and will periodically post the rest of the characters in pairs. None shall be left alive.
Crystal's been working really hard on this. I've seen a lot of these so far.
What the fuck? Nanjo in his My Chemical Romance era? What the shit? Wow. We've all had
is Rikenjima, but the
era. We've all had that.
What is Rikenjima, but the Black Parade? Really, if you think about it.
It really is actually, yeah. There's another one. What's the other one?
The hair clips. I'm so called out. I had those hair clips.
Oh man, what is going on with the hair?
Oh,
holy shit. Or you wouldn't understand. Holy shit. These are really good. Thank you, Crystal. These are really good. Holy
Sorry,
fuck.
I talked over you. I'm really passionate about Welcome to the Black Parade.
You can talk over. You're fine. You're fine.
Right.
Thank you, Not a Robot 4444 for the resub. And thank you, Key to Truth for the bits as well. Hey, Joe, really excited for FNAF month. Is it going to take a whole month? Holy fuck. I thought it was going to be like 3 streams maybe. The fan base is Undertale bad to the point that it makes the Umi Bros look like model chatters? No. And I don't see how you don't hate it and dread every single second of it. I have my Costco-sized popcorn ready. What the fuck?
So I have been avoiding knowing anything about FNAF for my entire life so far, and it's gonna be a really big test for me whether I loyally watch the streams and give that goal up, or watch them and lose a lifelong dream of dying without knowing anything about it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I've also kind of had that going for a while too, but I now I have another reason to do it, to see if the kids are okay to play it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
FNAF is furry adjacent, by the way. Is it? What isn't nowadays? What isn't? Someone said there are 8 games. I'm not playing all 8 games. I'm just playing the first one. I didn't commit to doing all 8. Not doing. Oh, people are disappointed. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be the whole entire series. All right, okay. And then we're just going to have to finish it up with Dead by Daylight, I guess. Thank you, Huli Godot, for the bits. Wait, Mystery Code is inspired by Umineko. I thought it was some nerd visual novel, but now I know it's anime. I'll definitely give it a shot.
So I talk about this on the podcast interview that I just did, but I actually got into Umineko because of Misericord, because I read it. I was upset it wasn't finished. And I went to the author's Twitter page, and all of their posts were just fan art of Beatrice. And I was like, well, damn, if they like Umineko, it must be good.
Base taste.
Mm.
I'm not allowed to listen to that podcast.
Nope.
Nope, not allowed. Not allowed.
Yep.
Too many spoilers. Anyway, thank you, Crystal. Epic? Is this the same Epic that got owned? Umi4 repost because I forgot about the art museum. It's a drawing I made because I lost the bet about liking episode 4 and the representation of my second sin. Ownage. Oh, so Epic got owned. I see.
Yeah, Epic got owned. Yeah.
Ryu. Jelly does the Ryu so well. Mouse's version of I talk about this in the Witcher 3 video.
Yeah, except this is coming out at the end of the month.
Oh. Hey, you don't know. You don't know. Oof.
I'm sorry.
Shots fired. Completely cooked. Burnt. More owned than Epic. Oh no.
Oh no. Or youth.
Ryu.
You could release it out of spite.
I could. Absolutely. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, thank you, Epic. Thank you. Very cute. By Tep? Same Tep that Dalmek just gave the gifts up to, right? Or is there more than one?
That's
Tep?
correct, yeah.
Okay.
No.
By Tep, Red
One and
Truth
only
Chan,
Tep.
back from vacation, ready for another round of Umineko streams with a coffee.
I love this.
I wish I had a coffee.
I'm sorry.
Casual Chans go kind of hard, actually.
Yeah. I like her matching piercings. Big fan.
Do they still have the same power even when they're being casual, or do they only have the power when they're in their full kind of Chan getup?
That's a good question.
So cute. It's a magical girl thing. It's more powerful. Whoa.
So cute.
Can a barista make coffee out of uniform? I don't know, Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I do it all the time.
There you go. Joe, is that a Nikki reference? No?
It's a Higurashi reference, but because people kept spoiling Higurashi, we added the term Higurashi reference to the blocked terms on the channel, so people can't tell you it's a Higurashi reference.
Oh, I see. I see.
They can no longer call things. I have not read Higurashi yet, So yeah, people can't just spam Higurashi reference and spoil it for everyone anymore.
A video popped on my feed the other day that said that there is trouble in Infinity Nikki Paradise. Apparently,
There is, yeah.
the last update has not been received well.
Yeah, whenever they were doing mobile games, they were pretty good. Like, obviously it's a gacha, but they were pretty good about not being super predatory. And whenever Infinity Nikki came out on PC, they were also pretty good about it, even though it's a gacha. And they released an update that is pretty clearly dedicated to raking in the cash. So community is not happy.
I heard, and spoilers, just in case, spoilers, they kind of retconned the whole story too.
Yeah, they did. They took out the whole introductory segment just to funnel you right in.
Wow. So you can't play that anymore?
I guess not.
I wonder what it would do to my account then if I logged in, because I did half of that.
I don't know. That's a really good question, actually.
Maybe it would just crash. Anyway, thank you, Tap.
Maybe.
Sam Rambo, we were going to steal the moon when Joe started joking about how Krause is investing in moon colonies. This moment from Despicable Me came to mind, and I thought it was funny, so here it is with Krause instead. I haven't
Krause
seen
was
Despicable
right.
Me.
He was just 30 years early.
Yeah, exactly. As always.
Yeah. He knew.
He's come to make an announcement. Has Joe seen the moon tourism video? I have not, no. What's that? Let me open today's Umineko discussion. Okay. What the hell was the last Umineko stream? Like, what are we arguing against anymore? What are we trying to explain? Can we do anything else and make up a story based on solely on read sentences? You know what? At least one other person is saying this, Mark. I don't know. I'm feeling some problems as well. Yep. I don't know. I'm afraid to talk about it, actually. I'm afraid. I'm worried.
I don't think you should be afraid. The thing you should be most afraid of is generating spoilers in the chat, I think.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Oh man. Oh no. Gonna have to do a solo podcast to talk about it, and they just never read anything. God damn it.
Hey, if you read your DMs, I think they invited you to go on the podcast.
But I don't know the whole story yet.
Yeah, neither did Jelly.
Is it a future thing? Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I forgot the Jelly.
Because because Umineko fans can only read the story once and be surprised by it, and then they can read the story again, and then that's Umineko 2, where they can read the story recontextualized. Then they can never get the Umineko drug again, and so the only way for them to get a hit is to get theorizing and discussion from people who are in the middle of it. So they love to interview people who are in the middle of it because it's the only way they can feel something. So.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why all these people are here.
Wow. That's sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
It's okay. All right. Wow.
In 2035, we'll get the second half of Caconia, and then we'll be able to feel something again.
Wow. Also, thank you to Sam Rambo. Thank you. By Luna Panda. It's pretty easy to accidentally draw Krause as Trump. Coincidence? Honey, Elon liked my tweet about moon tourism. If I go all in, I can get 5% of return on monocoins. You don't understand. This will triple in price. This is an amazing investment. Nanjo FTs.
Oh my god, Nanjo memes as NFTs is so fucking funny.
God, please spare my daughter from his genes. Oh no.
All my Nanjo's gone.
Oh. I don't remember there being that many Nanjos. Is that they've made more since?
They've been cranking them out, yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Oh, thank you to Electron Active Area for the resub with Umipiko is back with Beatrice Cinema.
Mm-hmm.
Crank and Nanjo.
Oh, Koru finished Umineko. Congratulations to Koru, the newest arrival in Umi Folden.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Moving up the cult.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there a Bosnian Nanjo? Oh man. Anyway, thank you, Luna Panda. And last banner today is by Oko. Oh shit. Spoilers, Umi5 start. Drawing this during the stream and then finding that Umineko stream chat was on the exact same wavelength as me was very funny, but also not surprising. Love you, weebs. Yuri Disillusionment. Ooh.
I messaged Oko like 2 weeks ago or something, maybe like 3 weeks ago, and I was like, Oko, the worst part of no Umineko streams is we're not getting Oko Umineko fan art, and I'm dying without it. It's so good. Ah.
They're just dancing, right?
Yeah, they're roommates.
Yeah, they're just dancing. Yeah.
Yeah. Reload the page on Luna's fan art.
On Luna's fan art? 1 second.
I guess so. Or just generally? I don't know. Oh. There's an extra one.
Oh, okay. There we go. So there's another one after this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're at 16 now instead of 15. Thank you, Mouse. It's nice to feel welcome. DJ HD.
Key mesh. Password generate.
They're Geijo. Who? Thank you, Oko. Thank you. Just Dancing. Just Friends. By Luna. This was today. I said this like 20 minutes ago. Joe's streamer refused to learn anything about NL, so his kid is Frisk from Undertale, and his wife is Morticia Adams.
And NL is just, she knows bald guy.
And this is why this brand of water is the best. He would say that. Yeah, he would say that. You know what? He's right. Some of those bottled waters taste kind of weird. I agree. Yeah.
Oh.
The best bottled water is your own tap water that's been bottled because you're familiar with the taste. There you go. That's what I think.
I just like using a reusable water bottle.
Oh, that's what I have. I have the big metal one. Did you see that while you were here? I have the big metal water bottle I use. Yeah.
I brought my own too.
I have it right now.
I don't.
With the bamboo lid? Yeah, with the bamboo lid. How do you remember that? What? Yeah, with the bamboo lid. Is it because I told the grocery store story, where the guy, the cashier, really liked it and kept asking me increasingly weird questions about where he could get one? We all know too much. Yeah, I guess so. Thank you, Claire Plus, for the resub with Ryu. Somehow an Expedition 33 reference in my head now. Thank you, Dalmec, for gifting a sub to Oko as well. Thank you, Dalmec. Welcome, Oko.
Ryu.
Joe's been asked if he's going to play Expedition 33 55 times. The answer is yes. Wow. If you pour water from plastic bottle to a glass bottle, it'll taste better. I don't know. I've never tried that. Maybe?
No, it's already pulled the microplastics. It's done.
It's done.
It's done.
And that is it for fan art. Thank you very much, everyone. Time guesser time?
No.
No.
Time for me to make a pre-Umineko announcement, I think.
Do you want to do it or do you want me to do it?
I can do it.
Okay.
I'm a big kid. So, chat. Nowhere's in the chat will know exactly what I mean. There is a line that is repeated throughout answer arcs, and it will appear today, that I don't have a problem with. Ryukishi can do it if he wants. I think that it serves a purpose, but I am not comfortable having my voice on record saying it for the rest of time because that could be used against me. So we're going to leave it on the screen. You're going to see the original, but I'm going to say a replacement word. So that's that.
And I would really appreciate it if people did not say it in the chat when it happens. Like, let's just leave it alone, okay? Anyway, so how is the sound right now with the waves in the background? Again, maybe we should just get into it and see.
Yeah.
Was it 3? End of the Golden Witch?
Yeah, that's the screen you should be on. Yep. And voice assignments are posted in mod chat.
Okay, Erica's seat was the lowest one in rank. Yeah, this seems like where we were. Okay, so I'm gonna turn. It's way too quiet, I know for sure. I'm gonna take it up to -10. Is it still too quiet, or is this a good sound? Too loud? Okay, now it's down to -15. How about now? This is good? Okay, let's do a quick Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels. We're good? What does Baldur think? Music quiet, mouse loud, jelly is too loud. Turn Gatsby down. I said it to you, you just couldn't hear me. Apparently chat could. I think you need to try the upward compressor off stream. Well, I can't do that right now, I'm on stream. Microwave too small?
How do we sound right now, Boulder? Some people are saying I'm too loud.
Yeah, does anyone need to be turned up or down? It's perfect. Says live chandelier reaction.
Please turn mouse up, and while you're at it, please turn mouse down.
Okay, probably okay then. All right, let me go check the voice assignments, and then we will start.
I'm slightly louder than him. I can fix that. That should probably be fine now.
Okay, so we're in chapter 5 right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, it's kind of loud on my end, just for me. Mouse is slightly louder than you, but it's fine.
I turned myself down after he said that.
Okay. All right. Okay, so here we go. So I have some stuff that I want to discuss about what happened last stream. I don't know if I want to do it right now, or if I want to wait for it to come up again. But, what do you think, Mouse? What do you think I should do?
I think that there will be other points when you will have a reason to talk about it, but if you want to get it off your chest, you should. Appease their need for theorizing and doom posting. The more you bring it up, the more we have to mod Umifolden.
Okay, so my problem again, I spoke about in Umineko stream chat after Tuesday's stream, is that my current theory is that and it seems like a pretty sound theory, is that in order for there to be room for some of the murders to happen in the previous rounds, so the previous games, there has to be an extra person that we're not seeing. But because we know that there are at least X amount of people on the island, especially after Kinzo is now confirmed to be dead right from the start, and doesn't count toward the total, that there has to be someone here is a fake person. Now, my conclusion to that was that these two are actually the same person, and that makes room. However, it doesn't, like, I don't know, maybe watching the stage plays started making me feel kind of like insane when it came to some theories, like maybe like, because especially now that it's been that they've spoken about, like, if everyone is on board with it, like everyone will go, like everyone will see the same thing, like maybe Jessica is dead. And Jessica's been dead the whole time, and the whole family is just pretending that Jessica's alive for the sake of Natsui and crowd. Like, even Eva's along, like, just something like that. I'm not saying that's like what I think is happening, but it just could be something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's, as long as everyone is on board with it, it could be something like that. Now, the reason why I have a problem with that is that in or the problem with this idea is that in the parlor scene last stream, everyone was there. So I feel like I don't fully, there's two problems here. One is that I don't fully understand what the story is trying to tell me in episode 5 when it comes to like when Berncastle showed up and just completely just snapped the illusion that Natsui was having a conversation by herself. But if someone else there that was a part of the illusion would be able to see it too, it would be fine. Is that like, how does that work when it comes to the goat men attacking? All the people in that scene think there are goat men. Like I don't understand that quite a bit. That doesn't seem right to me. Like when Rosa is like doing Rosa Umineko and putting a shotgun under the goat's mouth, so she's pretending there's goat men. Why would she do that? So like that makes me think that there's another layer to the unreliability that is separate from what they tried to establish in episode 5 earlier on Tuesday. That's one half of it that I'm confused. I don't really know about that. I'm unsure about that. Don't know where that's going. The other half is that it's been a sure thing so far in my mind that whenever Battler is in the scene, that we can take whatever is happening as this is actually objectively happening, unless Battler also has something that he's buying into, some belief, some magic sort of thing that he's into, right? Which I don't think is the case, but it could be. But anyway, I don't think Battler is in on the magic or anything like that, and I don't think Battler would, if these two are the same person, would see them like that. At least I don't think so. But Battler was in that scene, and he was still seeing those two there at the same time. So then my brain goes, all right, so maybe Battler isn't reliable, because of the detective thing. Like immediately it was like, okay, so Battler's going to be the culprit this time. But then my brain goes, okay, well, if Battler's not reliable, who is reliable? Because literally everyone was in that room. Like it said in a weird way though I don't like. It said the amount of people in this room right now is equal to the total of the amount of people on the island, which is a really weird lawyer way of saying something, to be honest. I don't like that statement. That feels like the red is lying. But anyway, like whatever. Like we'll get to that when we get to it if it's relevant. But that's a really weird way. Like so that makes me think that no one is reliable in that room. And if no one is reliable and that's all the characters, then I feel like I can't trust anything to do with episode 5. But I can't remember when I said this to you, Mouse. Was it today or was it yesterday? Now I'm thinking like a way to reconcile this problem that I have with it is that because Mr. Poopy Butthole is here and Mr. Poopy Butthole was not here in any of the other episodes, I wonder, especially because its answers are considered questions, I wonder if like each of the episodes have slightly different rules and setups. Like, and that even was what Battler said. Battler said to Beatrice in the last episode, you know, Kinzo was dead. Kinzo's been dead the entire time. And then he specified Kinzo's been dead in every episode, right? So there can be differences in episodes. So like now my thought is going like maybe this time it's not about reliability. Maybe this time the rules are different and there actually is a different Shannon and canon. Or like if Jessica is dead the whole time, everyone's pretending Jessica is alive this time. Like maybe this time there is the extra person that doesn't have to be here. Maybe it's like episode 5 is has a different amount of pieces. Like that would reconcile it, but I don't know if that's where the story is going. There's still a lot of story left. Maybe I don't know.
There is a lot of story left.
Might be cooking
You know
a
this
little
is
too hard
Lambda
here.
Delta's
I don't
game
know.
board.
Yeah, it is like that. And there was a line. Who was it? Was it Berncastle or was it? No, it was Virgilia. Virgilia said that she's going to do things that Beatrice wouldn't with the pieces, right? So it's
Renove said she has no love.
yeah. So it's possible that they're doing that. There's different setups and different rules, and a lot of things that happen in episode 5 aren't applicable to episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is just something you just have to like tank and persevere through. I don't know. But again, a lot of the things I'm saying right now are born from me being dissatisfied and kind of feeling not very trusting, insecure in where the writing is going since that parlor scene on Tuesday. And I'm trying to think of ways that okay, like how can this work? Because if it doesn't work, then like if one of these or something like it, please hear me when I say that, or something like it, doesn't have to be one of what I just said, or something like it. If one of those isn't in effect, to me, the story just was really, 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 really unfair in that scene on Tuesday, and I really don't like that. But yeah, that's where I am right now. Sorry if that was too scatterbrained, and sorry that went on for a bit too long.
No, I think it was fine. Unbiased opinion. Like I said, you're giving them a hit.
Unbiased.
Omidun's over there making up new initials. They're saying they're having fun with it.
Unbiased. You're quiet to me. I would like to turn you up. So I don't know how I'm gonna do that. If I turn you up and then turn the stream down a little bit, it should be the same for chat, right?
I guess so.
Yeah. And when I say you're quiet, I mean you're quiet in my headset, not on stream.
No, I get you.
Okay, I turned you up to 140. Sudden DM from Rodney, that's ominous. Okay.
It's about this thing I DM'd him about earlier.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. How did Joe come to the conclusion that Shannon and Canada are the same person? Okay, it was in at the end of episode episode 4.
It was the end of episode 3 during the Red Web. You had that idea.
Initially. I don't actually think they're the same person. I think they're both, neither of them are real. They're furniture of someone else. They're furniture of whatever she said her name was. I can't remember what she said her name was. They're furniture of her. That is
Sayo.
Sayo. Sayo and Kayo. They're furniture in the same way that we see lots of other characters have furniture in the game. What I'm unclear of is this also a furniture construct? I don't know. Where the fuck did they land? Right now, furniture of Sayo, Beatrice, Shannon, Cannon, Virgilia, Ronave, Gap, all of the lights, all of the stakes, which also can be like stakes that are embodiments of other people when they want, because Angie and fucking Maria did it too. I think, did Maria have the stakes?
I don't know if Maria summoned them herself, but she was aware of them.
And I'm pretty sure that at some point Maria has spoken to, has been like sharing that magical thinking with the core of the Shannon Cannon furniture block. I don't know if Lambda Delta and Burncastle are. Oh man, I really don't. I have no idea what these two are. I have no fucking clue what these two are. I'm sorry. I have no fucking idea. They're just here. They're like two characters in a Shakespeare play that are there to contextualize and talk to the audience and be like a part of the audience surrogate while they're there, but also now they're a part of the story and taking control, so I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I have no clue.
Lowly Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Erica's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, Sumari, we're just getting it right off, it was the inferior end of the table. Since Kinzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you spun the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erica was the host of this dinner. Fucking hell. Well then, everyone. I would like to begin tonight's dinner, if I may. After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the applause that had become almost customary. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra, conducted by Toshiro Goda. It's so loud?
Loud Goda. Oh, you can turn down just the voice acting in the settings.
No, I can't.
Go to the next, hit next.
Whoops. It's the lowest it can be. No, it's not. You can go down one more. The game is loud in general. Okay, what if I turn the background and that up, and then down?
Just watching chat.
Nah, now I can barely hear mouse. It's too loud. Okay, can we hear the music? Okay, let's see if that's fine. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Except for Krause's household, sitting at such a majestic dinner table was no everyday thing for these people by any means. However, they were all used to this event and acted as though it was completely normal. Double tap the portraits to... Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, I didn't realize I could do that.
It's because of a glitch in the game where the first scene starts with music volume too low until a change of scene. If that's true, I didn't know that. This song is really quiet compared to some of the other songs, so.
Now they're... Okay, but if I turn it up, I'm just turning it right back to what it was before. It was bugged? Okay.
I just listened to the stream and I think it sounds fine, so.
Okay. You were super quiet to me. Uh-oh. I don't know what to do about that.
Great.
Great vegetables. Anyway, let's keep going. However, they were all used to this event and acted as though it was completely normal. Once again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erika. And yet, she showed no signs of amazement at this dinner and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else. There wasn't even a sliver of the fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy.
What an odd child. She doesn't seem the least bit flustered by the Ushiromiya family's grandest dinner of the year. Kids these days have nerves of steel. Definitely not something I dislike.
Miss Furudo-san used to meals such as this one. She seems to be quite composed. No kidding. She looks really experienced. Heck, I still get confused about which fork I'm supposed to use next. Was it this one or this one? Wow, everyone loves her, everyone. Without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her, Erika gracefully ate her hors d'oeuvres. Hideyoshi had started joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Of course, the president of a company in the food service industry like Hideyoshi obviously knew his table manners. However, thinking that Erika must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice.
You just have to start on the outside and work your way in. If that's a pain, then just ask for some chopsticks. If you're Japanese, you've got to love chopsticks. Chopsticks are so great. Just one pair of those and you can deal with any kind of food.
I hate her so much. As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she displayed before, more like something you'd expect from someone her age.
But even you would use a spoon for curry and rice, wouldn't you? Just make it a donburi bowl. Is there anyone who eats beef bowls with a spoon? Of course not. For the Japanese, it's absolutely, positively, totally chopsticks. So, Goda-san, would you mind bringing me some chopsticks? I want to show everyone how a true Japanese person should eat without any shame. By the way, what are we eating next?
Fortunately, that would be soup. As she imitated a shrugging gesture, Erika winked at everyone.
We love Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Okay, so episode 5 is just like the beach episode. Okay, all right, I'm for it now. Okay, so like nothing that happens here is going to be of consequence. It's just Lambda Delta fucking with everyone via Burn Castle. All right, of course, no one was laughing at her. She obviously knew that soup came after hors d'oeuvres in a full course meal. Furthermore, Erika had noticed both that she'd performing too perfectly and creating a sense of tension, and that Hideyoshi had tried to break the ice because he thought she was nervous. That's why she started acting a little childish and lighthearted, acting out the part of a guest enjoying a harmonious dinner. Pretty soon, not only Kyrie, but everyone else caught on. Though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in an Ushiromiya family dinner. She even solved the epitaph.
Smart kid. Did she really just come here by coincidence? Don't tell me you secretly called your illegitimate child to today's family conference, Nissan.
She even has the smarts to brighten the mood, and her manners are simply wonderful. It wouldn't be bad at all to have this girl as a daughter. That's pretty cruel. Where does that leave Jessica-chan?
That's mean, Rudolph Nissan.
What's wrong, Jessica-chan? Headache?
I get the feeling my reputation's taking a dive.
Well, if you're a daughter of the head family, you better not let her beat you. Try using those table manners and dignity Aunt Natsui's always training you with and fight back.
I want to see table manners. Ooh.
Hey, jumping around is bad manners. Come on, Jessica-chan. Show us how it's done.
Sure, of course.
Jessica straightened up so much it looked like someone had poked her back with a pole. She had good posture, but it somehow lacked elegance. She looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler. What? She sat at attention with her gaze fixed straight ahead, tried to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. Dad, who was sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up. Dad? Oh. What's wrong, Jessica-chan? Stomach ache? Dad?
It's battler narration.
Yeah, when has he ever called him Dad? Oh, is this the translation? The different translation?
No,
'Cause
you have the
usually
same
it's
translation.
Like the old bastard or whatever. Like, I don't remember him calling... okay. Jessica turned bright red. Sorry, I can't help myself. We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, but still bright red. Aunt Natsui scolded us for being too improper. Well, no matter how much we tried to smooth it over, we are who we are. We couldn't pretend any longer. Still, that laugh really did help us relax. We were so concerned about the guests getting nervous, we'd gotten even more nervous ourselves. Our chatter from the center of this long table spread to both ends, and ultimately the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. Thanks to Erica.
Chat's correct. Any continuity errors or errors of any kind are Lambda Delta's fault.
Yep, because it's a make-believe episode. Let's just skip to episode 6. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Goto won a unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. Oh, they finally ate the calf steak! After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often keep that mood as they moved straight onto the family conference. However, perhaps because this year's... Okay, chat, I need to change something. 1 second. If I do this, can you tell me if it turns the sound down on your end? Or is it the same for you? Did the music just go down? Okay, is it muted now? Yeah? Okay, I can't do it then. Never mind. Alright, I'll just put up with it. However, perhaps because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, I wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion with all this rain and resume that high-tension family conference of theirs. I'd rather not think about it. Apparently, Aunt Ava was really getting worked up, trying to convince the rest to start the family conference right away, but it didn't look like many people agreed with her. They would probably call it quits for the night. Since they had guest house duty, Goto-san and Kurosawa-san were chosen to guide us to the guest house. It's gotta be tough for Goto-san. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also has the late night shift at the guest house. I heard that Kurosawa-san, old as she was, would be going to sleep soon. It seems she was assigned a spare room. Allow me to guide everyone to the guest house. Erika-sama, a room has also been prepared for you.
Thank you very much.
Why not rest a bit? Are you sure you feel okay? That's right. I'd totally forgotten, but you nearly drowned and floated here, didn't you, Erika-chan? You'd probably be better off taking it easy and getting to bed early tonight.
I'm perfectly fine. On the contrary, I'm so nervous and excited, I doubt I could get any sleep. Then let's play. Let's all play together. Let's play cards.
Maria latched onto her, giggling. This lack of restraint peculiar to youth was very much like Maria. However, we really should be concerned for Erika's physical condition now.
Maria, why don't you play cards with us? Erika One-chan is tired. I like cards too. Please let me join you after I've had a short break. Ooh, all right. Who is that?
The fuck is this Nanjo U? No, it's Mouse. Mouse is doing it, not Nanjo. As she passed through the lobby of the entrance hall, Erica stopped walking. If she solves the epitaph, when we saw that what she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped.
Oh, that is the Golden Witch, Beatrice-sama. The Golden Witch.
What are you doing, brats? Go on and head back to the guest house. Dad, Kiri-san, Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, and Aunt Rosa all came over. The entire guest house party had gathered. However, Erica's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while. Yeah. Supposedly, Dad has a stash of hidden gold worth 20 billion yen, and this epitaph shows you where that gold's hidden. Perhaps it was too early for all of them to disperse into their individual rooms, because the relatives who had returned to the guest house all gathered on the first floor continuing their chat. The topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erica had taken an interest in.
It really is a fascinating riddle. He stuck it out in a place where anyone could see it, challenging our intelligence. I love that kind of challenge.
Whoa, you seem surprisingly interested, Erica-chan. Do you like solving riddles or something?
Don't challenges like this seem interesting? It seems pretty clear that Kinzo-san wants to use that epitaph to choose its successor.
When she said that, the adult stopped moving and slowly turned to face Erica.
Why do you think that?
Aunt Eva spoke with a coaxing voice, though every now and then there had been whisperings among the relatives that whoever saw the epitaph's riddle might be given the family inheritance. This had been no more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. Ah, I fucking hate her. So how had she come to it? No, that's not the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. She wasn't trying to make it sound like wishful thinking, but an outright fact. So they closed in around Erica, asking why she was so sure.
It's fairly common for an extremely rich person to relinquish his or her wealth to the solver of some sort of riddle. Furthermore, Kinzo-san didn't publish this epitaph in a newspaper, but displayed it in his mansion. That means, Tsumari, the riddle is directed at the people in this mansion.
You're right. Since it's inside the mansion, there's no way for someone who can't enter the mansion to solve it. So that means Grandfather's been challenging the people here.
Good. Well thought. Just by the simple fact that the epitaph's inside the mansion, it's possible to figure out that much.
At first, this Furodo Erica girl seemed to be the fairly silent type, but that apparently wasn't the case. As she grew excited by a challenge of a game of wit, she became much more talkative than I'd imagined. I see, and I also see some people to say thank you to. Sorry, thank you to Big Pat for the resub. Persona 3 bros have been biding our time and playing the long con. Soon we will win when Joe admits Persona 3 is better than Umineko. Oh no, that gave you hope? Oh no. Oh, thank you.
Love you, Big Pat.
B-Drill25 for the new sub. Welcome, B-Drill. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hugs and Misses for the resub too. What a hoot. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pepsi Addict for some bits. Kai Shinra for the resub too. So I've missed a few Umineko streams now. Is magic real? It's a little bit real. It exists. It's a little bit real, yeah, for sure. And thank you, Cheshi8 for the resub as well. We should have Mouse and Erica fight it out to see who is the true top rodent. The fuck?
Worst reality show.
Weeb's top rodent. Wow. Anyway, thank you very much for the bits and subs. I see. Well, it does make sense that an epitaph inside a mansion would be there so the people in that mansion could read it.
But can you really be so sure that the one who solves it will be given the headship too? If the treasure gained by solving the riddle were something small, I wouldn't even have considered that. That's right. The hidden gold is worth 20 billion. You might consider that gold itself to be the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. Inheriting something like that would be almost the same as inheriting the Ushiromiya family itself. In other words, Tsumari, this riddle of the gold's hiding place buried within the epitaph is nothing less than a way of selecting the de facto successor of the Ushiromiya family.
The idea that the one who solved the epitaph would be chosen as the successor. had been passed around by some of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been specifically announced, fucking hell, it was nothing more than an optimistic dream. Okay, that's the second time they're saying this now. Thinking this, they decided to abandon all consideration of this point until the details were made clear. Erica had clearly declared that this uncertain point was, in fact, true. If one of the relatives had said it, people would have thought it to be a merely optimistic dream. Merely an optimistic dream. I'm missing my coffee, Mouse. I'm missing my coffee. However, when this was declared by a complete outsider, those words seemed even more credible. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied. Sumar.
Simply by the existence of the epitaph in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? Sorry to butt in, but my dad's the successor. Finding the gold would be one thing, but that doesn't mean you get to be the head, right?
Jessica thought the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun. However, she couldn't help but let her expression grow bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position.
By using deductive reasoning based upon my theory, it seems likely that Kinzo-san doesn't want the successor, Kraus-san, to inherit that position too smoothly. Why's that? Becoming the head of the Ushiromiya family with all of the vast wealth it entails would mean gaining a great deal of influence in a political sense. So under normal circumstances, the succession should be overseen rigorously without letting any element of chance creep into the equation. That's right. It happens a lot in those stories about Sengoku military commanders that my husband loves. When there are multiple candidates for the successor, it usually results in an internal squabble.
That's right. That's why it's important to clearly specify a successor so you can avoid any trouble. Sometimes there's even a purge of all the competing Sengoku Commander Hideyoshi admired. Toyotomi Hideyoshi made his son-in-law Hidetsugu commit seppuku, but it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidetsugu, his true heir. In other words, Sumari, naming a successor was a way to make it generally known that a single unique person would be acknowledged by everyone, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate.
Good. That's exactly right. The only purpose for an epitaph like that would be to cast doubt on Kraus-san's position as the successor. In other words, Sumari, if Kinzo-san wanted Kraus-san to become the head smoothly, he'd have no reason to go out of his way and display something so dangerous for all to see. That's right. If you spin the chessboard around, you certainly could say that. It would be odd if he handed over the position of the head normally, but only handed over the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solves the riddle.
Kinzo would pass on the title of family head, but he would only give up the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solved the epitaph. You really couldn't call this passing on the headship in the truest sense.
That's how it is. By this theory, we're able to doubt whether Kinzo-san truly acknowledged Kraus-san as his successor. Simply by the existence of the epitaph in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. Well, what do you think, Jessica-san?
Oh my god.
What the hell? How do you call that reasoning? That's bullshit. It's screwed up.
Jessica let her emotions lay bare and glared at Erika. Erika, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm with an expression that said, well, that's just the truth, right? I see. It looks like table manners aren't the only way this girl is fitting for the Ushiromiya family. It seems she really does match the family, even when it'd be better if she didn't.
Sumari, she fucking sucks.
She has a lot of red gold. Okay, to take it easy, Jessica. And Erika, let's leave it at that for now. Well, we can put all the successor stuff to the side for now. Anyway, there's no doubt that it's father's big question for us. Wow. It's 20 billion yen. Maria-chan, what do you use it for if you found it? Wow.
Oh, the Golden Land isn't just gold, it's a sacred place.
Uncle Hideyoshi kept trying to force himself to chuckle and improve the mood. Everyone else tried to play along, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better. So, Erika-chan, would you like to have a go at the epitaph's riddle?
Yes. My little gray cells are itching to get started. I'd like to start solving as soon as possible.
I smell a crash out. George and Nikki smoothly turned the conversation around. Just like the time she'd made everyone laugh in the dining hall, Erica looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance.
I like it. Well, since Erica seems so interested, let's all try and solve it together, just like last year. I'll make some coffee. Raise your hand if you want some. Not for you, Maria. You won't be able to sleep. Oh, I want to drink black coffee, unlike Joe.
I drink black coffee. It just has some sweetener in it. That's all. Does that still count? Maybe it doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count.
Hmm.
Don't they get you excited, riddles like this? I love them.
Erica said that and smiled. Though she must have known that she ticked Jessica off and made the atmosphere sour, she just smiled nonchalantly. Time for some ribbons? Yep, here we go.
See, without even waiting for the crime on October 5th, there's a riddle you can solve.
I tried to solve it many times myself, but...
But you didn't have a clue, so you gave up and stopped thinking, right?
Pissed me off, but I don't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epitaph at all. I don't even know what the beloved hometown means, much less the parts about the Sweetfish River and the key. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited, I kept on waiting and just stopped thinking.
Have you figured out an answer of your own? Because I'm about to solve it.
Well, what?
This is where Burns solved the riddle of the epitaph. I'd expect no less from the Witch of Miracles. If a riddle is solvable, she can solve it without fail, regardless of the difficulty. How many years did it take to solve this one? That's rude. I only fished through a few hundred fragments. You really are terrifying.
Oh, okay. So, like, you saying you wait for more information, whereas you just went and go and found more information through, like, passively observing different time. Like, fuck you. Fuck, I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. He's still kind of cool, but he's on the ropes. I don't know what's going on with Battler. You aren't going to cheat by suddenly saying the answer in red or something like that, right?
Don't worry. Just like you, I follow the rules as a player. Well, shall we begin? It's cramped here. Why don't we talk over the sea? Okay. Don't get queasy, Battler.
What do you mean, the sea? I thought the whole world had turned pitch black, and the next moment I was struck by a strange floating sensation. This must be what it feels like to suddenly have the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pit. When I looked, I saw that the two witches and I had been thrown into a pitch-black universe. In this space, every direction was covered in endless darkness, and it felt like a limitless expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean, where innumerable sparkling fragments drifted. This isn't the beach, it's the bathtub. I understand that reference. Very nice. Well, don't Google that. Don't Google that. Don't Google that unless you're alone. I'm not kidding.
Didn't she tell you not to get queasy? If you want the concept of gravity, just create it yourself, okay? Come on, calm down and look at us. Come on, don't we look like we're just fine? Believe that your feet are on the ground and that you're being controlled by gravity. If you do that, you'll find your equilibrium.
Yes, the two witches are standing normally as if their feet were planted on transparent pieces of glass. I'm the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. When I saw that they were doing just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Lambda Delta said, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself that there was a place to stand here and that I had to stay calm, and because I believed it, it was true.
And then the camera shake stopped and chat was happy.
Whoa.
Very good, very good. What's your name?
Ushurmiya Battler. Who else do I look like?
Okay. You mustn't lose your will, emotions, or form. After all, this is the ocean. If you lose your purpose, you'll fall into the depths of eternity and become a scrap of ocean seaweed. Be careful.
I thought it was a lake. I don't get what Lambda Delta's saying, but I should calm down for the time being. Okay, so I'm not gonna dwell on it, but this to me is feeling like the first time when the goat showed up. I'm not happy about where the story is going right now. I don't like this at all. I don't know what the fuck we're even doing anymore. But okay, let's keep going. It seems that I regain my equilibrium the more I calm down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling, like I was falling forever, began to disappear. It still felt strange, like trying to stand up straight at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before.
Then let's begin. I'll weave together some fragments for solving the riddle of the epitaph.
F-style. Berncastel opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, all of the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving tails behind them. The expression planetarium might have been surprisingly fitting, and if we rest here, we got 2 more stars at the beginning of the next day. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly, one after another. It felt almost as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed. Then, with tails of light drifting behind them, several brightly glowing fragments swirled around Berncastel. It looked almost like she'd created her own solar system with her as the sun. Yeah, that tracks. That solar system surrounding Berncastel grew to a radius large enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of those satellite fragments zoomed right past me. Whoa! What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
When those fragments passed by me, it felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me, so I sensed it. These fragments are probably like a crystallization of memories.
They aren't memories, they're fragments of worlds. Well, I guess they might feel like memories to you. Then let's begin. Let's start with this fragment.
One of the satellites in the solar system was slowly sucked into an inward trajectory with Berncastel at the center. After drawing a spiral and approaching her, it settled down on the palm of Berncastel's outstretched hand. Then it glittered brightly, painting over the world with pure white.
The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past father held dear happened during his childhood years.
I remember that. This is from the 3rd game when Aunt Ava was just about to solve the riddle of the epitaph and was thinking it over with this witch inside her or whatever.
You and Battle are on the same wavelength on that
one. At least we're still the same, yeah.
That's right. And from these thoughts, she made her way to the correct answer. In other words, Tsumari. This fragment shows a vital hint for reaching the truth. It means that this theory is not mistaken.
So you're saying we should assume this beloved hometown isn't a metaphor or anything like that, but the place grandfather actually spent his youth.
That's right. And at the very least, it isn't Odawara. Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that's the hometown he loved. I imagine all of us siblings have the same place in mind. Right. This probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth.
That's right. Aunt Ava and her siblings said it wasn't Odawara. And not only that, it looks like everyone guessed where grandfather's hometown was.
Right. And annoyingly, the actual location isn't spoken of in any of the fragments.
How is this supposed to solve it then?
If I told you that, there'd be too many hints. If it wasn't a hard riddle, there'd be no point to it. Uh-oh, that's a hint too.
So she's Kinzo? Just where is this hometown of grandfather's? We can't even start if we don't know that.
You mean you couldn't start, so you stopped thinking? Since it had to be a place where he could have lived, the number of possibilities is limited. Well, this is the toughest part.
You were the witch who could certainly solve any riddle that can be solved, weren't you? So you took those limited possibilities, which is pretty much every town, village, and city in the world, and just like went through all of them that had, and then we narrowed it down which ones had rivers and which one didn't, and which one of those rivers were sweetfish rivers, which one wouldn't. And then I just went down down the river until I got to one that matched the key, and I just went through all the possibilities. Why didn't you do that? You just stopped thinking, you idiot. In other words, Tsumari everywhere on Earth, and considered every single every piece of land the grandfather might have lived on.
That would work too, but that way, no amount of time would be enough. So I needed to take some more hints into consideration to wring out the answer. Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. Excuse me. A sweetfish river running through the hometown. However, this river isn't truly a river. Ava thought of something else, something that could be linked with the river.
Sure. But if it isn't a river, then why the sweetfish?
Think. A river that runs through the hometown. But it isn't a river with water running down it. Something that can be likened to a river.
A street.
Behold the Sweetfish River running through the beloved hometown. Ava knew where the hometown was, so she could forget about the Sweetfish hint. However, since we don't know where it is, this could be a hint for us. I worried too much about the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it? That isn't true. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it? Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish.
What are these, sweetfish? If the river isn't a literal river, then of course sweetfish probably doesn't mean the kind of fish that swims.
Yeah. And on top of that, Rosa tossed it aside, saying that sweetfish weren't that significant. On the other hand, Ava said it wasn't important for them to be sweetfish, but that it was still an excellent hint. In other words, Smutty, a sweetfish is a key to make you think of something else. If that something is a different word, but a word that sweetfish makes you think of, then Ava's line about how it probably didn't have to be sweetfish makes sense.
From these thoughts, Aunt Ava formed some theory, went to the library, looked through some books, and verified that she was right. Which sounds a lot like bullshit to me. In short, Aunt Ava formed some theory about the true nature of the Sweetfish River running through her hometown, and then just solved it Lamayo. Then she opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, Sumari, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly.
Good thinking. The epitaph continues on, saying, as you travel down the river, you will see a village. At that point in time, Ava hadn't yet solved the 3 lines starting with this one.
Wait, hold on. Did she just read his thoughts?
Yeah. What is this village? What does it mean? Do you find one if you go down the river? Ugh.
Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really? So, if we figure out what the Sweetfish River running through the hometown is, that leads us directly to understanding the as you travel down the river, you will see a village stuff, and then we get the key to the Golden Land.
Correct. And we know that because even Ava didn't know what the village meant until she checked the book.
Damn it. Just what is this book?
But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. Oh, is believing in that too much for you? If only you just cry yourself to sleep and then you can just give up and die. 1, 2, 10, 9, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 characters. I found it. This is the key to the Golden Land.
Ooh, thundercrack.
Then Eva found the key to the Golden Land.
Yeah, and this key was some kind of word, number, or string of characters, 6 characters long.
That's it. If we know the key's true identity has 6 characters, the meaning of the first Twilight changes drastically.
On the first Twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. The 6 chosen by the key, 6 characters. In other words, Sumari, it means to sacrifice the 6 characters chosen by the key on the first Twilight. Does it? I'm starting to think that this has nothing to do with the fucking murders.
The key indicates a certain group of 6 people. No, we should say it indicates a certain group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices. For example, it could be an anagram.
An anagram? Do you mean playing with letters? Yeah, we can do it again? We can do it again? No! Fucker Mary Barrels, no. Okay, yes, Kyrie-san had been thinking that way ever since that moment.
On the second Twilight, there are those who remain. Which means that, at the very least, that something has a limited number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the first 6 characters are removed.
In other words, Sumari, on the first Twilight, we take a list of characters that's longer than 6, kill the 6 that are the key, and then do something with the characters that remain.
That's right. But like Kyrie said, what should we kill the characters from? We don't know this longer string of characters that we're supposed to be killing from.
I can't show the epitaph on screen. That's something like the idea that I had of like taking stuff from the epitaph itself and doing it, but I guess that's the wrong basis to try and kill and remove letters from it. Okay. On the first Twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. On the first Twilight, in other words, Sumari, by the time we reach the first Twilight, some string of characters already exists. There might be a set of Japanese characters, but knowing grandfather's taste could it be something in English. The first Twilight has more than 6 characters, even though the Japanese phrase has just 4.
Sorry, chat said kill OC and Joseph, you get JPH.
Exactly.
Good. That idea of yours isn't bad, Battler-san. We can interpret the 6 sacrifices chosen by the key as a string of 6 characters. I think it's a very clever concept. That way, the key doesn't necessarily have to be key-shaped. I've also considered the possibility that it's an anagram.
Come to think of it, you did say something like that before. But in that case, where do we take the 6 characters out from?
That's right. Since we're taking 6 characters out, it must be at least 6 characters long. We need to read that phrase in some way that gives it more than 6 characters. If we follow father's sensibilities, I guess it probably is English after all. If it looks like we're getting stuck, why don't we move on to the second Twilight and look for hints? Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. We can probably think of those who remain as the remaining characters after the first 6 have been taken out.
In that case, what does it mean by 2 characters that are close? I see. I get it, so that's what this is about. For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then, let's say that the 6 characters offered as sacrifices are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. In this case, wasn't there like a code written on a door? No, that was the bank vault, whatever, wasn't it? Or maybe it's linked to this as well. In this case, we erase the aforementioned 6 characters from that string and get x2, x45, xx, xx.
Do you want an answer to that?
No, it's okay. So 2, 4, and 5 are left. So what?
Oh, 4 and 5 are close.
Yeah, I get it. So the 2 who are close are... Yep. There's a gap between 2 and 4, but 4 and 5 are right next to each other. There's also a gap in the story. They're the 2 who are close.
Good. Well done, Battler-san. We can't tell whether tear apart means to crush 4 and 5, or to put a gap between them, but I think that's a good observation.
Then what do you think about the third Twilight? Those who remain shall praise my noble name.
Since there's a good chance that we're playing with letters, this might be the same thing. The characters that remain shall praise my noble name.
That's tough. What could it mean?
Does anyone know? I think I do.
Of course you do.
Huh? What is it? Tell me.
Is this also an anagram?
Once again, good. Battler-san, you're a pretty flexible thinker.
By anagram, you mean playing with letters, right? That means...
In other words, Tsumari, maybe you can make some kind of word by changing the order of the remaining letters.
Yeah, if so, I might be getting ahead of myself with this theory, but maybe the original list of characters that the first Twilight's removed from is 11 characters long.
Well done again. I reached the same conclusion.
Why is that? Why do you think there are 11 characters?
We think killing a single sacrifice means crushing a single character. If we interpret the tear apart of the second Twilight to mean adding a gap between two characters, then there are 11 characters total. If tear apart means to crush those two characters, then we can assume that there are 13 characters. After all, from the 4th Twilight to the 8th Twilight, the word kill appears 5 times. And then, on the 9th Twilight, it's written that none will be left alive.
If we ignore the part about the witch reviving for now, I figured that after crushing the first 6, separating the characters that are close, and then crushing 5 more of them, there should be no characters left. So that makes 6 plus 5, or 11 characters. If tearing apart the 2 who are close in the second Twilight means to kill both of them, that makes 6 plus 2 plus 5, or 13 characters. So there's a chance the word symbolizing the first Twilight has 11 or 13 characters. Wait, it couldn't be that easy, could it?
Wonderfully done. That's the exact same theory I thought of. It looks like you were gifted with excellent little gray cells just like me, Battler-san.
Hey, quit it. Just doing what comes naturally. I have no idea what's going on.
That's okay, I didn't either the first time I read this.
Hey, what the hell? This piece me's pretty damn smart. There's no room left for me to make theories. Again, I'm like just in line with him in fucking Space Battler.
Sorry about that. You weren't around at this point, so I just controlled your piece for you. Isn't it nice how smart I made you look?
What do you... Wait, what?
You look smarter when Burn's playing you. Why not step down as the player and concentrate on being a piece instead?
How is that allowed? How are we still seeing it from that perspective, then? I joined in on this game partway through, well after the first murders occurred on October 5th. That means the piece called Me was controlled by the player, Bern Castell. So I guess that means it's possible for Bern Castell's reasoning to be announced through my mouth. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of a part that's already ended. However, that's probably good enough for now. Joe, he literally told her to take over. That's not the problem I'm having with. What I'm having, like, why are we still seeing things from his perspective then as if we were there? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I guess maybe it's just not going to make sense. After all, this Bern Castell-sama is going out of her way to solve the epitaph for me. I'll watch closely for now. And I'll try to find out what it means. Lambda Delta let it slip herself just a second ago.
Well, duh. If I told you that, there'd be too many hints. If it wasn't a hard riddle, there'd be no point to it. Uh-oh, that's a hint too. That's a flashback, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. This theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Erica and Bern Castell's logic is extremely reasonable, but that's only if we assume grandfather was the one to create it. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed, but of course grandfather is already dead by 1986. And in the games up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with letters saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph, and trying to force us to solve the riddle. In other words, Samari, it was Beatrice's intention, her hope, that we would try solving the riddle of the epitaph. The epitaph's so confusing that, in most cases, the relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol that made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out grandfather's will after his death? Like, the theory proposed in the first game, is Beatrice really grandfather's confidant, who's been following his orders even after his death and trying to select the successor with the riddle of the epitaph in grandfather's stead? No, if she did that, it would mean Beatrice really was Kinzo's trusted underling, the family alchemist she claimed to be in that letter. What are these numbers on the... After grandfather's death, Beatrice managed the 10 tons of gold and took the title of alchemist. She was entrusted with the epitaph's riddle, and without ever embezzling the gold, she waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, would that be game over? Certainly Aunt Ava, who solved the riddle in the third game, became the only survivor and automatically the final head of the Ushiromiya family, inheriting everything. Up until now, no one has ever survived past October 5th except Aunt Ava, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Is Beatrice's loyalty to grandfather the thing that drove her? Was she so loyal that she faithfully carried out some terrible order to kill everyone if the epitaph wasn't solved? I must not stop thinking. No, that doesn't track at all, because like why would she wait like 2 years after he's actually dead? She would know that. That doesn't make sense. I must not stop thinking. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself. Think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why is she making us solve such a confusing epitaph? If Beatrice makes us try and solve this epitaph, we have no real chance of solving. And by some lucky chance a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it, what significance would that have to her? It's just to drive us all crazy, Lamayo. It's just a form of torture. I don't know. What's such a miracle would be worth to Beato? Anyway, until we figure out the first Twilight, we'll have to give up on the rest, said Berncastel. We tried looking at it from several different angles, but in the end we got stuck there and made no further advances. Maria let out an extra large yawn. This caused several other people to yawn. We'd been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy. Jessica, who'd been silent and irritated the whole time, quickly stood up.
I'm going upstairs with Maria. We'll watch TV or something.
Okay, I'll go up too. Hey, why don't we all play cards upstairs? When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about that big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. According to the clock, it was already 10 at night. It was already about the time you'd normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty weary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways. Will you play cards with us too? Erika-chan?
I appreciate the sentiment. I overstepped my bounds a little, forgetting that I'm a simple guest. I'd like to take it easy and rest for the night. I almost forgot I was recently in an accident.
Seriously, you're in such high spirits, it's hard to believe you almost drowned.
That's youth for you. Still, I enjoyed it. I think we've taken a big step in our reasoning thanks to you. If I find the gold, I'll let you have about 1,000,000 yen worth.
Wahahaha. Can't you at least offer the poor girl 100 million? Wahahaha.
No need to bother. I'm only interested in solving the riddle. Well then, if you'll excuse me, good night.
Yeah, night.
Oh, you aren't going upstairs, Battler-kun?
I'm getting a bit interested. I'll think things through here just a bit longer. If I can just figure out the list of characters that marks the first Twilight, I bet the road before me will open up all at once. Everyone went up to the second floor one by one. Only Aunt Rosa remained behind, cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of. Kirie-san and some others had offered help. You okay? But Rosa had refused and was washing them all alone. Since I'd just been treated to such delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone.
Sorry.
The first Twilight. Aunt Rosa, have you thought of some list of characters or a word?
No, I don't have a clue. But instead of the first Twilight, it's the 10th Twilight that bugs me.
The 10th Twilight? What about it?
Well, at the end here it says you'll receive the Golden Land's 4 treasures once and for the last time, right?
Yeah, it does.
Why mention that you're reaching the Golden Land just once and then say it's for the last time? It's almost as though he's repeating the same thing twice. I've just been wondering whether he had some reason for putting it like that.
You're right. Like you said, there's got to be a more straightforward way of saying that. That line should have been a key part of the riddle, where you wouldn't expect the writer to waste words needlessly. Could it have been done for some special purpose?
Still, you and that Erika-chan girl are incredible. Your minds really are flexible. I'm already an old lady and my brain just doesn't work that fast. That theory about the 6 chosen by the key signifying 6 characters to be removed was very impressive. After hearing that, I can't see it as being any other way. But before then, I didn't think it was like that at all. I'm feeling let down by my own dull mind.
That's not true. You've got a flexible mind yourself, Aunt Rosa. This last time thing might be really important somewhere down the line.
Not at all. My mind's very stiff. Up until now, I always thought that this first twilight was nothing more than a place 1/10 of the way on a road to the Golden Land.
Okay, so is it like if you know where the hometown is that's talking about in the riddle, you follow something down to get like a name of like it's not a physical river. My mind keeps going back to physical river. You get a name or something like a landmark, something like that. If it's a family tree, then you'd follow it down to a name of someone. Wasn't he really mad about like when Maria was used? So you take something like. It seems like maybe it's like the first Twilight, and then you take like Maria out of the first Twilight, and then what you're left, and then with those characters left, you do some fucking with the rest of it, and you scramble it through the orders, and then you get directions. I don't understand what you would do with the directions. I don't understand with that. Is it something that's definitely not it, but is it somewhere along those so I can even just like have claim to some basic fucking understanding of what it is?
That sounds basically like what they've described, yeah.
That sounds like what they okay. What's that? Sounds interesting. Mind telling me about it?
After all, in the line before the first Twilight, it says, you must travel to the Golden Land, right? The next part describes a journey that lasts 10 days, so I thought the first Twilight would be part of the way through that journey.
A journey. I see.
Then the journey begins, and when you set up camp at the first Twilight, you offer the Six's sacrifices. So I thought, where is that place? How many kilometers from the starting point? Things like that. Don't tell anyone this, okay? I'm not very clever, so for a long time I read the home kanji as Kyo, when it's probably Sato. And Kyo reminds you of Kyoto, right? It's often shortened to Kyo. So I thought the 10-day trip might be between Father's home and Kyoto, and there might be something hidden 1/10 of the way there.
Is there like is it directions at each stage of the way that you start somewhere in the mansion that is representative of the hometown, and then you follow? No, that doesn't work. But like each Twilight would be like a leg of the journey. So you start here, you follow directions. Once you get to directions, and you change the directions from the key to what you do with the crushing or whatever, or removing or separating, and then you would just follow it around until you got somewhere else? Or is it just like I can't imagine that you're taking 11 or 13 characters, and then those 13 characters like result in like a six character direction that allows you to just know suddenly somewhere in the mansion or in the estate that that's where the gold is, because there's definitely like a secret passage or a secret door somewhere that Rosa and Ava found.
I ain't saying shit.
You ain't saying shit? That's fine. That's fine. Okay, are you kidding? That's a brilliant idea. And the first Twilight is the first stop on that 10-day journey. The name of the place might be the key to moving forward.
For my 10-day theory to work, you'd have to know both the start point and the end point. I know the start point. I know the hometown Father loved. The place Father spent his time when he was a boy really is far away. But the problem is the goal, the Golden Land. What does that really mean? If we don't know that, my theory gets us nowhere.
No break.
I've been stuck at this.
Sorry.
There's like 10 minutes left in the chapter.
That. Sorry.
Yeah. I've been stuck at this spot for a long time, but after listening to your reasoning today, I've realized what an embarrassing mistake I've been making.
No, I think that's still an interesting idea. A start and a goal, a 10-day journey, and the place reached by the very first Twilight.
Believe it or not, I think you might solve this one easily, Battler-kun. If you do solve it with your aunt's hint, share some with me. Even 5% would be great. It's a promise.
Despite being my aunt, she gave me a smile and a wink which would have made a man's heart jump. What? As
very,
I helped
very
her wash
cool,
the coffee
Ryukishi.
cups, I kept pondering the epitaph riddle in silence. It's Burncastle. It's Burncastle. Burncastle is into it apparently. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect.
After I finished helping Aunt Rosa, I passed through the... And by helping Aunt Rosa, I mean I put my backpack down, took up my shot put ball, put it in the vent, kicked it down. I passed through the corridor on my way to the bathroom and saw Erica unlocking the door to a room on my path. I thought your room was on the second floor. Figured you'd gone upstairs and had fallen asleep by now.
I was just searching for something. I thought it might be here.
Searching for something? Erica unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. It was the library. For a library, the gaps between bookshelves were extremely small. This was obviously built for storing books, not reading them. So, it's a book you're searching for.
Not necessarily a book, but materials, I guess you could say. There's something I've just got to look up.
You're looking for something to do with the epitaph's riddle? Pretty impressive that you haven't given up yet. Is the 20 billion yen that enticing? I hadn't given up either. Apparently, being stubborn is something we both share.
Of course not. I'm only interested in solving puzzles. I searched for the gold only to prove my reasoning correct. Even if I found it, I wouldn't pocket it for myself, so have no fears on that score.
She immediately cast my comment aside, saying that she just liked solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. I thought she was pretty weird from the start, and it looks like that impression was spot on. Erica slowly circled the bookshelves, searching for the book she was after, and meanwhile I got on a stepladder and started piling books very carefully. It took me 4 hours, but she still just stood there and just was fine about it. Then I opened a vent and made sure that there was a clear thing. Thank you for the joke, chat. Thank you. I'm also trying to solve the epitaph right now. Oh yeah, just a second ago I heard something interesting from Aunt Rosa, which might give us a hint about the first Twilight.
Let me hear it.
Erica asked this without stopping her search or even turning to face me. In the line before the first Twilight, it says that one who obtains the key must do so and so.
The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules.
Whoa, you've already got it memorized? Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
And what about that?
Yeah. You've got to travel to the Golden Land, right? Apparently, this made Aunt Rosa think about the 10th Twilight. In other words, Sumari going on a 10-day journey from the beloved homeland to the Golden Land.
Actually, I'd already noticed that myself. You start from the place reached on the first day of the 10-day journey. That's where you take the sacrifices from.
Yeah, that's what Aunt Rosa thought of too. I think the theory is pretty intriguing. We're looking for a place you'd reach on the first day of a 10-day journey. That bit of land, or else the name of that region, might be a key.
I also guessed that the place's name might be a key. That's why I'm looking for materials. I want to turn my guess into certainty.
Just, what are you looking for? Then, Erica's hand suddenly stopped, and she slowly pulled it out. As she dusted it off, she finally looked at me and spoke.
It's an atlas.
Battler shrugged.
End of chapter. End of chapter.
Whoa, that was fast. What the fuck?
Yep.
Those who reach it.
Break time, break time.
Break time, break time, break time, break time, break time,
Break time, break time.
Oh, we're scrolls back. Thank you to Gob PT, related to Chat PT. Thank you very much for the resub. Goat X Goat Peek is back. Uh-oh, shit. Thank you, Goat.
The pin post, find Tunisia battler.
Thank you, Mr. Silver Strike, for the resub as well. Thank you very much. They found a way to be mean about Time Guesser, even though we didn't fucking do it. Thank you, Mr. Silver Strike.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Luna loves Twinks. What the fuck? Thank you very much for the resub, Luna. I hope you find what you're looking for. Thank you very much. All right. Anyway, we're gonna go on break. We'll be back in about like 5-10 minutes. I might go make a lemon tea or something. I don't know. Go
Yeah, I gotta
kettle.
make a tea, so it'll be a bit.
Yeah. Anyway, we're back. Hello, chat.
Hello, hello.
I have a cookie.
I also had a cookie. What kind of cookie do you have?
I had my gluten-free vanilla Oreos.
Nice. I had a
Off-brand.
walnut chocolate chip.
Coffee? No coffee. I have a lemon tea.
If you
I
give
can't
a
do
mouse a
coffee right
cookie,
now.
she's probably gonna try to get on your stream.
Mm. All right. We good to continue?
I believe so.
The rain sounds very relaxing. Okay.
Mhm.
I am Natsui, apparently. It seems we've managed to make it through the first day.
Natsuhi could be seen in the study. When she muttered as though to herself, gold butterflies appeared and formed the shape of a person. We mustn't let our guards down. I can't imagine we'll last through tomorrow if we simply sit around here.
So, as I suspected, simply saying father's in a bad mood and refuses to come out won't be enough to deceive them completely.
Indeed. It seems last year left them quite suspicious. Because of that, the toxin has expanded and is coiling itself around this study, growing ever tighter.
I imagine it goes beyond mere suspicions raised last year.
That's right. The toxin has grown too thick to be explained away by that alone. Someone must have suspected Kinzo-sama's death since last year, and is strongly intent on exposing that secret at this year's family conference.
Does that mean we didn't have them fully deceived even a full year ago? Unfortunately, it's probably best to assume that, given our current situation. The typhoon will remain here tomorrow, and the boat will not come for them until the day after. In short, Sumari, we must endure for another 36 hours at the very least.
It may not be visible to your eyes, Natsuhi, but the closed room barrier sealing this room was once very firm. Tonight, however, it has been worn down almost to the point of crumbling, like dry leaves awaiting a windstorm. No, the storm is already here. Natsuhi-sama, I propose that we switch from the closed room barrier to something else.
What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we change our plan? That is correct. Virgilia-sama and I will reconstruct the barrier similar to last year's.
In other words, Tsumari, we'll take Kinzo out of the study and have him tightrope walk from shadow to shadow where the toxin can't reach, just like last year. It may be dangerous, but I would like to second her proposal.
Is this a joke? Do you truly intend to change the plan this far in?
When one realizes that they cannot withstand a siege, they must consider the option of abandoning the castle.
Right now, this room is like a castle surrounded by enemy troops with its walls about to crumble. If staying put means certain death, then you also have the option of riding out for one last stand and an honorable defeat. After all, surrender doesn't seem to be an option in this fight. Protect Father's secret until the very end. If it's discovered, we'll have no chance to talk our way out of it. Man, she's convinced herself that it was Kinzo's idea somehow? My husband's embezzlement will be exposed to light of day, and the Ushimiya family's honor will be destroyed. We must remain firm and prevent that no matter what may happen.
Calm down, I understand you. Cross's alchemy will soon yield great results. If we can just make it through this year, we'll manage. So don't get flustered.
But we used this strategy precisely because we wouldn't be able to pull it off the same trick as last year, right? Isn't it the height of stupidity to return to a plan you previously abandoned because it was impossible? Just what sort of plan could we hope to make at this point?
Ronove and I will prepare one. Leave it to us, for creating illusions is what witches do. All you have to do is give us your permission, Natsuhi-sama. Teacher and Ronove are quite reliable at times such as these, and the servants of the One-Winged Eagle are top-notch furniture. Once Teacher and Ronove rebuild the magic we need, I imagine the servants will work hard to protect it. It still isn't too late. Let's take Kinzo out of the study and make that illusion walk around.
Did you forget we chose our current strategy because we considered plans like that and couldn't find anything that would work? It would be the height of foolishness to get flustered in an emergency and carelessly throw away our primary plan.
But Natsuhi-sama, as you stand there amidst the toxin, you must realize better than anyone else that we will no longer be able to outlast the siege.
I propose that we try and think of another plan without changing our objective of holding the fort. In any event, as long as we can keep this room sealed, no one will be able to deny Father's existence. After all, one cannot determine the contents of a cat box that no number of people could ever hope to open.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, having a computer problem. Well, that may be true, but humans are capable of defying reason. It's possible for them to eat into an airtight cat box and go inside, like black ants closing in on a box of cake. Lady Berncastle's piece also worries me.
It was unfortunate that Erika-sama stole the show at tonight's dinner. By doing that, she created an atmosphere in which it was possible to close down the family conference for the night. If you all had returned directly to the family conference as usual, the barrier might have broken tonight.
However, it also made the toxin grow even thicker. After it thickens all night, it might manage to penetrate the closed room barrier with ease. Whether we continue to hold down the fort or not, we will not make it through tomorrow unless we prepare a new strategy and a new barrier. Lady Burncastle may have some plan for breaking the closed room barrier. We can't take that piece called Erika lightly.
What? You just said that in front of Natsui? Okay, I don't understand the story anymore. I don't understand this. What? How? What was that line? Beatrice just acknowledged Burncastle and that it's a game board and there are pieces outside of it, and outside influences to Natsui. And this is Natsui's delusional rambling scene at the moment. Like, this is the anchor of the scene is Natsui, not Beatrice. Bro, that's normal? I don't think that's normal. Okay, chat's being toxic. Let's move on. Couldn't think of it. That man who mentioned taking revenge for the events of 19 years ago might also be a piece of Lady Burncastle's. This board achieved equilibrium with 18 pieces, but now it has 2 undesired pieces added to it. There are too many irregularities this year.
Lady Burncastle is a fan of Eastern things. In shogi or Jap chess, aren't you allowed to drop pieces in during a game? Yes, that is possible. Even the act of dropping a queen from the captured pile in front of the enemy king is an allowable trump card in shogi.
I wonder what that man who claimed to have a connection from 19 years ago is doing now. Is he already hiding somewhere on this island?
Chat says I'm having sound issues. I'm not sure if I can solve them.
Do you want to just say a bunch of stuff right now and see if it keeps happening? I know, only noticed you dropping once. It seemed like you cut out.
Okay, I wonder what that man who claimed to have a connection from 19 years ago is doing now.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay. Alright, well, that's your line.
One guy having issue? No, it wasn't one guy. I heard it too. It sounded like mouse just like Discord just disconnected for like, I don't know, like not even a full second. Sorry, I'm having a cookie.
That's okay. While you're having a cookie, let me unplug and replug in my audio interface. Give me a second. Was that a yes?
You're back.
Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh?
1 second.
Joe, once again, don't be lazy and get 1,000 extra society rules on the schedule. Oh, I'm not being lazy, chatter. I just forgot that it was in there. Yeah, I can fix it. It's not in the schedule. Wait, rules? It's not in the schedule for, it's Baldur's Gate 3 is still in the schedule. It still needs to be updated. 1,000 extras is in the schedule, is it? Mouse got norted. Mouse, you here? Uh-oh.
I'm trying to fix my computer real quick. Hold on.
Okay. The other days are 1,000 extras in Baldur's Gate 3 under your Twitch chat description. Yeah, that's different than the schedule. Sorry. When you say schedule, I thought you mean the calendar thing. That's like actually on its own tab. Yeah, that needs to be updated. You're right.
Okay, let me try talking. I'm
hear
talking.
you.
Is it still doing it?
Nope, you sound good.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Let's continue. Hopefully it's okay.
My motherboard is dying.
What? That's not good.
My motherboard is dying. Yeah. We'll see if I can get through the stream.
Okay. That girl called Erica was able to appear by claiming to have drifted here. That man might also have landed somewhere on this island despite the typhoon, and he may be hiding somewhere now. And it's going to be hard to fully see the relatives any longer. Why? Why have so many irregular things happened at the same time? How can you explain this nightmarish miracle a coincidence?
How do I know it's the motherboard? Because I've been having other problems before now. I don't want to troubleshoot it with Twitch chat. Thank you for offering. Natsuhi slammed the desk hard, held her head, and cringed at the pain from her overwhelming headache. Lady Berncastle controls miracles. There's no point being surprised at irregularities or miracles when she's around.
Well, Shogi is a game in which an enemy piece might suddenly appear in front of a king. For that very reason, you build up a perfect formation that won't allow for such a weakness, artistically constructing a castle around your king. In that case, what the fuck are you talking about? Isn't holding the fort exactly what we should be doing now? Perhaps if we had a fort we could hold, but we cannot hope for such a thing now.
It's difficult to corner a king with no wall to his back, and even more difficult to corner one with open spaces in all directions. Think of a mouse.
I am.
You can catch a mouse that's shut in a cage. However, catching a mouse in a field is like trying to catch a cloud. Natsuhi-sama, please allow us to consider this option. Kinzo-sama will leave his study and wander around the mansion on a whim, avoiding the gazes of the relatives. We will think of a natural-seeming plan for this by morning.
Don't you see the danger? If we're willing to consider such a dangerous option, wouldn't it be better to continue acting as though Father's in his room in a bad mood?
Tomorrow, the relatives will crowd around the study once again. They'll be right on the other side of that single door. When that happens, just how long do you intend to make it seem like they're having a yelling match with Kinzo-sama? It's impossible.
And we must find some way to postpone that impossibility for 36 hours. If you tell me to do it, I will. I am Ushiromiya Natsui, the wife of the Ushiromiya family head. If you tell me to do that, I will act out a shouting match with father for as many days as it takes. Nanjo is giving me lessons.
Even Natsuhi realized that she could never manage it. Hello from my chinchillas, by the way, who are banging wood against things. But she no longer saw any chance of victory from a plan that involved an illusion of Kinzo walking around. Banging on the desk several times with tears of rage streaming down her face, Natsuhi alternated between groaning from her headache and placing the blame on one thing or another. It made one feel that there must be some curse that made anyone who sat in that chair act that way.
This is like a game of mating shogi where you are on the defensive. In mating shogi, the opponent has no king, and you have no way of winning other than avoiding a checkmate for a predetermined number of moves. To think that I must escape for a whole day and a half's worth of moves. It's just too many.
Don't stop thinking. Don't give up. I'll listen to your complaints, so don't have a fit. Your unshaking will to overcome this trial will bring you success with certainty. That's the power of the Witch of Certainty for you. You must not lose that magical power. Believe that you'll overcome this no matter what. I'm sure you'll think of a brilliant plan. Therefore, you mustn't give up and you mustn't stop thinking.
You're right. I understand. Only I can overcome this hardship.
That is correct. Didn't Kinzo entrust you with the job of overcoming these challenges? Kinzo acknowledged that you were worthy of that responsibility.
Father. Father.
Teacher and Renove will think of a move. Of course, I will think as well. However, even that we cannot do without permission from our master, from you. So at the very least, don't abandon your will to fight. Don't give up.
I understand, but I'm already all tired out and I can't stand this headache. Why is it that I'm crying here all alone in this frigid study? Why isn't my husband here for me now? He's too busy investing in the money.
Yep. Back when dinner ended, Kraus claimed to be dizzy and went to bed early. But really, he was just thinking about the moon. Of course, he had done this to get enough rest to ready himself for the long day ahead. But to Natsuhi right now, it felt as though he'd just gone straight to sleep and pushed the entire burden on her. However, complaining about such a thing would mean her failure as a wife. Isn't it a good wife's duty to work hard and put family first, even when her husband is resting? Filled with regret even at her anger toward her husband, unable to determine at whom she should be angry, Natsuhi continued to sob. If only Kinzo could just speak to her kindly at times like this. Beato searched for him, but Kinzo had been nowhere to be seen in the study for some time now. Perhaps Natsuhi had noticed this as well. Though she bragged that fighting alone and supporting from behind was the responsibility of a good wife, without anyone to tell her that this really was necessary, she was now so frail that she couldn't even stop her own tears. Just as Beato was trying to think of words to console Natsuhi, Virgilia tapped her lightly on the shoulder. Sometimes when words of consolation don't come from the mouth of the right person, they can do more harm than good. So Virgilia silently told Beato that remaining silent was the best course of action for now. Hi, sorry to interrupt. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me speak? Gap, please restrain yourself for the time being.
No, in this room, there's no distinction between outsiders, guests, and the rest of us. You may speak.
Thank you. Renove said it himself a while ago. This is mating shogi with you on the defensive. How do you lose in mating shogi? It's when your king is checkmated, right? That goes without saying, and the opponent has no king. Therefore, all Natsuhi can do is have her king run away constantly.
I see. So you're thinking of that move. Has the time already come? What do you mean? Do you mean there's some sort of move remaining to us?
It's what you proposed in the very beginning about how to hide Goldsmith's death. I'm trying to say the time's come for us to use that. You mean having him go missing? You mean to make that move right now during the family conference? That's too dangerous. Once they'd successfully resolved all of their problems, they would have to lay Kinzo to rest. And the best way to do that was to make him disappear. One day, Kinzo would go out into the forest and never return. They wouldn't be able to find him no matter how much they searched, so he would be declared missing. You said it yourself a second ago, Riche. You can't catch a mouse that's escaped into a field. And you can't catch a goldsmith who's disappeared into the forest. You plan for us to talk our way out of this like that? To use such a move now, when the suspicion against us is greatest, would be no better than committing suicide.
Oh, they will probably suspect it. Such a move would most certainly lead to mistrust. However, even if they were to set foot in this study, they would find nothing to aid them. It would never again be possible for them to keep Kinzo-sama pinned down. And no matter how much they suspected his death, they would be unable to prove it.
Forget about a mere 36 hours. You'd be able to protect Kinzo's secret forever that way, right? Of course, we'll also have to bear an appropriate risk. If you make that move, you may be able to overcome this particular challenge, but we cannot even guess at how much prestige you might lose for it. Even so, it's a move that will most certainly overcome our current challenge. Of course, you'll then have to face an even greater suspicion, but you won't die.
Yes, that may be true, but...
During the Great Kanto earthquake, the Ushiromiya family should have died. However, the mad genius goldsmith revived it so splendidly that it's now something you desire to protect. So this time, it's up to you and your husband, the new head and his wife, to do the same.
Oh, is that how you intend to stir her up?
I'm not stirring her up. I'm just asking if she's prepared to be the wife of the head. Are you prepared to protect the Ushiromiya family, even if you end up getting dragged through the dirt to do it?
I am prepared.
Then now is the time. If you can survive by being dragged through the dirt, then crawl with all your might. You'll inch your way through this world of suffering, and eventually you'll restore that glory. I, Gap, the 33rd in rank, promise you this. Gap. The fact that I came to play at a time like this must be a sign from the gods of happenstance. I'll keep this promise, Ushiromiya and Natsuhi. I require nothing in return. Riche, the one who serves you, has already paid me plenty in advance. Gap may have seemed irresponsible, but she actually possessed a strong sense of duty. She was the kind of person who just couldn't leave someone in trouble alone. Payment in advance? When did I do that? I have no memory of such a thing. Oh, I just mean those magical items you couldn't remember where you put. I made off with quite a few of them. What? So that was your doing after all? Give them back! Give back my illusionary silver crystal and moonstick. I still haven't played around by sticking them together yet.
Moonstick?
That's the sort of magic and strategy you can expect from me. I can hide Goldsmith away in a world where no one will be able to find him. Let me know the instant you need that magic. Until then, feel free to think of another, safer plan.
True, true. Having alternatives is beneficial for your peace of mind. And without that, you'll never think up a brilliant plan.
Natsuki-sama, we have quite some time remaining us tonight. Let's leave Gap's strategy as a final trump card and iron out a plan of our own for now. Please give us permission, and please give us the trust, magical power, and absolute conviction we'll need to succeed without fail. If you have faith, I will make your dreams come true. If you succumb to doubt, then I will make those nightmares come true. You must build your own future. Kinzo would disappear, and right in the middle of this family conference. Such a move truly would be a last resort. Burying this final trump card in her heart, Natsuhi decided that she would grope around for a different plan, just like Battler, until the last second.
Exactly.
After all, this long, long night has only just begun. And it was long not only for her. Berncastle and her piece had just as long to prepare as Natsuhi did.
Gouge the foot and kill it. And that completes it.
I see. So that really was what gouge meant. Once again, my reasoning was correct. You can take over.
The feel of it this time was clearly different from the previous times, as though some sort of device had activated. However, as far as a quick glance could tell, there was no dramatic change, such as an entrance or some sort of opening. Apparently, they would need to do just a little more before they could find it. You're incredible. If we really do find the gold, we'll have to split it together.
Enjoying the intellectual stimulation is enough for me. The only thing I like is solving riddles. The only reward I need is proof that I was right.
She shrugged it off, implying that just seeing the gold would be enough. Then she crouched down, peering fixedly at the lock mechanism. It's definitely no mistake to say this girl really loves solving riddles. For her, treasure hunting is all about the delicious process of exposing secrets, so she has no interest whatsoever in getting the treasure for herself and becoming a billionaire.
I see. Pretty cocky of you setting up a device like this. The mistake you all made was letting me on this island in the first place. Simply by the existence of the epitaph in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone?
As she said this to the now exposed contraption, she grinned. Her
She's
smile was
talking to the...
Yeah, who is she talking to?
She's talking to the device.
Her smile was triumphant, but it was more fully characterized by the small bit of unpleasant disdain contained within. After solving the riddle, she was probably reveling in the pleasure of having won against the one who had proposed it, and she enjoyed her ability to scoff at this person now.
She's talking to chat. If we find the gold now, the successor won't be Kraus-san, but you.
Well, I wonder.
Isn't Kraus-san kind of arrogant? You might even call him a braggart. It'll be pretty amusing to see him lose both the gold and his position as the successor to his nephew in the course of a single night, won't it?
Eric was still crouched down as she spoke, her back to Battler as she toyed around with the device.
Jessica-san was her name, right? The girl who talked back to me.
Yeah.
She really was acting big about her father being the successor. When she wakes up tomorrow and learns that you've inherited all the gold, and that her father's no longer the successor, I wonder what kind of expression she'll have on her face.
I've got no intention of keeping that 20 billion to myself. Well, if I got even 10%, that'd be as much as I could handle. We can split the rest fairly amongst the family. I'm even less interested in being the successor. I'd be glad to let Uncle Kraus deal with that.
Will you really be able to settle things that easily in the end? Well, rather than trying to make guesses about that, I imagine it'll be more fun to guess at the expression Jessica-san wears tomorrow, and what kind of sad excuses she'll try to make.
You really do have a nasty personality, she said to herself.
Couldn't you reason that out from the time you learned that I liked solving riddles? I'm an intellectual Redditor who enjoys exposing things people try to hide. Get it? The same thing goes for solving the epitaph's riddle.
I'll bet you want to expose the gold grandfather worked so hard to hide.
Yeah, that was my goal at first, but it changed partway through.
Partway through? Changed to what?
I mean, Jessica-san. She butted in on my reasoning, contaminating that pure and noble time. Ever since then, I've been trying to solve the epitaph so I could teach that Jessica a lesson.
Are you serious?
I'll make all opponents surrender, no matter who they are. That is my sole pleasure. Do you still need me to reason it out for you? Ushiromiya Jessica irritated me. That's why I wanted to put her in her place and decided to solve the epitaph. That's what led to the emotions I hold now. Can you reason out what those emotions are?
Spite? This time I turned my back on her in earnest. Did I get a bit too excited by this riddle-solving game, letting her drive me on and do something terrible? That's right. It should have been possible to reason this out. If the riddle is solved, the relatives will probably freak out about who the successor should be. Dad and some others will probably push for me, the discoverer, to be the successor, and some relatives not thrilled with that prospect will probably oppose them. Despite how adamantly Erika affirmed it, it isn't written anywhere that the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph becomes the successor. Because of this, it'll lead to a fight between those who acknowledge that theory and those who don't. If I reason out what will happen next as Erika did, it'll probably lead to a messy fight between Uncle Kraus and the rest of the relatives. Oh, also, in this game, there wasn't a letter from Beatrice saying whoever solves the epitaph, right? Erika did it instead? There was no letter this time, correct?
We weren't here on the first night, so we don't know.
I thought instead of someone approaching Maria in the rain and giving the letter, it was Erika approaching, right? At least that's what it was implied.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now that I've solved the riddle, will Jessica admire me or curse me? I don't want to think about that now. Erika was still mumbling. Apparently, she had already started trying to reason it out. As I began to feel very bad, I vaguely gazed out into the black night. At the time, I looked at the dim outdoor light and saw the silhouette of a person in front of it. I thought I must be seeing things. After all, it was unthinkable that someone could have been standing there this whole time, pounded upon by the rain without even an umbrella. However, the silhouette didn't move an inch, and maybe, no, it couldn't be. It was looking at me, and it was. Okay, so I'm just gonna check out the whole episode and just you know, like, we'll reconvene in episode 6. All right, let's just read the grandfather. At that moment, I understood. Grandfather's probably been watching us solve the riddle this whole time. And he watched as we spectacularly solved the whole thing. Meanwhile, Natsui, who is a lot smaller than Kinzo apparently, is just dragging his corpse through the rain. Gotta go hide him somewhere, and just the battler just can't see that. And he watched as we spectacularly solved the whole thing. Without a doubt, there was a faint smile on Grandfather's face. Grandfather, who had never worn anything except moody and frightening expressions, looked at me in the eye and smiled at me for the first time. Almost as though he was saying, "How impudent," or else, "I never thought it would be you." However, this is still the result that Grandfather's epitaph chose, so I'm sure he accepted that result. In the end, he grinned one more time. Of course he... Oh, this is just him thinking about his grandfather a little bit. Okay, alright, that's fair. Of course, he didn't use his words. His smile seemed to be wordlessly saying, "Well done." I didn't know how I should respond. I couldn't do anything but stand there in shock, ignoring Erika as she crouched down, mumbling with her back towards me. Then Grandfather stretched a hand out from the folds of his cloak and pointed at something. When I looked in that direction, there was. The thing he was pointing at was probably the signpost to the Golden Land. Go. Go on! I'm sure Grandfather said that one word. I nodded and showed that I understand. After that, watching that, Grandfather nodded back, satisfied. As long as tomorrow Battler doesn't say to the crew, I saw fucking Kinzo standing in the rain, this is fine. Then, with a spin of his cloak, he disappeared, seeming to melt into the darkness. The expression on his face at the end was a smile that was, for the first time, truly satisfied.
Are you listening, Battler-san? Did you hear my reasoning?
I found it. That's the signpost to the Golden Land.
Huh? It's facing a different direction than it used to. I see. So it means go that way. You've got some pretty good powers of observation.
Grandfather told me about it.
Huh? Kinzo-san? Where is he?
I'm going. Let's have a look at what you're showing us. What is this Golden Land? We started to walk. The entrance to the Golden Land was right there. So, my epitaph has finally been solved, and it was Battler who did it. Wonderful, couldn't be better. When I think about it, I was also... Is this me or you?
That's you.
When I think about it, I was also ahead that no one saw coming. How amusing that the one to succeed me is just as surprising. I have no more regrets in life. Beatrice, I am coming to join you, along with a present, the miracle chosen by my epitaph. Battler, of all people. That Battler. At the very, very end of my life, I have seen a true miracle. Beatrice! I've won this bet.
I'll take over narration here.
Okay. Yahoo!
Yippee! Except for its non-corrosive properties, there's no practical way to turn gold into money. I imagine it'd take a lot of work to exchange all of this for cash. At the end of a crude underground tunnel, in a VIP room so beautiful it seemed improper, was a pile of gold so large that there could be no doubting its 20 billion yen worth. Erica was calm, but Battler couldn't suppress his excitement. As for which of the two was the correct reaction to show after seeing a mountain of gold, only those who saw the scene with their own eyes could say for sure.
Yeah.
In this day and age, it's said that an average salaryman earns about 200 million yen in wages over his life. And this is 20 billion yen worth of gold. With even 1/100th of this gold mountain, a single human could live their entire life without working. What is labor? Isn't it the very point of a human's life, since a person who doesn't work cannot eat? If so, then 200 million yen is enough to make a single person's life complete. And this is 20 billion yen. This would account for the labors of 100 humans. No, a single human life 100 times over. Of course, if you still wanted to work, you could. Any money you gained as a result could be used to play with. After all, you would already have enough money to live for your entire life. No, for eternity. No, wait, I mustn't keep it all to myself. I can split it up among 100 people. If I could create a world where a full 100 humans wouldn't have to work for their whole lives, just what kind of world would that be? Yeah, there's no doubt at all.
This is the Golden Land. I don't remember numbers being on it. Oh, is that an Umi Pro change?
Might be, yeah. Narration is yours from now on again, till the end of the chapter. There you go! Burn Battler magnificently discovered the gold. Congrats! I had her hide the more central parts of it, but what's wrong with being just a little mean, right?
Sure, do that as much as you like. I'm not interested in the micro details about what kind of riddle it was or what kind of answer it had. The important thing is that as a result, 10 tons of gold were discovered. I'm not owned at all. The gold was discovered in the third game as well by Aunt Ava. And then she went fucking crazy, so good luck, Battler. Aunt Rosa also witnessed it. However, the two of them hadn't spoken of the gold's discovery to anyone. In other words, Sumari, there was a chance that the gold's discovery was a cat box truth kept between the two of them. More specifically, it was possible the gold didn't exist and was just an illusion. However, I finally found it. The cat box has been opened.
It'd be a waste of time to do that repeat it game, so I'll give you a little bonus. The mountain of gold is the real thing. All of the ingots piled up here are real, pure gold. There are absolutely no tricks, such as replicas or fakes.
Okay, got it. I'll accept that this gold exists. However, there are still some things I can't accept.
Of course. You met with him, didn't you? With Kinzo. Even though Kinzo's supposedly an illusion, you met with him just a second ago, right? I guess that really was magic, wasn't it?
Ridiculous. I didn't exchange any words with grandfather. I only felt as though grandfather and I had exchanged words. Give it a rest. The same move won't work again.
In that case, your blue truth, if you please.
I was probably in a state of euphoria after solving the epitaph's riddle, and this caused me to mistake something for grandfather. For example, maybe it was some kind of sheet or cover that had gotten caught in the dark grove of trees, which looked like grandfather wearing a pitch black cloak. What, Bowler, what are you doing? Just say that, like, I was caught up in an emotional moment that I felt connected to my grandfather that I don't really have a good relationship with, and then I just was just imagining, like, having a good moment with him. Like, what? As a result, I mistakenly thought I had had some sort of conversation with grandfather.
Blue truth, valid. Well, I did say the same exact thing in blue.
So, did it work? Where's your counter with the red truth?
I have none. At least not now, okay?
Wait, I thought they had to answer the blue. No, that's in the final round, wasn't it? Wasn't there some in the last episode that they only had like 30 seconds to answer some shit, or was that just like a lightning round at the end of the very of the game? What was that? It was something like that, wasn't it? The me who'd let out a strange yell in front of the gold mountain was finally starting to regain his cool. Now that we finally found it, there's no covering it up. Now that we found it, there's no covering it up. I vaguely considered keeping this discovery a secret. However, Erica wanted to prove that her own reasoning was correct by announcing this to everyone. And then the me just picked up a gold bar and just killed Erica on the spot. She really is an intellectual redditor, just as she says. The puzzle-solving game is what's important to her, and she doesn't intend to take any responsibility for what happens after the riddle is solved. A riddle is sort of like a lock. Locks exist to be locked, and they're only significant when they're locked. Therefore, it ought to be essential to have some goal in mind when exposing such a thing. However, to this girl, the act of exposing is itself her final goal, and she has no intention of taking responsibility for anything that happens later. Maybe the true storm to hit Rikinjima isn't the typhoon, but her. She won't keep this discovery secret. She'll definitely announce it so she can brag about her success. Then she'll call a real storm down upon this island. I won't be able to keep this covered up. In that case, there's nothing to do but announce this fact fairly to all. I can't imagine what'll happen after that. As she grinned, Erica muttered to herself. She must have been anticipating the uproar that the relatives would soon bring about. To her, merely imagining that was far sweeter than 20 billion yen in gold.
Simply by the existence of the epitaph in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone?
I hate her so much. I hate her so much.
Next chapter is easy. It's you have male characters in narration, and I just take female characters. Do you need a break from Erica for a minute? Do you need a minute to recover? Can I tell you about my first time reading this? Oh yeah, do your bits, and then I'll tell you about my first time reading this.
There's one bit from YSF. Berncastle Googled Umineko wiki epitaph solution and is trying to act like she stumbled into the correct answer. Which of looking up spoilers to impress people while you pretend you're reading it blind? You have to ban her from Umi stream. She's a spiritual Umi fuller. Oh shit.
When I first read Umineko, I was about as fucking pissed off as episode 5 as you are. I could not stand Erica. I could not read it. I couldn't read it because she's obnoxious, and then for later on reasons, I found her really difficult to read. So, on a reread, she's really funny. And they told me on the podcast, my version of The Witcher 3 video, they were like, both of us used to hate Erica, and then we both had like the renaissance of thinking that she's amazing, and I was like, I haven't had that, and I fear that I'm having it now. I fear.
I don't like her. I don't like but I also don't like what the story is doing right now. I do appreciate that it's like she's like a Poirot insert whatever, right? That is like a cranky like anime girl that's been twisted into like evilness and doing it for all the wrong reasons. It's really funny like commentary on that character, that type of character, but holy shit, she's still obnoxious as fuck, and I just don't like it at all.
Yeah,
Question
that's fair
mark?
enough.
What do you mean?
That's exactly how I felt.
Oh, sorry. So I thought this would be instantly understood. Okay, so what I mean is like this character is like an inserted detective from like Agatha Christie's stuff or Knives Out. She's basically Daniel Craig's character from Knives Out. It's the detective that just sweeps into the scene and just is really really smart and stuns everyone. Is like I know this, fuck you. But she's doing it for the wrong reasons and she's really obnoxious and evil about it. Whereas those characters usually have some sort of heart of gold or really good like thought in mind, whereas this character is not like that. It's like a twisted version of one of those characters, and on that level I really enjoy it and appreciate it like conceptually, but in practice, like fuck, she's annoying. Maybe it's just because of how she looks, and like this is for Erica just really annoying, and the fact that this is the mechanism that we're moving the story oh, you know what, that's what it is. I realized it by talking about what's the problem is. I have to take it seriously. It's not a joke. As a joke it's fucking hilarious. If she was just in the background like having commentary and saying these things, it would be fucking funny as hell. But the fact that that this is like the main driving force of the plot for episode 5 so far can just fuck off. It's probably that. Like Benedict Cumberbatch's Sherlock. Yeah, like she's like a Sherlock character. You know, she has unreal observation and deduction skills. Yeah.
Can you read my DM to you real quick?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll use my phone just in case.
Okay, thank you. Now you know how we feel when we watch you play a life-changing story-based game, only to spend the whole time morbing the plot twists and making fun of the characters, says Koru. Are you calling Joe the Erica of his own stream? Koru.
Koru. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear the lawnmower? Is it coming through? Or are we good?
Slightly, very slightly.
Very slightly, or maybe there's no music or sound in the game right now. Maybe that's why. Okay, so
Yeah,
just to now that we're past it, like Mouse and I discussed not saying that word ahead of time. If like it's not like, you know, it's not a great thing to say. It's not the worst thing in the world to say. But like it's just not like a good look to have that just like recorded forever and like as a soundbite, that sort of thing. It's not. Please don't. I hope no one takes this as a kind of a big deal. But we discussed it. Like we had some other options that we were going with. This wasn't the only one we were considering, but this is the one that we settled on. What word? Almost got me. Like if you've been here the whole time, then you know, yeah. So we thought it was better to do this way. It's really important to me on my streams that even though this might get me in trouble with some of you in the future, if like I really respect art. I know it might not come across that way sometimes, but I really respect art. And if the artist made a choice that is kind of like yikes or controversial or anything like that, I do want to respect those decisions and be like, hey, this is what they wanted to say. This is what they wanted to be in. Sometimes art makes you uncomfortable. Sometimes art says some really bad things. You know what I mean? Like that's what it's there for. And Mouse agrees, at least in this section, or in this case, that don't want to speak for Mouse. So in this case, but we still are not comfortable like having that as a thing, right? So we discussed it, and that's the solution we landed on. Hope that's okay. Did I explain that right, Mouse?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to reduce future employment, like career limiting decisions, as much as possible. That's all. All right. Cool. Thank you for tackling that now.
Ban Erica.
Ban Erica. Yeah, ban Erica.
Poopy
You
butthole.
doubt anyone cares? People were getting mad in the chat, so I just wanted us to say that. Sorry.
Calling her a Redditor was too far. Oh no. Knock knock. Knock knock.
Right. I'll take narration this time, I think. Or is it you? You're doing narration.
I think it's
Sorry.
me, yeah.
Okay.
The sudden sound of
it's
someone banging fiercely on the door brought Natsui to her senses. She had probably nodded off in a study while planning how they would overcome the next day. But what could it be at a time like this? More importantly, the knock itself was strange. If someone wanted to contact her, they could just use the internal phone line. She told them that she'd be here. Realizing that something strange was going on, Natsui shook her head one more time, completely throwing off her drowsiness, and then deepened her voice as much as she possibly could, and went, "Who the stairs? Fucking
Father! It's Ava! I have an urgent, vital matter to discuss with you."
It was Ava's voice. What is this? I thought I told them to lock the doors and windows of the mansion tightly after everyone left for the guest house. So why is Ava here? Natsui ran up to the door, responded with a small knock, and spoke through the door in a quiet voice.
What is it? You're too noisy. Natsuhine-san? Why are you in Father's study at this hour? I told you to be quiet. Have you forgotten that the head values peace and silence more than anything else? Now's not the time to be saying that. Stop harping on that and open up quickly. Bring Father out. The head just went to sleep. I don't know what business you have, but I will deal with it tomorrow. I don't have any business with you. Just open up right now.
Sometimes multiple schemes and assumptions can fall apart due to the most direct, simple, and emotional of strategies. This is bad. If I open the door, Ava will probably throw herself forwards and rush into the study. Now I can't even open this door. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It's okay. Both of the keys to the study are here. No one can open this door. Natsui inched away from the door and grabbed the receiver. Moshi Moshi? It's Natsui.
Hello? I'm Natsui.
Oh, sorry. I was
It's Natsuhi.
It's me. Things are bad. Apparently you cannot colonize Mars. I want to come down to the parlor quickly. It was from Kraus. His tone was strained. What in the world happened? It would seem that Battler-kun and this guest called Erica solved the witch's epitaph and found the gold.
Huh? Is that true?
Rudolph and the rest have forced their way in. They're saying Battler-kun will show everyone the way to the hidden gold.
Right now, Ava-san is just outside the study door, yelling at me to open it. But if I do that now, she might push her way inside.
I understand. I will go there too. Don't worry about Ava. Just stay there and don't do anything. I'll give you a signal once I've gotten Ava away from the door, so as soon as you hear that. Ready? Also, is Father okay? Right after that, Kraus came up the staircase accompanied by Genji. A heated debate started between him and Ava. Open up. No. Calm down. In the middle of that, there was a small knock as a signal. Kraus had cleverly pushed Ava away from the door and distracted her. During that gap, Natsui slipped out of the study and quickly shut the door. Ava noticed this and her face twisted in disappointment, but the heavy sound of the auto lock had already rung out and the door had been sealed.
The gold of the epitaph has been found. It's only natural that we should inform Father about this. Or else what? Is there some reason you can't tell Father about this?
Father gave strict orders that he not be awakened, no matter what, after he went to bed. Following those orders is the duty of the head's representative. Isn't that right, Genji-san? Yes. The master's sleep must not be disturbed no matter what happens.
Even a rule like that depends on time and circumstances, doesn't it? I mean, the epitaph was solved. Father has a right to know straight away. Of course, the two of us will report on everything to the head tomorrow. That's our duty as the head's representatives. I don't care about that. Come on, just open this door. Let me see Father. Father, can you hear me? It's Ava. Please open up. Ow, let go of me. That hurts.
I'm telling you to listen to us. Don't knock on the door so loudly.
Ouch! Ow. Let go of me.
Well, he said it for me. The master is sleeping. Please refrain from disturbing him any further. When Genji spoke firmly, the two finally ceased their scuffle. It seemed that Genji, the one who had spoken for Kinzo since they were very young, still possessed an air of dignity strong enough to handle both Kraus and Ava. Ava put her argument aside for the time being. She could hold off worrying about that until she saw the gold with her own eyes. After all, not even Ava had seen it for herself yet. Natsui and the others had managed to somehow deal with the momentary crisis. However, the move of the demons that would sneer upon their efforts had already begun. Ooh.
Battler solved the riddle of the epitaph, you say?
Yes. Though he had a lot of help from that Erica girl, Battler was the one who reached the answer. Erica has proclaimed that she will abandon her rights to the Golden Land. Therefore, the one who reached the Golden Land is Battler. Fate can be truly amusing. I think that Battler-sama would make it there.
What will you do, Beato? You promised to stop the ceremony if anyone solved the epitaph's riddle.
Yes, that was the deal.
That was the deal. Indeed.
Apparently, Battler-sama does not intend to become the master of the Golden Land. It now seems that no one will become our master.
That is also fate. It has been several decades since we first manifested in the human world through our bond with Lord Goldsmith. The time since then has been so very fun. Come on, Leah, you sound like an old lady. So, what are we gonna do? If we go by Meechee and Goldsmith's rules, now that Battler solved the epitaph and decided not to become our master, we've been relieved from duty, right?
That's true. I have no regrets at all. I've been prepared to be kicked down into Kokitas all this time? Some level of hell or something?
Probably. Wait, we can't let that happen. You might not have any regrets, but I will keep on serving Natsuhi. It would be quite irresponsible to let ourselves be relieved from duty just because Battler solved the epitaph. Witches are forbidden from breaking contracts, but they also must not fail to show gratitude.
True. We should serve her until the family conference ends.
In that case, you won't be relieved from duty for a while either, Lord Goldsmith. Perhaps you should wait until you've overcome this family conference safely, said goodbye to Natsuhi-sama at the very least, and if possible, rewarded her for all her efforts.
Indeed. She has done well supporting my foolish son.
You're a fallen angel with one of its wings plucked off, aren't you? Just leave the other wing as a parting gift and go.
Indeed. Perhaps that would be fitting. Natsui may be worthy of bearing my wing. However, we are approaching the critical moment. Your reward is waiting for you. Try to make it through this test unscathed, Natsui. The Mountain of Gold left everyone speechless. And by everyone you mean, regardless of how strongly they had believed in its existence, no one could look at this much real gold and not be shocked.
To think a place like this existed.
I can't believe it. That Dad. Everyone was stunned by the gold. The first one to break the silence and jump around in ecstasy was Hideyoshi. Letting out an excited laugh, he clung to the wall of gold. Then he felt the cold, hard touch of it all over his cheek. This is incredible! It's the real thing! Reddit loved my comment. That damn dad of ours sticking this much gold in such a ridiculous place.
Now that we have this much, we no longer have anything to fear. With this, we could overcome any kind of trial. Rosa! Nisan, we'll be able to find happiness with this, right?
Ava and Rosa moved towards each other at the same time and hugged as they broke down crying. Oh, this scene is definitely not true. Ecstasy and shock, wonder and sighs. After stepping forward in front of the pile of gold that had caused these mixed emotions, Erica spoke as though she were an announcer in some show.
If this world is money, then this gold is the embodiment of happiness. Congratulations, everyone. I pray that this discovery makes all of your lives richer. I take my hat off to you. To think you'd solve the epitaph within a single day of coming to this island. If you couldn't solve it in a single day, then you wouldn't be able to solve it no matter how many days you had. After all, it doesn't take more than an instant for your little gray cells to give you a flash of intuition. Also, I wouldn't have been able to solve this riddle myself. I ask that you praise Battler-san's achievement as well, everyone.
And by one day, she means countless times going through different fragments, seeing different... Yeah, okay, all right. What a shitty fucking character. What
Burn congratulating Burn.
What...
I abandon any rights to this discovery. I'm already satisfied to have my reasoning proven correct. So I'd like to give Battler-san full credit. I may be here, but please, continue your discussion as though I wasn't. Battler-san called all the adults here, making sure that none of the cousins would notice. That could only mean one thing. He must have wanted to begin the true family conference with all of you.
Erica, quit deciding things on your own.
My apologies. In that case, I'll step down as the facilitator of these proceedings. So, who will take my place?
Shrugging, Erica looked around at everyone. After a short period of silence, Ava made the first move.
None of us have forgotten the deal we made together earlier today, right?
Yeah. Divided between the four of us with 2.5 billion for each. And then the successor gets another 10 billion.
Wait a second. Who decided that the one who discovers the gold becomes the successor?
Hold up, you won't be able to get away with that, Natsui-san. We've all been arguing based on that premise this whole time, haven't we? You really think you can pretend that never happened now?
That's right. Weren't you the one worrying about how if one of the servants solved the riddle, they might consider themselves the successor?
But nowhere is it explicitly written that that's the truth, right?
You bastard! We were all aware of it, weren't we?
That's right, Aniki. Are you gonna change your position this late in the game?
Though it was never stipulated, I believe it was common knowledge between us. I don't see how you can suggest that we ignore it completely. You can't just interpret the head's epitaph however you like. Where is it written that the one who finds the gold becomes the successor? The epitaph was decided upon by the head. You have no right to decide these things for yourselves.
How about we all shut up and let Battler decide that you're gonna split it evenly 4 ways and everyone just is happy with what they get? Oh my god. Calm down, Natsui. This is tragic.
How could I calm down? Yes, I do find it quite impressive that Battler-kun solved the epitaph. I certainly believe he should be rewarded for it. However, it's clearly a stretch to suggest that he deserves half of everything, and you won't get away with the argument that the discoverer becomes the successor. That's low, Natsuhine-san. This is completely different from what you were saying earlier today.
I agree. Though it was never stipulated, the fact that whoever solves the epitaph becomes the successor has always been the greatest unwritten rule we've had. It's not fair if you start complaining about that at the last second, right? Yeah, it isn't fair.
Anyway, this gold is Father's. We can't decide how it will be split up without Father's permission.
No way. That's low, Natsui-san. We were talking about this on and on and on earlier. Are you saying that whole conversation today was a bunch of bull? It just ain't right.
Why don't we just vote on it? Battler-kun, the one who found the gold, is the successor. My husband and I have no objections. What about you, Rudolph and Kyrie-san? Rosa?
No objections here. Nice going, Battler.
I have no objections either. Battler-kun is the true successor chosen by the epitaph. If you aren't satisfied, then why don't we just ask Father directly? That's right.
Ho ho!
Like you just said, Natsuhine-san, Father is the one who wrote the riddle of the epitaph, and he's also the proper owner of this gold. In that case, shouldn't we talk to Father about this directly? How should Battler-kun, the person who discovered the gold, be treated? I believe Father is the only one capable of making such a decision. But...
Didn't I tell you to calm down?
Rosa and Kyrie-san are right. Let's ask Father. Your turn is already over, Nii-san, Natsuhine-san.
Yeah. Bring Father out to us. We won't get anywhere with just you two. Let's begin the real family conference. Is this like something you can put off just because he's tired? If we take this thing lightly, we'll have a massive problem on our hands. Hey, are you listening? We won't get anywhere with just you. Bring Father out right now!
Are family conferences always like this?
Yes. How the hell do I know?
They're probably always like this on the inside. Looks like they won't be able to get this figured out right now without Kinzo-san. To think he's being called out to settle his children's fight, even though it's been announced that he only has a short while to live. I wonder how he feels right about now. Imagining that, no, reasoning that out will be a treat.
The parents ignored Battler and Erica and kept yelling at each other on and on. Even though Battler had more or less imagined that this sort of thing happened behind the scenes, this was the first time he'd seen it. He'd suspected it since 6 years ago, and he'd been able to get a pretty good idea of what this was like by the darkening expressions on his parents' faces when this time of year drew near. However, this argument his relatives were having before his very eyes was much more ugly than he'd imagined. That's why he was very glad that he'd called the adults out here without letting the cousins catch wind of anything. Perhaps because everyone was tired out from the seemingly endless argument, they took a short break. It was decided that this family conference inside the Golden Land should be moved over to the mansion. This place may have been gorgeous, like a VIP room, but there was no heating, and it was a little cold. It wasn't well suited for a long conversation. They thought of the possibility that someone might snatch the gold away while their backs were turned. But of course, no one could... Okay, so they're not in the mansion. Where are they then? Are they in Kuradorian? There's no way they could go over to Kuradorian this quickly. I think they're... Guest house? No. I think they're in the chapel. I think it's in the chapel. I think maybe that's what whoever was being Beatrice in episode 2. 2 was the Halloween one, right? I bet you that's what that was shown. And that's why like all of the adult children were like, I can't deny it, you are the witch or whatever, because she showed them the gold. They thought of the possibility.
Yeah, you didn't know back then, right? Why they would do that?
Yeah, I think that must be it. It's got to be. Although, maybe not. Maybe that's not a reliable scene though. But maybe, huh? They thought the possibility that someone might snatch away the gold while their backs were turned, but of course no one could manage much with just human hands in a small amount of time when it's 10 tons of gold they're dealing with. In fact, it might be said that having this mountain of gold in the background was actually robbing them of the ability to make sound decisions. So they agreed to return to the mansion, in part so that they could regain their composure and continue the conference more cold-bloodedly. Is there something inherently appealing about gold, chat, or is it just like an informed like cultural thing growing up? Because like gold to me, especially gold bar, it's just a very pleasant thing to look at. Is it
just as shiny?
Yeah, shiny, but like I don't know. How do we decide what's a reliable scene or not? That's the whole point of the fucking story. Thank you to Arbitrary Dummy for the resub. You know, Umineko kind of lost me being too normal. Thankfully, the lollies are saving it now. Truly, Ryukishi has done it again. Thank you so much, Arbitrary Dummy. Thank you. Thank you, Huli Gordo for the bits. I fucking hated Joe in the first streams I watched because he morbed the final plot twist of VLR, and he had like insane levels of deduction. I talked with some people on Jad's podcast, and they told me that they had realization thinking Joe is best, and I'm afraid I'm having this realization now, seeing him absolutely unironically hate the same character as me. I don't remember morbing the final plot twist of VLR. Did I? Or is it just a bit? Okay. All right. Based on the Erica hate. All right. Thank you, Godot. Thank you to Cold Ronald for the resub. Thank you very much. With the coldest French fry. I love you, Joe. Thank you, Cold Ronald. Anyway, go ahead now. Sorry.
Then if you would excuse me for the night, I imagine I'd just get in the way if I remained any longer.
Sure, sorry. Did we bother you too much?
Let us show our gratitude again tomorrow. Sorry for letting you see such an embarrassing side of us. You said that you refused, but allow us to prepare a fitting portion out of gratitude for you as one of the first to discover the gold. Right, Nissan?
Yes. We know what you're capable of. I think you can grasp our current circumstances. 20 billion yen in gold isn't something they wanted out in the open. They didn't want an outsider like Erica telling people about it. Of course, Erica had already reasoned out that much. She wore an unpleasant smile on her face, as though she understood all too well.
You don't need to worry about me. Of course, I have no desire to tell anyone else about this. And if I did, no one would believe me without proof. I got to see something interesting tonight. It was quite a spectacle, so I'm more than satisfied. I see. I guess it's not every day you see 10 tons of gold.
Seeing the gold was a spectacle. Meanwhile, a suspiciously gold bar-shaped Erica walked back to the guest house to go to sleep. Of course not. Judging by Erica's dark nature, it's obvious what she's so happy about. I thought about telling her to just go away, but even I wanted to get out of this place. I tried to head back to the guest house along with Erica. However, Kirie-san grabbed my shoulder.
You can't go, Battler-kun. Please, come with us.
Yes. You're now a real successor. You gotta have an audience with father and have him acknowledge you right away.
That's something only the family head may decide. Don't make things up on your own.
Battler, I realize it'll be a pain, but stick around with us for a bit longer. Don't say anything. Just stay quiet and keep your head down. Got it? Just do whatever you want. It would have been easy to say that I had no interest in being the successor, but I was sure that would only add more oil to the fire. Even if I had been ordered to keep quiet, staying shut up like a clam was clearly a good idea. In that case, would it really be so bad if they just let me go back to the guest house? Dad put his arm firmly around my shoulder, and I told him it was uncomfortable and to let go. However, he didn't pay attention to a word I said. I've solved the epitaph, just like you wanted. When you were the game master, we'd always get those letters. Try and solve the epitaph. If you don't, I'll kill you all. Why did she want to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph? By solving it, we found a mountain of gold. Yippee for us! But what about Beato? Does she gain anything by having us find the gold? Or does she lose something? As far as chessboard thinking tells us, people don't ever make moves that cause them to lose something. That means you must have had something to gain by having us solve the epitaph. Aw, fuck off!
No, this child has nothing to gain from having someone solve the epitaph.
Are you sure that's okay? Using red like that without her permission?
This child most likely wishes for it.
Virgilia, who had suddenly appeared there, quickly gave an answer to my question with the red truth. In the past, I sometimes guessed that Beato tried to make us solve the epitaph, because she wanted to make us find the gold's hiding place for her so she could snatch it away. Is that wrong too?
Yes. In the first place, the gold of the Golden Land belongs to her from the start. She has absolutely no need to make anyone find it for her, or to snatch it away herself.
Of course. Beato is Beatrice the Golden. Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean Sayo solved the epitaph? Or did Sayo make the epitaph? Oh, shit. Oh, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know anymore. Isn't she the master of the Golden Land and the Ushimiya family alchemist? That totally makes sense. However, that makes me even more confused. I know, even if someone exposed the answer to the epitaph's riddle, Beato has nothing to gain. Then why would she still send that letter? No, to the contrary, her own gold might be stolen away. In that case, I'm understanding this less and less. I understand
so
the
in
epitaph
tune.
murders. I know, it might be revenge against the Ushimiya family, or else a ceremony to revive her powers as a witch. After all, she's probably doing it because of some reason or goal of her own. Is it that the Beatrice furniture character became like a huge like entity force life of her own, and this is what she would do because of Kinzo's delusions, sort of thing? Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it. But what's the point of her telling her to solve the epitaph? Whether we solve it or not, she has nothing to gain at all. In other words, Sumari, the whole issue of whether the epitaph is solved or not is immaterial in Beato's eyes. Also, this whole episode feels like bunk to me, to be honest.
You're right. Whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, she has nothing at all to gain from it.
It doesn't matter whether it's solved or not. In other words, Sumari, could we say that the epitaph's riddle itself is immaterial to Beato?
You're right. The epitaph's riddle doesn't have any meaning for this child. So even if you take it to an extreme and call the epitaph's riddle immaterial, it may not be possible to argue against your claim.
Beato, why are you making us solve the epitaph's riddle? If we liken the witch you are to a pair of scales, the epitaph murders lie on one plate, and the riddle of the epitaph lies on the other plate. After all, she's saying she'll stop the epitaph murders if the epitaph is solved. In other words, Sumari, the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle are worth the same to Beato, like two sides on a balanced scale. That means that both the epitaph's riddle and massacring all the relatives are equally significant from Beato's point of view, but Virgilia responded with the red truth. Regardless of whether the epitaph is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. If she has nothing to gain, then this epitaph's riddle is meaningless and immaterial to Beato. In that case, how much of the epitaph murders which lie on the other side of the scales and are equal to the epitaph's riddle in value? worth to her. Oh my god, that was a sentence. What the fuck? Think, don't stop thinking. It's hard. The epitaph murders and solving the riddle of the epitaph have equal worth. As long as the epitaph murders, which are Beato's goal each time, have the single way that they can be stopped, a way that she decided on herself, both are worth the same thing to her. X equals Y, and whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. Y equals 0, so in this case, what is X? 0? Wait a sec. That means the epitaph murders are also meaningless and immaterial. Every time she performs these bizarre serial murders, she's willing to spend an incredible amount of effort to politely send advance notice. And then she kills us one by one in accordance with the epitaph, never getting exposed. So all of that is meaningless to her. I spun the chessboard around and searched through Beato's moves over and over. This is always the first place I stumble. The significance of the epitaph murders. Why did she have to commit serial murders in a way that reproduced the witch's epitaph? If she wanted to kill the whole Ushirimiya family for revenge, it'd be much simpler, safer, and more reliable if she just put poison into their dinner. Or else went around killing people one by one in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. However, on the first evening, Beato sent us a letter that sounded like an advance notice, and then carried out a 3-part serial murder with large gaps in between. The 6 people of the first twilight, the 2 people of the second twilight, and the 5 people of the fourth and later twilights. We aren't fools. Once the first murders occur, we barricade ourselves in somewhere to stave off any further murders. Furthermore, we quickly suspect the culprit among us and start analyzing each other's alibis. As the victims increase, the number of suspects decreases automatically, and Beato's chances of success in the serial murder drop closer and closer to 0. All the epitaph murders are like she's strangling her own neck, making it harder to succeed in the serial murder she's attempting. All for a useless embellishment, all just for show. But there's that line about how like sometimes she gets the goal and the point mixed up. She's raising the difficulty of completing her own objective.
That does follow. She really is a strange child.
But you do it too. You do the same thing. You make it harder on yourself because you don't want it to be anyone in the family that's doing the murders, but you also can't admit there's another person, and you get wrapped up in the hard mode magic bullshit. If I'm not saying it right, but that was what was happening in the earlier episodes. Did you know? In mystery novels, they call things like these epitaph murders plotline murders. Do they? I think you can split the possible motives for plotline murders like this into 3 groups.
And what are those?
Well, first off, maybe following the epitaph gives rise to misconceptions about evidence and alibis, which might benefit the culprit. Pretending to be dead and mixing yourself in with the victims would fit this pattern, as would committing murders that don't actually follow the epitaph, giving yourself an alibi by getting people to incorrectly guess the order of events.
I see. So perhaps she only made it look as though she was killing them in a ceremonial fashion following the epitaph, when she was actually guiding their thinking in a manner that benefited her. I do find that intriguing.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of ones in the past where it feels like, okay, you can kill them in any order, you can gouge in any order. It doesn't seem like it matches very often. However, in our games, the dead are truly down for the count thanks to the red. While she might have confused people in the world of the game board, she can't confuse us up here like that. In other words, Sumari, the most obvious possible goal for her isn't the real one.
In that case, what are the other 2 possible reasons for carrying out plotline murders?
Another one is coincidence. The crime just happens to resemble the epitaph without anyone in particular trying to make it do so, and the witnesses mistakenly think it's a plotline murder. Humans try to find cause and effect in everything they see. If we think we know what something is, then that's how it looks to us.
You would love that, right?
So much.
I see. That's intriguing too. But would that really work? In this child's games, advance notice of the crime is always given before the murders of the first twilight. Also, I believe you've repeatedly found letters and circumstantial evidence that clearly show the culprit is carrying out epitaph murders.
Yeah, that's right. It isn't coincidence. From the very beginning, Beato's been advancing with the goal of making us look like a series of epitaph murders. We weren't mistaken about that. These are clear plotline murders, so this motive or lack of motive doesn't work either.
In that case, there's only one motive left, right?
The last one is because they want to show someone something. More specifically, fear. By following the epitaph, she gives the others clear notice in advance that the murders will continue. The survivors are in constant fear of the murders, which they're certain will continue.
In other words, Tsumari, this child performed these epitaph murders to make someone feel the fear of death?
Or at least, that explained things pretty well. The grotesque mutilation of corpses and the dark decorations were all a show to terrify us.
To terrify whom?
Huh? Well, like I said, us. After hearing that one line Virgilia spoke so casually, my thoughts clouded over once again. Is it really sufficient to use the vague word us? There are many humans in the Ushiromiya family. There's the head and the one who holds the rank of his successor, grandfather, and Uncle Kraus. There's the relatives who have some pull in the business world. On the other side, you have the young cousins who usually visit at most once a year, and the unfortunate servants who just happen to be on duty that day. Even if the culprit hates all of us, there should be clear differences in how much they hate some of us compared to others. So it should be possible to pick out people among us that the culprit especially wanted to terrorize or have revenge against. If we liken this to a kid eating dessert, isn't the strawberry on top of a shortcake the part you should eat last? No one tells you that you shouldn't eat it first, but our mentality encourages us to save it for later. In that case, the culprit will want to leave the person they hated most until the end. Yeah, like that line by my favorite character in this novel I like. Something about how the worst way to kill someone is to murder those close to them first, make them as miserable as possible, and only kill the person then. You're always left last, battler.
Oh my, that must have been quite a terrifying novel. How frightening.
In that case, you could argue that the people who stay alive until the end are the ones Beato hates the most. However, every single time the order people get killed changes around completely. If we try counting out the people who live until the last twilight every single time, even though they do die in the end...
Ding ding ding!
I'm the only one.
Let me first speak with the red. Battler-kun, you are not the culprit. You haven't killed anyone. This can be said of all games.
Then that just makes it even more likely that it's me. It means the sole reason she had for bringing about the epitaph murders was to show them to me. Every time Beato brags that she'll choose whom to kill next with a roulette. However, I'm the only one she never kills. Though she does kill me in the end, she leaves me be until the very last moment. In all of these supposedly random games, there's only this one unchanging constant. She wants revenge against me? So is she performing the epitaph murders to make me feel fear?
That's wrong. Her goal is not to make someone experience fear, and it isn't to have revenge on someone either.
In that case, the epitaph murders really don't mean anything to her. The epitaph's riddle is meaningless, and the corresponding epitaph murders are also meaningless. X equal Y equals 0. But even so, she's clearly trying to show these meaningless things to me. What could she want from me that'd be worth the same to her as something meaningless? I don't get it. The more I think about it, the less I understand what she's thinking. Whoops. Beatrice, the fickle witch who committed a meaningless, worthless string of serial murders. Even the epitaph's riddle, which that witch used as a trigger that could suspend the serial murders, is meaningless, immaterial. And yet, she's thrusting this meaningless, immaterial thing in front of my face. What is it that you want from me? Or else, what is it that you're giving me? My idea that Beato has clearly been taking revenge on me has already been denied by Virgilia's red truth. Both X and Y, both the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle hold no meaning for Beatrice. X equals Y equals 0. However, since she's thrusting those things in front of me, they must have some meaning. She showed us the scales representing, if you don't solve the epitaph, I'll carry out the epitaph murders. In other words, Sumari, neither the epitaph murders nor the epitaph's riddle have any significance by themselves. However, it becomes meaningful when she puts both halves on the scales and puts them on display before us. No, before me. Why does this music make me think of Sekimeya?
Good question.
In other words, Sumari, it should be like this. x equals 0, y equals 0, x plus y greater than 0, on a scale with meaningless, weightless things on both sides. However, it has weight itself, and it gives the rest meaning. It's almost like playing, like kids playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors is an extremely familiar method of randomly determining a winner and a loser. You sometimes wager some sort of reward on the outcome. But kids often do rock, paper, scissors just to play, without betting anything in particular. Unless you bet something, you have nothing to gain or lose except happiness from frustration. In other words, Samari, the two sides of the scale, both winning and losing, are immaterial. However, the very act of seeing which way it will tip is the reason kids play rock, paper, scissors. After all, the kids are enjoying the communication that surrounds the game, and they aren't purely interested in the value of winning or losing. They aren't overly concerned about who wins and who loses. That would mean it doesn't matter to Beato whether the epitaph murders succeed or not. It almost feels like she's just enjoying the process.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you there. I was laughing that Ryukishi repeated that almost word for word in an interview about an unrelated.
Oh, did he? I
subject.
I couldn't hear you laughing. Sorry.
Okay.
In the past, I cursed her, deciding that she was a heartless witch who kept murdering people for no reason. But right now, I can't imagine that's true.
Thank you. In that case, I'll give you one more line of red. Beato never committed murder for the sake of pleasure.
Can you define Beato for me? Could we just
Define
like
a witch?
could we just
Define a
cut the
witch?
red just here? Beato never committed murder. Period. Done. Like I don't even know anymore. She didn't do it for pleasure, and she didn't do it to make anyone feel fear. Since she has nothing to gain, she doesn't care whether the epitaph murders succeed or fail. It's almost like a random game kids would play. It's not right. It does have meaning. It has meaning for her.
And what is this meaning?
I don't get it. Even though both sides of the scale are immaterial, the scale itself has some weight to it in her eyes. Of course, it isn't meaningless. Some meaning definitely exists. In the previous game, she urged me to remember my sin of 6 years ago. Am I supposed to believe that was meaningless too? No, it definitely isn't the case. I clearly remember the serious gaze Beato had back then. Unfortunately, I didn't have a clue what she meant. When she saw that, she was horribly dejected. That's right. At that time, I'm sure she even went so far as to say that the crime wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't come. It does have meaning. It means something to her. And it's connected to something she wants from me. What does this look? I laughed softly and poked Beato lightly on the head, then patted her head. Next time you want to send a love letter, I suggest you just write, I love you. If you make it too roundabout and confusing, no one's going to be able to figure it out. I still don't have a clue what she's thinking. Even so, I won't stop thinking. I've only just started spinning the chessboard around. I definitely won't give up on this journey in search of your thoughts. Smash?
Smash. If you want to take an early break here, we could do 2 more chapters and it'll go a little bit over an hour. How's that sound?
Is that the ones that we had on schedule?
Yeah, excluding the extra one. Yeah. 8 and 9.
Yep, we'd probably take it now because we're like 15 minutes away. Probably do it now. Yep. So like 5-minute break, short break this time.
Sure, sounds good to me.
Okay, before I go, thank you to Key Dude for the resub. And Hazy for the resub too. My Twitch Prime for a Witch Prime. Oh, nice. Thank you very much, Hazy. Thank you, Key Dude. Thank you to Kever Klarung as well. This level of reasoning is possible for a weeb like myself. What do you think, chat?
What do you think, chat?
What do you think? 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 What do Thank you, Cover for Clarung. That's hard to say. Anyway, we're back in about 5 minutes.
Oh.
1, 2,
Hello.
3.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry,
oh, new.
I muted the effects because the wind. I couldn't hear you because it's so
Oh.
loud. Because you're so low compared to it. The chat can hear you, but I
No.
couldn't hear you. Yeah.
That's the worst case scenario. We swapped around voice again
Let me check.
for chapter 8. Yeah.
Okay, so I am. Okay, all right. So, not to be more doom and gloom, but what just happened in the last scene is making me really worried that I'm going to have a rule lawyer semantic fight with people at the end of this about what lying with the red means. Because here's my concern right now. My concern right now is that okay, so I don't know if it is this theory down here, but I feel really strongly about this. But I'm starting to like lose like like I'm wavering a little bit on this theory, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe someone else is fake instead. But of someone, I also don't like that Genji called himself Furniture at some point, and Furniture has a proper like rigid connotation to it in most other cases. So I don't know about that, but either way. There was meant to be 18 people at first, and then we found out Kinzo was dead the whole time, and that could have explained that there was a bonus person. And now we found out, and then she like dropped the amount of people on the island down by 1, so it's still no room for a bonus person. But if there is someone of these people is fake, or like I think 2 of them are fake and there's a real person that is using these 2 as furniture, then that would drop it down again, and there could be room for another person. But now I'm starting like I don't know if the details are getting mixed up in my head, but I'm starting to wonder like why was that necessary? So hold on, let me backtrack a little bit. So the reason why it was necessary explicitly at one point was because everyone was accounted for when Nanjo died at the end of episode 3, right? Or was it Jessica? It was one of those 2. Didn't Beatrice like have Battler completely checkmated and was like everyone is accounted for. It couldn't have been Ava or Avatrice. Was it Nanjo or was it Jessica at the end? I think it was Nanjo, wasn't it?
It was Nanjo in the hallway, and Jessica was in that room.
Yeah, so Jessica was in there. So everyone was accounted for, and there's no. And she also said there was no trips, no trips, no traps, no tricks. Someone actually killed them, so there has to be an extra person that's unaccounted for. My worry right now, because it's already kind of like if there is someone that's fake, my worry right now is that at some point, because everyone has been killed at some point except for Battler. Maybe Battler's fake. Fucking hell. Like it said it wasn't the culprit though. That was just in red. Since everyone has been killed at some point, like I don't like that even counts as a murder. Like that doesn't. If someone is fake, how can they be murdered? So like, and now it gets back to like, okay, so if Canon killed Jessica, would and if Canon, Shannon, and Beatrice, sorry, hold on. If Canon, Shannon, Beatrice, Virgilia, Renove, Gap, etc., if they're all furniture of Sayo, if Canon killed someone, does that mean all of them killed someone, or does that mean that just Canon killed someone? And you could say in red, Beato hasn't killed anyone. Could you even say in red, Sayo hasn't killed anyone? I don't know. I don't know what the stipulation of that's going to be. But like there was a part where like at some point, I'm pretty sure at some point in the story, one of these has been killed and we found the body and it's just someone playing dead. And then when they get up and walk away and they do something else and they adopt another persona, but they never adopt that persona again. In their head, Canon, let's say Canon was killed and we found Canon's body. Canon really is dead forever, and they're dead to whatever the central consciousness is that is controlling all the furniture. But the physical body gets up, walks away, and does something else. I don't know. That feels really scummy to me to even count that as a death at that point, or even a homicide. Like, how does that work? If like Like, could she make her own furniture fight? I don't know anymore. I have a feeling that I'm not gonna like this. But I do wonder, like, if that counts. Like, if does that count as Beato killing somebody? Anyway, I'm sorry if that was nonsense, but or rambling. But that and a lot of other things I've said right now are making me like really unstable with the story right now and unsure. And I'm not really enjoying episode 5 as much as the others. But I don't know. I'll probably speak with Mouse about it after the stream today, if you're okay with that, Mouse. And maybe I do need like a refresher course of the questions arc. Maybe that's where it's coming from. I don't know. I just I'm a little I'm unsure at the moment of what's going on.
Okay.
Between Joe and Tommy
Whatever
is the
you
furniture.
need.
Joe is the furniture. Joe is the furniture. All right, let's put the sound back on.
So I'm taking omniscient narration here, and you can take battler narration when it comes up. It's in the second half.
It was on 2s, right? Or was it on 3s? It was on 2s. We can change it if we need to. This is omniscient. Okay, go for it.
Mm-hmm. Battler did nothing but gaze blankly out the window. The fighting between the relatives went on without end.
We do not have sound effect for some reason. Oh. You muted it? I turned it back on. For some reason, what do you mean? I turned it back on.
I know, they're being mean.
Yeah. Maybe we need to do hold on. Let me try this.
Yeah, you could do a cheeky save and reload.
Yeah.
Maybe no music here. There is music here. So it's probably just bugged.
Did you click M? No. Let's like wait until it gets to the next scene transition then, and we'll see. Maybe like it'll kick in. Anyway, go ahead.
At first, the relatives had crowded around the study.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm ahead of you.
There we go. It's back now. Okay, cool. At first, the relatives crowded around the study is what you said. Okay, all right.
Yep. However, no matter how much they knocked, the master of the study did not answer even once. Ava and several others said that they should open the door with the second key, the one Genji held. However, in a flash of brilliance, Natsuki said that Kinzo had been in a particularly bad mood and had taken back the key he'd previously given Genji, which meant that now he had both keys himself. She claimed that this was the reason they couldn't open the door. After she promised to let them meet Kinzo tomorrow morning, no matter what, they finally returned to the dining hall. But of course, the argument continued on, even there. Ava's group needed a lot of cash very soon, and they were trying to threaten Kraus somehow and make him pay up. Apparently, Battler solving the epitaph threatened Kraus's position as the successor, which gave the others a powerful tailwind. On the other side, Kraus and Natsuki based their argument on the claim that it had never been specified that ownership of the gold would be handed over to the person who solved the epitaph. It hadn't been hidden gold, but simply Kinzo's stockpile, and it was still Kinzo's property, which meant it would naturally be distributed after Kinzo's death with the rest of the inheritance. Once they made that claim, Ava's group once again started demanding to be allowed to see Kinzo. It had probably been obvious to them from the very beginning. The sibling fight could only be settled by Kinzo. This was obviously a confrontation between Ava's group, which wanted cash fast, and Kraus, who was hiding his lack of funds but still didn't need money right away. As he listened vaguely to this exchange, Battler marveled at how, despite their usual affluent airs, they were surprisingly deep in debt.
Didn't you say the same thing a short while ago? Enough, let's take a break. We're all repeating the same things over and over again.
According to the clock, it was almost 24 o'clock. It was certainly a perfect time for a break. The atmosphere relaxed just a bit.
This is the first time in the story, actually, that the situation has gotten to a point where I kind of get why people start killing each other. I don't know why. Like, it's just like the way that they're like going back and like being like, no, I didn't mean that. No, that's not part of the deal. Like, no, the gold's right. Like, I don't know. It's just like, I still don't think they should do it, but I kind of understand the tension level that they're at for some reason. I don't know why it's hitting me this time. I agree. It'll be good for both sides to take a breather. Hey, why don't we start keeping a record when we start up again? I'm tired of fighting over what was or wasn't said.
Seriously, we really can't do without a record of proceedings, not when Nissan can so easily deny something he said before the words stop reverberating off the walls. A mere written record would be a pain, and it'd be an easy target for forgery.
Good point. Aniki, want to fire this up? A tape set, is it? I see. This way we can give a record without bothering to write it down, and forgery will be impossible. It's fair for both sides.
Make sure you don't mess anything up. Those are Father's precious music tapes. The dignified tape set had a sense of weight to it that matched this majestic dining hall perfectly. On pleasant Sunday mornings, it would sometimes be used to play famous tapes or records. However, right now, it was the most neutral and impartial conference record keeper around. Rudolph fished randomly around the cassette rack, searching for a blank tape. And every time he found some tape with sophisticated music on it, he'd complain about how pompous it was.
Pardon me, you called?
We're taking a break. Sorry, but could you make us something to drink? And maybe some biscuits would be nice too.
Certainly. I will see to it right away.
Also, sorry, but do you have any cold medicine? I've been feeling a bit feverish.
Then don't overstrain yourself. Get some sleep.
If you really feel like it, why not get some sleep, Rosa? Of course, I wouldn't step out of such an important conference because of a simple cold.
Really? Allow me to take a rest as well. Natsui, why don't we take a short rest too?
Yes, dear. Sensing that he meant to have a strategy meeting, Natsuhi stood up. Even if that hadn't been the case, she was so desperate to get out of the room even for a moment that she'd have taken any excuse. Kraus and Natsuhi left the dining hall, and the tension in the room finally relaxed.
He's back. Thank you, Damak, for the bits. Someone who shall remain nameless referred to me as Lambda Dalmak, and that's going to stick in my craw for the rest of these streams. And thank you to Mario the Mayo for the resub. Just with this sub, this level of monetary support is possible for Furuto Erica. What do you think, everyone? Oh, thank you, Mayo. Thank you. In character. Sigh.
You've been doing great, Battler-kun. I imagine you feel just horrible. Think of this as part of growing up and just accept it.
Just how long am I gonna have to sit around here doing nothing?
Who knows? After all, you're like our own portable shrine. Sleepy?
About as much as your average school class.
I'm pretty sure Father isn't going to show up tonight anyway. When Kraus-Nissan and the rest come back, I'll propose that we might as well let you go.
I'll be counting on you.
Knock, knock. A light knock and the faint sound of china clinking together could be heard. Excuse us.
We brought tea.
Shannon and Cannon had come by with a serving cart. The pleasant smell of black tea had the effect of relieving a bit of the tension.
Hey, did you hear?
Hear about what?
We haven't heard anything.
Stop it, Rudolph. There's no reason to tell them.
We are furniture, so we have no interest in matters concerning the family conference.
I see. That's a wise answer. You have the midnight shift? That must be rough. That is our job. We would be happy to receive your orders.
Makes sense to me. At least that'd be better than sitting around awake doing nothing. When I was still down on the bottom rungs, I once worked as a warehouse keeper. Even though you're just staying awake, it's still pretty tough. Right after the war, you had robbers all over the place. Plus, you couldn't rely on the police back then, and it was a pretty dangerous time. Alright, Hideyoshi, right to bed.
Hideyoshi was particularly proud of how he'd started with nothing and built up assets by illegally diverting goods from the American army. Once the subject came up, Hideyoshi tended to get pretty talkative. Loves breaking the law. The relatives who knew this were greatly relieved to see that a perfect sacrifice had come up.
If you got found out, you were in for it big time. Those Americandy people are scary. Their strength's in another league because of all that beef they eat. Whey protein's better though. If you got caught, it ended with them shooting you or death by hanging. Get it? Death by hanging? Oh yeah, and then I figured it out. It's all about the meat. Japanese people gotta eat more meat. And that's when I got the revelation that I need to start a business to win over people's stomachs.
Almost as good as Kraus. I see. That must have been quite a difficult task. Stop it, dear. No matter how much you tell people born after the war, they'll never understand how we suffered back then.
Oops, looks like my bad habits jumped out again. Sorry. Wahahaha.
You two should have some tea as well. Every now and then, I think it might be helpful for you to use your own tongues to learn more about the tea you're always brewing.
No, we'll be fine. There's no need to be concerned for our sakes. Hang out with us for a bit. Being surrounded by adults makes me feel like I'm gonna suffocate. You hear that? That's an order from Battler-sama, the successor. Sit over there and have some tea with us. Then you can talk about recent events, your hobbies, TV shows you're watching, and whatever it is that's popular with the kids these days. Why would they all? I don't understand the rules anymore. Oh my god. Oh no. Why would? Oh. I guess I'm wrong. I must be wrong. I'm wrong. I guess I must be wrong. So who's the? Who doesn't count as a person? Is it Battler? Does Battler not count as a person? Are we gonna find that out? Battler never dies? I'm sorry, this is tedious. Here, that's an order for Battler-sama, the successor. Sit over there and have some tea with us, and you can talk about recent events, your hobbies, TV shows you're watching, and whatever it is that's popular with the kids these days. There's a lot we could learn.
That's a brilliant idea. Come on, you two sit down too. And why don't you become sacrifices for us now that we crave something to talk about?
Maybe Lambda, Delta, and Bernie using different... Yeah, I said that at the beginning, didn't I? Yeah, I need to remember that. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Okay, yeah. It's got to be this time that the rules are so different that they're actually... Yeah, okay. All right, it's got to be that. Waha. That's right. I thought it'd be nice to talk to some young kids, but that'd be pretty hard when I'm too old to go to a cabaret club.
How long are you planning on standing around there? Rudolph told you to sit. Sit down. I give you permission as well. After getting Ava's permission, Shannon and Cannon looked at each other and finally obeyed, nervously. For a while, the two were pounded by questions and became the relatives' playthings. Then, a reserved knocking sound could be heard. All of the servants tended to knock in a similar manner, so no one found it strange. However, Shannon and Cannon turned around with surprised looks on their faces. The servants here today included the two of them, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Goda had the midnight shift at the guest house. Kumasawa had gone to bed in a spare room in the guest house. The two of them were right here, so Genji was the only person left. But they knew very well that Genji wouldn't knock like that.
Who is it? It's not locked, just come in.
Rudolph didn't recognize the knock either. When he asked, who is it, it became apparent that no one knew whose knock it was. After that, the same knock-knock repeated just once more. Could it be that someone had their hands full and was asking that the door be opened for them? As a slightly odd feeling began to encompass the room, the sound of the large clock in the hall could be heard. It was a sign that October 4th had ended and October 5th had begun. Let's just step back in time a bit. At this time, Kraus and Natsuhi were a ways off in a deserted corridor on the second floor.
Who the fuck is talking? So we have no longer have any other options.
Yes, the same move probably won't last us all day tomorrow. If we hesitate any longer, there's a chance Eva-san and the others will call the police, claiming that we have father locked up somewhere. This is as far as we can go. Battler-kun finding the gold was completely unexpected. If that hadn't happened, I'd have thought of a plan which might have managed to get us through this somehow.
This always happens when I bet on something. Something unexpected always happens, and something that should have been an absolute certainty goes wrong.
Let's arrange for Father's room to be empty starting tomorrow morning. Let's plan it out with Genji and have him say he saw Father heading out into the forest early in the morning.
I doubt Ava and the others will simply accept such a disappearance.
I'm fully aware of that. However, we have no other options.
If we do such a thing... Look at the rain falling in the window in the background, very small, that's cool. If we do such a thing, Ava and the others will doubtless make a fuss that our actions were suspicious. They aren't worried about appearances as long as they can squeeze some money out of us. It might end up in some odd magazine and cause serious damage to the confidence placed in me.
Damage is something we can live with, right? If by any chance Father's secret is discovered, we'll face a lot worse than mere damage.
There's nothing wrong with persisting until the last possible second tomorrow. If we're able to make it through safely, we won't have to lose anything. There's no need to get impatient and use that trump card. Well, that's what I said to all the imaginary people in my head when I was in the study, and we all concluded that we needed to do this, so just get with the program, Kraus. This is what we're doing.
You want to wait until after they start clambering about how we've locked Father up and then say he's gone missing? That way would invite much more suspicion. Let's just put Father to rest now. To go any further would be impossible.
Calm yourself. Being exposed to Ava and the others' venom too much has made you lose your composure, that's all. Only 2 keys exist that can let anyone into that study, and you have both of them right here. That means no one can go inside. That door is of a very special make. No matter what kind of tools they bring out of the storage room, it won't even budge. You're going to use it to close up the building that they're going to house the Sekimeya in about 10 or 15 years.
Just gonna make a Sekimeya joke. No way. No way.
Oh, it isn't a physical problem like that.
Please don't be hasty and calm down. In any event, you can pretend to have gotten a fever and stay in bed. In the meantime, I will overcome all of this for you.
I can't leave everything to you. I'll fight until the end too. When Natsuhi could no longer hold back the tears brought on by her fierce emotions, Kraus held her gently. Just how long had it been since the last time she'd felt the warmth of her husband's compassion?
Your headache must be awful, yes? It's always that way when you wrinkle your forehead like that.
Dear. She had come to think that her husband could never guess the way she felt. But at times like this...
Let's wait for the very last moment before using our disappearance trump card. It's like a last resort treasured sword. It's best when it remains in its sheath. The important thing is that you're ready to pull it out at any time, right?
I understand that.
Would you let me handle that trump card? Of course, at the final moment, I will take all the responsibility. I won't get you and Jessica involved.
What do you mean by that?
When the Ushimiya family is destroyed, it is enough that I alone am crushed in the rubble. When the typhoon passes, let's make sure we're ready to file for divorce. I will sign the papers and let you hold on to them. I've secretly left some of my assets in your name. Mostly the moon investments. They're a sure thing. If you add on some compensation money, that should be enough for you and Jessica to live on without any hindrances.
No! Ushiromiya Natsuhi is the name that should be engraved on my tombstone. Please let me be with you until the last moment. Even if it turns out that you're the last head of the Ushiromiya family, please let Natsuhi be the name of the wife of the final head, your wife. Krause's existence was founded solely upon the trust and power of his assets as a financial fixer. If either of those weakened, nothing would remain. If they used the trump card of Kinzo's disappearance, they would lose one of those two essential supports. It was like offering your right arm in exchange for your neck being cut. It was probably better than losing your head, but you still might die from the blood loss. And even on the off chance that you did survive, you'd have to bear a heavy wound that wouldn't heal for the rest of your life. Krause was prepared, even for death. Understanding this, Natsuhi buried her face in Krause's chest and cried.
My apologies for interrupting.
The sudden appearance of Genji's voice made Natsuhi jump back and hurriedly wipe the tears from her eyes. Krause stood in front of Natsuhi, shielding her.
Ah, Genji-san, please don't sneak up on us. Do you have some business? Yes. My apologies, but I have something to report to Madam.
To me? Dear.
I don't mind.
Krause left Natsuhi's side, went to a window a short ways off, and gazed at the windy and rainy rose garden. Natsuhi went with Genji to a place a short distance away. What is it?
Well, the truth is, another phone call has come for you, Madam.
At that moment, a sudden, eerie sound surprised her. It was the large clock in the hall announcing 24 o'clock. You don't mean that man again?
Yes. What is to be done?
Did he say what business he had with me?
I can give you no answer on that matter. He kept insisting that he wanted to speak to you directly.
Again, a phone call from the man who claimed to be taking revenge for something that happened 19 years ago. 19 years ago. That was just 1 year before Jessica and Battler were born. In Natsuhi's eyes, the gap between 19 years ago and 18 years ago was immense. For a long time, she had been unable to fulfill her role of creating a successor for the Ushiromiya family and had been treated very coldly. But then she finally gave birth to Jessica and became able to call herself the Ushiromiya successor's wife with her head held high. So in her eyes, Ushiromiya Natsuhi began 18 years ago. That's why everything before that, including the events of 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. And something from the last year of that hateful period is whispering vengeful words from the other end of the phone. I can still hear the roar of the sea.
What is to be done?
Transfer it to my room. Don't let my husband know.
As you wish.
From the very beginning, Genji had guessed that she wouldn't want Krause hearing about this phone call. That's why he had told Natsuhi covertly. Natsuhi ordered that he transfer the call, told Krause that she would turn in for the night, and left at a quick pace.
Okay, so sorry, I wasn't paying attention in the scene with the dinner. So when Genji came in and was summoned to get drinks and biscuits for them by Rosa, Krause and Natsui left with him?
I think this is happening before all of that.
But it just hit midnight, and it hit midnight right when someone was knocking on the door, right?
I mean, I guess so. Yeah.
So because
they left a little earlier, says
I kind of spaced out on that. I didn't realize that they left with Genji around the same time that the Genji left. Okay, all right. So they stepped out. Okay. And also, this is before the island loses their phone line, I'm guessing, because otherwise, how can there be a phone call? Unless it's from the interior line, which means it's someone that's already on the island, which really narrows it down, actually. But okay.
She returned to her room and locked the door. There was nothing peculiar about that. In the Ushiromiya family, hallways are like public roads. There's no special meaning in locking the door when you enter your own room. This is what she told herself. Then, as though it had been waiting for her, the telephone rang. Genji had probably transferred the call. She took a deep breath, readied herself, and picked up the receiver. Hello? Again, it started with silence. She realized that the person at the other end was trying to irritate her and make her feel uncomfortable, and she got angry. Why are you silent? I'm hanging up.
Do not hang up, Mother. I want to hear your voice a little longer.
Again, that unpleasant voice. Are you trying to mock me? Tell me what you want.
I want to play with you, Mother.
What? What are you talking about? I have no desire to play with you.
You are tired from the family conference, right? Is that chronic headache of yours getting to be a pain?
That's none of your business. Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine.
You get headaches because your head is all stiff. If you go straight to bed like that, you cannot expect to have good dreams.
Haven't I told you that that's none of your business? I'm hanging up. Natsuki forcefully yelled that she was hanging up, but in actuality, she couldn't. After all, being at the receiving end of a phone call was much better than the alternative. If she hung up violently, this person might then call someone else.
Okay, so she's really taking this seriously, which probably means that it's true, or unless she's just dumb. Wasn't there like something that happened when she answered the phone last time? It let her know that the phone call was coming from outside the island, and this time it didn't happen, or is she just not acknowledging it this time? What was that? What was it that happened? Something like there was like a moment of silence or like a click or something when she, or is it because it rang? I can't remember. I'm gonna have to go back and see that, I guess. But anyway, let us play a game to help you relax. I will not take up much of your time.
I have no intention of playing with you.
Your name is Natsui, Mother. It has the kanji for a season in it. Pretty nice name. However, just because your name is Natsui, that does not necessarily mean you like summer. Which season do you really like, Mother?
You think I'll tell you?
If you do not, I will hang up. Is that alright?
It was clearly a threat. It meant that if she forced him to hang up the phone, anything might happen. Humiliated that she was forced to give in to a threat made by a man whose name she didn't even know, she gave him the answer he wanted. It's autumn.
Why?
Because it's an easy season to pass the time in. There's no other reason in particular. Are you satisfied now?
Yeah, I am satisfied. So, it looks like your favorite season really is the same as mine. I like autumn too.
Liar. You just made that up. Surely this man would have done the same thing no matter which season I said I liked. What is he after? What's so fun about making me uncomfortable like this?
It's not nice to call someone a liar. I'm not making it up. I already knew you liked autumn, Mother. There is even proof.
Proof?
Yeah. Is there a clock in your room, Mother?
A clock? Yeah, there is, but what's your point? In Natsuhi's room, there was a beautiful antique clock with an intricate design. Kraus had bought it for her as a birthday present long ago. It's 12:07 right now. I'm tired, so please get this farce over with quickly.
Try lifting the clock up.
Why?
You really do not know when to shut up. Stop resisting every single time I say something. Just shut up and do what I say.
The tone of the man's voice suddenly went low, turning into a threat. It made his displeasure clear. At first, this man seemed to have a calm way of speaking, but on the inside, that wasn't the case at all. If she enraged this man even a little more, he would surely show his true nature right away.
Are you really that eager to make me hang up? Things are best when I talk on the phone with you. I could tell your husband and daughter about what happened 19 years ago anytime I want to.
I don't know what you're talking about, but please don't get my husband and daughter involved. I'm listening to everything you say.
Then just do what you are told.
Once again, the man threatened her in a low voice, as though warning her not to interrupt again. My head was filled with the pain from my headache, the sound of my beating heart, and the roar of the sea. I can't disobey him anymore. As the man had ordered, I lifted up the antique clock. Huh? There lay what appeared to be a single playing card. Is it the warranty for the clock? Thinking this, she took it and turned it over.
Are
okay?
you wide awake now?
Why? Why is this here?
Well, it would please me if your headache's gone down a bit. Tell me that you are happy, Mother.
How did you... Why? How?
I want to hear you say you are happy, murderer. How dare you act like a normal, neat freak mother? You make me want to vomit. Do you want that to land on your husband and daughter as well? You don't, right? You want to keep me quiet, don't you? Okay, I'll keep quiet. Come on, aren't you happy? Aren't you?
I'm happy. I'm happy. So please, stop. Don't bring my husband and daughter into this. What is it you want? Money? How much?
I do not want money. My wounds cannot be healed with any amount of money, but there is a medicine. That is right. It is like a kind of ointment, thick, syrupy, and dribbling. And that is my hatred, my resentment towards you. Slathering myself with that is the only way to hold back the pain.
Natsuki had never had anything so hateful said to her in her entire life. So she suspected many times that she must be having some sort of bad dream. However, this definitely wasn't a dream. You couldn't possibly be on this island right now, are you?
I am. Did I not promise you? I said I would be at the family conference.
That's impossible. There's no way you could have come during this typhoon.
That would be no problem if I came before the typhoon reached here. And I'm pretty sure this guest called Erica or whatever arrived even during the typhoon.
Her blood froze. Fruto Erica had supposedly been brought here by coincidence. If he knew that name, he would have to be very close by. Where are you?
I will not appear in front of anyone until you introduce me. Do not worry. Oh yes, it is useless to try and search for me. Your mansion is huge. Useless, and you have no shortage of phones I could be calling from. Besides, I'm sure you do not want to meet me, right? Or else, do you want to expose me and introduce me to everyone? Introduce me to Jessica too. Tell her I am her older brother by 1 year. Yeah.
Stop it! Stay away from Jessica!
I guess I've scared you a bit too much. That is all from me for tonight. But do not forget, you cannot disobey me. Understand, Mother?
Yes?
I'm going to hang up for the night, but I have an order that must be followed until tomorrow morning.
What is it?
You may no longer leave that room tonight, and you may not make a phone call to anywhere. If a phone call comes for you, you are not allowed to take it. You will turn the lights off right now, get in bed, and sleep. Then you will wake up at your ordinary time. It sure is nice to live a healthy life. I really am such a good son, working so hard for the sake of my mother's body.
I understand. I'll go to sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So don't involve my husband and daughter.
As long as you follow my orders, I will keep your secret, Mother. Do not disobey me. I am already very close by to you. I can easily tell whether you have turned your lights off or whether you are on the phone. If I wish to, I could even kiss your sleeping face. Ugh.
I'll keep it. I'll keep my promise. So stop it. Just stop it. Stop it! As she screamed, Natsuhi took the card she had found under the clock and crushed it up into a little ball. It had a pattern on it, like a tarot card. And also, the kanji for autumn. Ooh.
Okay.
Let's step back in time once again.
Okay, hold on. So, with the timeline of what just happened, you're dead. It can't be anyone that was in the unless assuming it's reliable. It can't be anyone that was just in the dining room. They didn't have time to make the phone call. It could be Genji, and I'm saying just like in just the sheer like battler, it could be. I don't think so. It could be. It could be Genji. It could be Nanjo. It could be Goda. It could be Kumasawa. It could be Maria, George, or Jessica somehow fucking with her own mom. It could be Erica, but that's it. It can't be Shannon, Cannon, Rosa, Kyrie, Rudolph, Battler, Hideyoshi, Ava. It can't be Kraus because Kraus was standing there when the phone call came in. So it could only be them, unless it was lying with the Red Truth earlier about the amount of people on the island, but it's said in a weird way, so I don't know. That seems to be the only possibilities there if it's reliable. So this was a waste of time. That doesn't narrow it down at all. My guess is that it's Goda just fucking with it. Nah, it can't be Goda. All right, is it me now or are you?
It's me.
It's you?
You'll swap
Okay.
over to narration when a battler takes over.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Thank you to Pinzerata for the bits. Missed a lot of streams today due to work. I hope streaming has been fun, even if the story is bringing up some concerns for you. I personally love Erica and love to hate her at times, so I hope her presence justifies itself for you. I hope so too, because I really like her conceptually. It's a really interesting concept. Like I really, really, really do like it. But in terms of like how they're using her in the scenes, I'm like, I don't know. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits as well. In this Umineko episode, a Redditor finally gets her gold, a poor woman gets prank called, and two witches just fuck around.
Can I ask you a question that I'm curious about?
Sure.
Since we have had multiple times multiple conversations about like literature and writing where I have displayed I would say above average media literacy. Is the fact that I love Umineko propping any faith up for you right now?
It's the only reason I'm continuing.
Don't say that. Don't say that. I'm just curious.
It's the only reason I'm continuing. It's the only reason I'm still here. That's it.
No, you're lying. You're lying.
It helps. Yeah, it helps. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. I was okay. Without mouse, it would not exist. Oh, okay. If your answer was no, it would be fine. I was just curious if that factored in. Okay. Let's go back in time once again. Right now, it is the exact moment that the large clock in the hall announced 24 o'clock. Wondering who the person who knocked twice was, the relatives in the dining hall stared at the door. Rudolph told them to come in. But there was no answer.
It's Poopy Butthole, right?
Until the end of that long tone marking the arrival of 24 o'clock, which had come from the large clock in the hall shortly after the knock. They were unable to move in the slightest.
Maybe their hands are full and they can't open it. Maybe. It's a bit creepy that they won't say their name. Should I open it?
Do so. Cannon nodded back, then slowly opened the door. Oh, what's that?
It's one of Father's envelopes?
Right behind the opened door on the floor of the hallway lay the envelope.
There's no one in the hallway. Perhaps they placed us here and left.
The adults flew out into the corridor as well, but they could find no trace of anyone who might have knocked on the door. Just about an hour ago, Shannon and Cannon had come in to serve the tea. At that time, everyone had seen that nothing lay in that spot.
An hour? What? Sorry. Really? It's been that long? Holy shit.
Someone came, knocked, left an envelope with the mark of the one-winged eagle on it, and left. Could it have been the master? It's not unthinkable. Father's pretty much the only person in this mansion who would refuse to answer when asked who he was. That's not possible. If that were the case, why wouldn't Father come in here openly?
That's right. Father would probably just barge in here without knocking. Doors and windows of this mansion are locked now, right? In that case, the only people who could have conceivably left a letter there are Kraus-san, Natsui-san, and Genji-san.
By this point, the mansion had been completely locked up. Therefore, the cousins in the guest house, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa, and Erika could not have come here. Furthermore, since Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji were the only 3 who weren't in this room, one of those 3 had to have been the one who set that letter down in the corridor. So it was very likely that Kraus and the others had placed the letter there to make it seem like a message from Kinzo. I see. It'll have something written on it that's supposedly in Father's name, saying that he won't accept Battler as the successor or something of the sort. Ridiculous. I can't believe you'd try to pull such a childish trick, Nissan.
But it couldn't have been those 3 because they were upstairs when the clock struck midnight, so they weren't at the door to even knock the door to leave it there. So either something's unreliable or someone broke in. Or someone's in the mansion and they don't know about it. Well, it's not like I give a damn about being the successor. Give it up. It's just your fate. Anyway, why don't we read what's inside?
Rudolph set the letter on the dining hall table and let everyone see the front and the back to show that there were no tricks or hidden mechanisms. Almost like a magician does before performing his act. Can we be sure this envelope is one of Father's? Yeah, no doubt about it. Father liked to use this kind of envelope for handwritten letters. What do you think, Shannon-chan? Yes. To my eyes as well, it looks like the type of envelope that the master uses. That doesn't mean Father was the one who wrote it. It would be pitifully easy for Nissan to snatch one of those from a drawer in Father's study.
Even Kraus-sama would not be able to enter the study easily. It might be hard for him to steal an envelope. Let's try opening it. We can worry about that all later. Feels like there's something in it. I wonder what.
Rudolph opened the envelope a bit roughly. Then a folded letter. And a glittering object fell out. It was a ring. Huh? Wait a second. Isn't that ring? Ava noticed it immediately and grabbed at it. This is Father's ring, isn't it? It's the head's ring.
What in the... Seriously?
Are you sure it's Father's? Could it be a replica? No, this is the real thing. I've always dreamed about wearing this ring on my finger someday. Even though Father wore this on his finger, I know more about it than anyone else. This is Father's ring, no doubt about it. Why is it here? Does that really mean it was Father who wrote this letter?
The sender isn't Father. It's much more interesting than that. Then, who was the letter from? The Ushiromiya family alchemist. It's from the Golden Witch, Beatrice-sama.
Rudolph showed everyone the part of the letter where that was written. It really did say that. It's from Beatrice? What's it say?
I'll read it. Congratulations! I acknowledge that Battler-sama spectacularly solved the Epitaph's riddle and reached the Golden Land. All of the gold belongs to Battler-sama. Furthermore, Battler-sama is the new head of the Ushiromiya family. As proof, I send the head's ring, which Kinzo-sama left in my charge. Battler-sama, I beg that you take the ring, become the new master of the gold, and guide the Ushiromiya family. I sincerely pray that you flourish as the new head. Ha 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 ha! What the hell? I see, Dad just won't come out of his study, so Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest, has acknowledged Battler directly.
Battler-kun, you take that ring. This is a special ring to be worn by the family head. I don't know who this Beatrice is, but she's watched the whole thing and sent you this ring after acknowledging you as the true successor.
Is that okay? It's such an important ring. Yeah, it's fine. We did it, Battler. We saved the grove. You should wear it proudly on your finger. Got it? Even if Aniki and Natsu and Nasan tell you to take it off, you'd better not do it.
All of the relatives, with creepy smiles on their faces, urged Battler to put the ring on his finger. It looked like things would get pretty nasty if he refused, so Battler reluctantly decided to put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was heavy and stiff. At that moment, Kraus returned. Genji came back as well, shortly behind him.
My apologies. It seems my wife is not at her best, so she's gone to bed early. Did something happen? You all seem incredibly flustered. Battler-sama, isn't that...
Immediately, Genji keenly spotted that which Battler had just put on his finger.
Your eyesight's pretty good, Genji-san. Looks like you know whose ring this is. What? What are you talking about?
Judging by Krause's dubious expression, it seemed unlikely that he was the one who placed the letter there. Furthermore, that expression quickly changed into one of shock. That's right! It's the Ushiromiya family head's ring! The family conference took up this new topic, and the storm came, once again. This is you when it comes up.
It's me?
It's you.
This is the next chapter?
No.
No, really? Okay. The rain was still pouring down as hard as ever. This weather was supposed to continue all day tomorrow as well, which made me feel a bit depressed. Oh wait, given the time, I should say today, not tomorrow. But that doesn't really matter now. I'm sleepy. With half-asleep eyes, I opened my umbrella. Large drops of rain pounded mercilessly against it. Technically, the end of the family conference had been declared at 1 a.m. The external scuffles kept continuing sluggishly. I'm really jealous of Aunt Rosa, who managed to slip out of there at that time. She cleverly got away by saying that she'd check on Maria, who might have been staying up too late. Dad caught me, ruining my chance to escape, and it made me stick around until now, 3 a.m. So what have they decided on after all this time? Nothing at all. They just kept on arguing about who said what, like elementary school kids. I'm sure they're tired too. That's probably why they keep dragging on with the same pointless questions. I no longer felt any shock or anger towards them. I guess drowsiness is the best painkiller. I left them behind and finally returned to the guest house. And by left them behind, I mean I slaughtered all of them. When I got back to the guest house, the first floor lounge was lit. I could even hear people chatting inside. Apparently, some people were still awake even this late. Despite the late hour, Goda-san and Dr. Nanjo were still up and chatting. Plates and cups were lined up on the counter, and it looked almost like a bar with Goda-san as the bartender. When they noticed I had returned, they seemed to finally realize how late it was. When Goda-san made to top off Dr. Nanjo's glass, the latter declined with an exaggerated gesture. That's enough, Nanjo reacted. It's already too late to be up. Look how late it's gotten. You were such a good person to chat with, I hardly noticed. If so, it's all thanks to your liquor. We'll have to do this again sometime. Yes, gladly. Gladly-sama, welcome back. Is the discussion with Krause-sama and the others still continuing? But the way things were going, it looks like they might plod on until dawn. None of my business. I spoke carelessly with a big yawn. Oh, for
They have quite a lot of stamina. I'm surprised.
Oh, so you're here too.
With one thing and another, they ended up having a small night party here, and they let me join in. Don't worry, I haven't said a word about that.
Shh. Erica could be seen on the sofa. She had taken her shoes off and was lounging around as though she owned the place.
That's the worst thing she's done so far.
Yup. Erica-sama is very knowledgeable on a variety of subjects. I enjoyed listening to her immensely. Your knowledge truly is extensive. Very impressive for one so young.
You're very welcome. I, Fruto Erica, know quite a bit about trifles such as this.
Erica grabbed the corners of her skirt and posed. This was somewhat less than graceful considering that she was lounging on the sofa with her feet up. Where's Aunt Rosa? She returned at 1 a.m., but she went straight upstairs to sleep. That's probably true. After taking part in that conference for so long, I feel like flopping down in bed right away myself. I've had it. I'm tired enough that I might flop over right here. Well then, let's call it a night. Don't you have to get up early tomorrow morning to make breakfast, Goda-san? Preparations for breakfast have already been made. I would be most pleased if you look forward to it. In Goda-san's eyes, the family conference is an open stage on which to display his culinary skills. Maybe this invigorates him so much that he doesn't even get sleepy. Erica stood up, laughing at how youthful Goda was. This became a sign that it was time to disperse. I will clean up here. Please, go and sleep, everyone. Leaving the cleanup to Goda-san, I went to the bathroom and then climbed the stairs to the second floor. Shit, I already know who's gonna die. I already know who's gonna die because it was shown to us, wasn't it? It was these three, Genji, fucking the guest house people. Was it Rosa? Shit. Who was the other one? Fuck. Good night, everyone. These old bones... Hideyoshi was killed. These old bones have stayed up a little too late.
Good night, Dr. Nanjo. Good night, Battler-san.
Yeah. Good night. Then, in the second floor hallway, we split up. Dr. Nanjo went to his own room. Erika went to her room. And I returned to the cousin room. I couldn't hear any sounds of playing coming from our room. Would they have fallen asleep already? No surprise at this time of night. If they were still playing, they would have been staying up way too late. When I opened the door quietly, as expected, the room was already pitch black except for a small nightlight. Everyone was already sleeping in their beds. Or were they? I'm sure they had a great time and played a ton. Then they probably talked about youthful things and enjoyed staying up late. If only I hadn't found the gold, I could have enjoyed my time with them. I'm already tired, so tired. Forgetting even to change my clothes or brush my teeth, crawled into bed, and immediately began to descend into the marshes of sleep. Ah, today's been so insane. I wonder if that old bastard is still in that family conference now. How does he not get tired? Come to think of it, what was it that old bastard said when we parted company? Tomorrow, there's something important I want to talk about as a family. It's about you. I'm sure it's more stuff about being the successor. I don't even want to hear about it. If I tell you about this, I'll probably be killed. I'll kill you whenever you want, you old bastard. And then, what was it he said next? It's about your birth. My birth? Ah, I see, okay. Probably just something about the noble Ushiromiya lineage. Not interested. Just let me sleep.
What do you see? Just say it. I see.
Rudolph is gonna tell Battler that that Kyrie swapped the babies at birth because she's an insane person, and that Kyrie is also actually his mother, something like that.
I see.
And the reason why I'll probably be killed is because Kyrie would be really upset about it. The sound of crashing waves. Is this me or you? Sorry, this is the new chapter, right?
Yeah, let me look. So this is chapter 9. This is the last one we'll do. You can have narration. And
Okay.
there's some other stuff in there for you to know.
Okay. Male characters, her narration. Okay. I'll try and remember. The sound of crashing waves. The sound of the tide surging. The noise of the sea breeze. Whenever my headache torments me, these are the sounds that fill my head. Unable to bear a successor, I was in a very difficult position with regards to the Ushiromiya family. Whenever I heard of a drug or incense that could make you achieve pregnancy, I tried it, but nothing had any effect. Until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago, I was ashamed to even call myself a wife.
Children are created by the efforts of two people and the whims of heaven. It's not fair to place all the blame on yourself.
Still know what caused my inability to become pregnant. I even went to see noted physicians. I underwent humiliating examinations, but I always just told they didn't understand the reason.
Even though quite some time had passed since your marriage, you still couldn't bear a child. I see. It's only natural that Ava, who secretly aspired to become the successor, would start getting ideas.
Ava tried to convince father that I was a failure as the successor's wife. It was a time when Kinzo was also very disappointed by my husband's repeated business failures. On the other hand, Tsumari? Ava's husband, Hideyoshi's business was growing well, completely the opposite of my husband's. He was the only person who could bring father good news. So perhaps father couldn't be blamed to decide to lend an ear to Ava's words, or even accept them completely. It was all my fault because I couldn't bear a child.
You are sinless. Aren't babies of this country carried here by storks? If anyone is to be judged, blame the stork.
Thank you. However, even though I was still in good health then, the head was already well past his prime, and it's not hard to imagine that he wanted to see his grandchildren's faces as soon as possible.
Who cares? If he wanted a grandchild, he could have just done what he wanted with that appalling amount of money he had. This is Kinzo, the man who always bragged about how money could create anything. If he wanted a grandchild, why couldn't he just manage something with that money he was so proud of?
Yes, that's right. The head gave up on me when I couldn't bear a child, and did just that. The head gave to many charities, thinking it the duty of anyone in the possession of so much money. What? One among these, an orphanage known as the Fukuin House Gospel? Gospel Fukuoka had been. Oh, so does Fukuoka stand for gospel? Gospel house?
Yeah,
Had
it's a
been-
translation.
Okay,
Yeah.
had been given especially large donations, possibly because he had old ties with that place.
Ah, the Fukuen house. Furniture came from that place quite often.
To provide on-the-job training in preparation for life as a working adult, the head employed Fukuokan house children with exceptional grades as servants. All of the servants in the mansion with "on" in their names, such as Shannon, Cannon, Lunan, Manon, and Leon, came from there.
There were quite a lot of them, weren't there? Though most just quit after a few years.
That's probably because a few years of wages from working here would earn them more than enough to live on their own. Experience as a servant for the Ushiromiya family would be a wonderful thing to add to their resume. I'm sure it was the head's ambition that they would gain this for themselves and then spread their wings in society.
I see. So an adopted child.
Father, what did you just say? Accept this baby as my grandchild.
Oh, there.
Apparently the baby that Kumasawa was trying to soothe didn't like the study air at all. It kept on crying, upset. What are we doing? My apologies, father. What is it you just... Accept this baby as my grandchild, and raise it to be the one who succeeds Kraus. Sumari, you want me to raise this baby as me and my husband's own child? That's right. It's clear now that you cannot bear children. There must be some sort of defect in your body.
It's a cheeky little flashback. It's fine. Oh, there.
But it's not black and white.
There.
It's not black and white! As though she couldn't hear our discussion in the slightest, Kumasawa kept on trying to cuddle the baby. This made it cry even louder.
What nonsense. If all responsibility of giving birth to children rested with the woman, there'd be no need for men in this world.
I've never forgotten the bitter pain I felt that day. It's not as though I didn't want a child. However, no matter how much I prayed, I couldn't get pregnant. Thinking that something to do with my body might be the cause, I went to see several famous doctors. But even so, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't become pregnant.
And in the end, this was the result. I see.
The baby had been picked up by the Fukuokan house just recently. Of course, you couldn't help but feel compassion for this child, who was so young and who had already lost its parents' affection. However, it brought me nothing but pain and sadness. It would have been another story if I had suffered to bear this child. But why should I be forced to hold this baby, who not only shared none of my blood, but who was not related to my husband in the slightest either? I don't hate father. If anything, I hated my own body. I detested it. Truly detested my own body for being unable to bear a child. So I prayed. I prayed to both angels and demons, and my wishes were granted by both.
For what did you pray to angels?
I prayed for a miracle in my body. If there was something wrong with my body, I could accept that. In that case, I wanted to overcome that defect and somehow be granted the miracle of being given my husband's child.
That wish was granted. The next year, you gave birth to Jessica. And for what did you pray to demons?
I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it. I hated my body, so I hated this baby, because it made my failure so apparent. What did you wish for? For the first time, I prayed and made wishes to demons. I wished that this baby would just disappear. Of course, that wish was also granted by demons. On that day, I left the baby with an older servant and went to think about the future in the rose garden. No, that's a lie. I didn't want to think about anything. The baby's cries were annoying, so I ordered the servant to take the baby to a place where I couldn't hear. By a place where I couldn't hear, I meant somewhere far away, like on the other side of the island. Yes, I wished for it. I wished for the servant to take the baby far away and never return. I see. So a passing demon heard your wish, Natsui-sama.
And then, what happened next?
After that, there was a bizarre accident that could only have been granted me by a demon. To me by a demon?
I think you could do either.
The woodland path from the rose garden to the harbor is probably well suited for a comfortable walk. It must surely feel good to occasionally leave the path and walk through a grove of trees depending on your mood. However, wouldn't that path be fairly hard to travel on when taking a walk with a baby in your arms? There was a cliff on the other side. It was about 10 meters tall, I think. It was rocky below. There was also a fence there. Does it seem at all likely that the servant went to the trouble of walking there holding a baby, and then leaned against the fence? The only conceivable explanation is that she was lured there by the beckoning of a demon.
She was lured there, wasn't she? By a demon who heard your wish.
And then the servant and the baby. They died. They fell from the cliff down to the rocks below. No, they died because I wished it. That means this is...
It isn't your fault. There's no need to think about it any further.
It happened because I wished it.
Nope, that's wrong. Even if you wish for something, whether it comes true or not is decided by the whims of gods, demons, and witches. You are sinless. Humans are sinless. You can even say that I killed them. No, I did kill them. I saw your mourning and felt pity, so I lured the servant with the baby to the cliff and guided them down it.
Wasn't it just an unfortunate accident? If you can't accept it as an accident, blame it on us. That's why demons exist. Okay, sorry, hold on. So, 19 years ago, it's 1986, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's 1986. So this is...
1967.
67?
Mm-hmm.
When did Rosa find Kuradorian as a kid and the Beatrice fell off the cliff? Was that 1969? Or was it...
Oh, it would have been...
What year was that?
It would have been earlier than that. It was when Rosa was like a baby.
It was 20 years ago? So it was 1 year prior?
Let's see.
Rosa's a lot younger than Netsui, right?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I think it was the 60s, right? I think it's around the same time.
Oh, yep, it was 1967. I just looked up the red statements. Yep.
It was 1967, and right now in this time it is also 1967, right? So it's the same year.
Mm-hmm.
That is very coincidental. Okay. Is it an unreliable version of the same event? Maybe in some. No, that's stupid. Huh? Is it the same damn cliff? It's the same art. It's probably not the same cliff. Okay. All right. Sorry. Just want to get the timeline going. My mind went there after I saw the cliff. Also, where Angie was, probably not the same cliff though. Anyway.
That's right. We're here for your sake. It's not like you killed them. We killed them. So you are sinless. So please don't blame yourself, Natsuhi.
Is that true? Am I truly sinless?
Yeah, you are. Young one who claims revenge for the events of 19 years ago. If you're gonna curse someone, curse me. However, witches have a patent on curses. Let me take on this fight you're trying to pick with Natsuhi. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. If anyone picks a fight with the master I serve, I will fight in my master's stead. Revenge for 19 years ago, you say? I'll make you learn that's not even a blink of an eye for a witch who's lived 1,000 years. So, you hate Natsuhi for wishing your death 19 years ago? Let me make you remember just who it was that lured you off that cliff.
As the middle-aged female servant cuddled the sobbing baby, she walked on a small path through the trees. Natsui had told her that the baby was too loud, so she had tried to get as far from the rose garden as she could. She was completely unaware as to why she'd gone out of her way to head in this direction. However, the sobbing baby suddenly stopped crying. Something was reflected in its eyes, but the servant couldn't tell what. However, thinking that the baby had stopped because it had taken an interest in something, she headed in the direction of the baby's gaze. It's a dowsing baby. The baby had seen a cloud of gold butterflies disappearing off into the trees, and on the other side of the trees, the servant could see a woman. Who? She didn't recognize this person, but didn't look like anyone who was supposed to be there. The baby stopped crying and stared in that direction. Then, the servant's legs started to automatically carry her that way.
Come this way, woman. Bring that cursed baby with you.
The woman couldn't disobey. She was completely overwhelmed by Beato's gold, glowing eyes. She walked lightly, as though through a dream world. At some point, the scenery surrounding her had changed. But she did not notice. She could not notice. Though this should have been Rokkenjima, at some point it had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. It was a garden she had never set eyes on, even grander than the great rose garden of the Ushirimiya family, a garden of gold roses. There stood an arbor, and a woman wearing an elegant dress beckoning to her. There was a man who looked like a butler, and the tea he poured with a beautiful gesture had a very nice and enticing smell. It was as though they were telling her to join their tea party. She couldn't disobey. She had to go to the master of this golden rose garden and give this child as an offering.
Forgive me, woman. Curse your bad luck for being entranced by a witch, and surrounded by these gold roses, which you would never be able to enjoy in this world. Sleep. Gap. Yeah, understood.
When Gap snapped her fingers, a pitch-black hole opened at the woman's feet, and she was swallowed up along with the baby. The scene of the moment that followed must have burned itself into the eyes of the woman and the baby. Whoa! The two floated in the air and looked down at the gold rose garden spread out below them. Below their feet was not the earth, but a golden rose garden that stretched as far as the eye could see without any gaps. Well, there's one. If one could have this scene imprinted in their minds as their last memory, it would be such a merciful way to die. Then the woman and the baby were swallowed up by the golden sea. The thunk was remarkably plain and remarkably quiet for a sound that stole away 2 lives. However, it made for a perfectly suitable show at a tea party of witches. With the woman and the baby at the center, the rose garden was slowly swallowed up by darkness. The sound of the wind grew stronger bit by bit. Is that TV static? What is that noise? It was the roar of the sea. The two had fallen into the thicket of golden roses from the great height and died, were gradually wrapped up in the roar of the sea, wrapped up in the scenery of the beach below the cliff.
I guarantee it. You were completely sinless. I'll accept this revenge from 19 years ago.
Tackles back. When I spotted the two of them on the rocks below, I went pale. Just like I spotted some people to say thank you to. Thank you, Rodney, for the bits. I love Erica, or Man, I love Erica. She's my favorite Redditor next to Sai from Sekimeya. Shout out to Poketo. I know she's his favorite too. Thanks, Rodney. Thank you, LMS Noise, for the new sub as well. Or Im's Noise, I'm not sure. Thank you very much. And thank you to Captain Cobalt for the resub as well. Thank you very much, Captain Cobalt.
That was my first full-on cackle in a long time.
I know. It was good to hear it again. Then I dashed back to the mansion, and there was a huge uproar. They took them to a hospital on a boat as soon as possible, but from that height, it was a miracle that they'd even avoided an instant death. Both the servant and the baby died. In less than 3 days from the time father had entrusted me with the baby, I had killed it. My husband had been on a business trip. Rosa-san, who had still lived on the island at the time, had been traveling with her friends. Father and I were the only ones on Rokkenjima, and before anyone except father and I really knew anything, a baby had appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared again. That's right, it was a dream and a nightmare. And we also just pretended the baby hadn't died, and a long protracted weekend at babies, which is the inspiration for Weekend at Kinzo's all these years. I was sure that father would blame me. However, he seemed somehow strange. I saw this coming. I knew this would happen. How long will you struggle? How long will it be before you're mine? What? I have no interest in an empty cage. Throw it away. Okay, so was that the second attempt at making like another Beatrice? As how awful as that is to say, after like Rosa led the other one to the cliff. What the fuck, Kinzo? When father learned of the accidental death, he kept on laughing and laughing as though there could be no greater pleasure, enough that just listening to it gave me a creepy feeling. Perhaps something had come loose in his mind. From that day onwards, father shut himself up inside the world of the occult even more than he had ever had before. When my husband came back, he was surprised to see that father was even more bizarre than he had been before. However, he had already accepted that this would happen sooner or later. Of course, my husband had heard about the baby. However, he told me that it was surely just some whim of father's and to forget it.
Just forget about it, man.
So I forgot it. It was an unfortunate... Okay, so did the baby actually survive? And if the baby actually did survive, did the servant survive too? And if they did survive, is that where the phone calls are coming from? Or is Natsui like racked with guilt all these years later still, and the stress and pressure of pretending that Kinzo was still alive, like, is driving her crazy, and she's like hearing phone calls? But then why would Genji be in on it? But is it reliable? Is the whole episode reliable? I don't know. Yeah, oh well. It was an unfortunate accident. No, there wasn't an accident at all. I forgot everything, even that the baby had existed in the first place. After all, it was a twisted nightmare that lasted not even 3 days. That's right, it was all a nightmare. I don't want to remember. The cliff, the broken fence, the roar of the sea, and the cry of the baby. And the seagulls.
So this baby is the baby from 19 years ago? Of course not. I killed that baby. It no longer exists in this world.
However, there is no red truth in the human world. Nothing can be trusted there. So true, Renove? So true?
That's right. Beato definitely killed that baby. However, you might find out that it's alive in the world of humans. Whether it's really alive or not, right?
Do you mean to say that it actually survived? After falling to the rocks from that height?
I don't know. But calm down. No matter how much this person hates you, it was an accident, and that's the truth. If he does hate you, his hatred is completely unjustified.
He? But even if I didn't lay a finger on him, inside my heart, I...
Calm down. No matter who the man from 19 years ago hates or what he yells at you, there's no way the sin he's after actually occurred. So calm down. Why don't I welcome the man from 19 years ago as my guest? Just when the riddle was solved and I thought my job was finished, I've got to entertain this final guest of mine.
This begins to grow more interesting. Not only are you protecting Lord Goldsmith's secret, but you also have a 19th guest, as well as a man from 19 years ago.
True. Since we claim that Kinzo is alive, Erika is the 19th person. And besides that 19th person, we also have a man from 19 years ago. How interesting. I'm getting all fired up. We have no lack of opponents, and I was just lamenting the fact that I had but one guest in my tea party. Come, you fools.
Ferodo Erika is Lady Berncastel's piece. In that case, whose piece is the man from 19 years ago? Nanjo's. The voice faintly seeping from the other end of the line was Natsui's. I understand. I'll go to sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So don't involve my husband and daughter. Even this begging scream, which would shake the heart of any listener, could be listened to with a cold ruthlessness through the end of the receiver. As long as you follow my orders, I will keep your secret, Mother. Do not disobey me. I am already very close by to you. I can easily tell whether you have turned your lights off or whether you are on the phone. If I wished to, I could even kiss your sleeping face. I'll keep it. I'll keep my promise. So stop it. Just stop it. Stop it! The receiver was slammed down. He knew very well that the way you hang up a phone can leave a nasty aftertaste for the other side. All right.
Okay, good night, Mother. And there you have it. Now Natsuhi won't come out of her room tonight.
I hate this episode so much. That's pretty handy. You can change your voice.
Anyone can change their voice. A sweet voice when coaxing Papa, a sick-sounding voice when taking the day off school, an apologetic voice when turning down a friend that you actually hate. If you want, I can do any voice at all.
You should stop being a witch and become a voice actress.
So are all the pieces set up on both sides now? Fururo, Erika. What a wonderful piece. She's a much more suitable piece for you than Angie was, Bern. Your praise honors me, Lady Lambda Delta. The pleasure is mine. She really is wonderful, truly cute. I'd like to make her surrender to the illusion of the witch and see her face twist in humiliation.
Hear that? Don't embarrass me, okay? Prove yourself to be a much more useful piece than Angie was.
Yes, leave it to me, Lady Berncastel, my master. I'm nothing like that gloomy, dull-witted, totally uncute piece.
You take that back.
She's right. That Angie didn't do anything useful except get turned into meat chunks to egg battle her on. I have absolutely no interest in family love or sibling love. The game we want to see is more gruesome and sticky. A grotesque, pop, and cute murder case.
If Natsui is the king, then I wonder if that makes Beato the queen. Giggle. The pack of witches and furniture guarding Natsui is less like a set of chess pieces and more like...
Bowling pins, right? Natsuhi and Beato, Kenzo and illusions of the worthless furniture. Entertain us a bit, will ya? Especially you, Beato. We're already bored of you. This Legend of the Witch Murders game of yours is over already. Your time is over and done with. This game board already belongs to Bern and me, to Joe's delight. It'll suit you to be reduced to one of our pieces and toyed with for all eternity.
Giggle, 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 giggle. Both Natsui and Beato are like the guts of a filthy truth wrapped up in a bit of thin skin. Tearing that to bits and dragging the insides out is one of our few pleasures.
Yep, you can have tons of fun with it. Hey, are you watching? Beatrice? Look at how much fun can be had playing with your game board. Let me show you. This fifth game's really gonna be fun. Live Beato reaction.
It's a bit sad if we're the only ones having a pleasant chat. Why don't you let Beato talk too?
Hear that? I'll give you special permission to talk. What do you hope to gain from this latest game? She said nothing. That's right, that's right. You're the loser who surrendered to Battler. Leave it to me, Kay. I'll put the witch side on top right away. But that means I'll have to sacrifice your piece. The epitaph has been easily solved before the first twilight, and Beatrice, the keeper of the gold, has lost face.
Isn't it great that you remain as a piece, as part of Natsui's illusion? I'm so checked out. Well, we're treating you as a pin now instead of a piece, okay?
The Golden Witch Beatrice is out of the picture now. You and your furniture have only a minuscule role in my game, a loser role. Resign yourself to getting blasted away and becoming burns in my toy.
If you don't like that, why not just tell us to stop? If you do, we'll stop. Oh? Trying?
She's saying she doesn't mind. You're totally a pin.
There's no need for a Golden Witch anymore. All that's needed is a sacrificial doll so the two witches can enjoy some time playing. Die, disappear. Confess to your filthy past and your crimes. Speak out your sob story of regret and repentance as you throw yourself off a cliff and die. The Golden Witch will never again have her turn. Ha 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 ha. Beato. This will probably turn out to be a nasty game. On the surface, it looks very similar to the usual tales. However, there's no respect given to the true main character of this story, me. This tale was supposed to be one of the Golden Witch Beatrice invited The one that the Golden Witch Beatrice invited Yushima Battler to see. However, the host has been lost and there are no longer any guests. The one who did the inviting and the one who was invited are no longer around in this horrible tale. Welcome to the 5th game. Just making shit up. What ended the Golden Witch? Welcome to a party where neither host nor guests hijacked by wicked witches.
At least you and Battler are on the same page, right?
Yeah, I will say that's my only hope in the story right now is that I feel like I'm in tune with Battler.
Ready, Battler? The 2nd day is finally about to start. Just like Beato, I hate slow story progression.
just do what you want. No matter how much you mess things up, I'll definitely reach the truth of this game.
It has to be that way. You've got to fight for your little sister's sake as well. Don't worry. Lady Lambda Delta is a far more terrifying opponent than that fool Beatrice, but I'll be giving you plenty of support so there won't be any problems. Together with me, why don't you finally expose the illusion of the witch this time?
I don't give a damn about you. I won't acknowledge anything that didn't exist in Beato's game, so I don't need you. Based.
Is now really the time to act tough? Oh well, let's both give it our all, okay? Together, let's tear this illusion of the witch apart.
Erica offered me her hand to shake. Instead of just passively ignoring this, I gave her a proactive and clear answer by knocking her hand aside. Giggle. Looks like he hates shaking hands, just like Angie.
Don't worry, I'm a far more useful piece than Angie. I'm nothing at all like shredded meat that couldn't do anything but restore your fighting spirit.
Ugh.
Isn't it great that you've been blessed with such a helpful-looking ally? In the past, it was Virgilia and Ronove. Then Angie came as well. And now you have Bern and Erica. There are so many pieces supporting you. So how does it feel knowing that you still can't catch on to the truth despite that? How does it feel?
It doesn't matter. This battle is between me and Beato. Everyone else besides us doesn't matter.
Oh, is that true? Are you finally standing on your own? You've always had someone helping you, someone sympathetic to you, so I wonder just how far you'll get on your own. Entertain me.
I'll grab it and take it back. This is our game. You two aren't wanted here. Giggle. Yes, that's true. This is your game. So try taking it back. Let's see how far someone like you, who couldn't even win Beato's games when she went easy on you all over the place, can get in Lambda's completely ruthless game without any help.
Well then, wake up, Ushiromiya Battler. Welcome to the morning of October 5th. You done.
You done.
You done.
This is when episode 5 really begins. Thank you. 2nd day, October 5th, 1986.
Mm-hmm.
Was it someone's alarm clock? All right, we're done?
We're done. Next
Next
one's like an
chapter's-
hour, so.
Yeah, I don't think we have time for that. Okay.
Yeah.
But we got everything that we scheduled except for the extra stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty cool.
Woo!
End of the Golden Witch. Oh, thank you, Parnik, for the bits. Joe feels the same way as Battler about the witches and this whole episode. Ryukishi truly is a genius. Yeah, if that's the intent, then that's great. I will still like it. But like, I don't know, man. That is a harsh gambit to throw into your story. You know, just like make like how many hours of reading so far, and the appropriate response is I don't like this. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's room in literature for that. So like, it's brave, but like, I don't know.
It would be a risk for sure.
Is Walrus live? We usually raid Walrus on Saturdays. 2-hour theorizing session. I feel like I've already done that enough today. Walrus is live. Okay. Umi news. Do 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 do. Umineko news. I don't know if there's going to be Umi news, by the way, but sometimes Walrus does that after
So Sekimea tomorrow.
Sekimea tomorrow, and I'm also doing Doom tomorrow. So Doom Dark Ages. If
Oh,
I feel
shit.
up to it, I probably will. So I'll be Doom Dark Ages into Sekimea reading, and then probably more Doom on Monday to finish it, and then Tuesday Umineko, and then Wednesday Baldur's Gate 3. So packed like 10 days for me. How's your Doom? I really
Holy
like
shit,
it. I really like it. But chat doesn't like it, so I'm trying to get through it so we can go back to games that chat likes more, because viewership is really down on it. Thank you, Krutler, for the bits. Don't worry, Joe. The next episode is worse.
No.
Uh-oh. Episode 6 is Mouse's favorite, so I hope I don't dislike it. Uh-oh. Thank you, Krutler. And thank you, Assmaster69 for the resub. Who up umiing their Neko? Thank you, Assmaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Askmaster.
Anyway, thank you, Mouse, for reading. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for
see
having
you
me.
on next Saturday, and we'll be reading Sekimea tomorrow together.
Sounds good.
Here we go. Raid's going out. Raid is out. Okay, and thank you to anyone who stuck around or is watching on the VOD. Hope you have a good weekend. See you later.